you don't score runs. So understanding that bit, but also taking the positives out of what is hopefully going to be a great year and, like you mentioned, a huge honour.
And what's your message to the Yorkshire fans as their new Red Bull captain?
I think they'll know what the message will be. Don't be too harsh on us. No, I'm joking. The message will be just a case of everyone out there is going to be trying their heart out. There will be no stone left unturned, but not everything goes the way that we want it to go. So that's the nature of the beast when it comes to cricket. That's the nature of the beast when the weather may come in or however we want to go about playing it. But be excited about what this summer holds and get down and support. Bring your grandkids, your kids, whoever it may be, down and watch the guys, because there are some super exciting talents within the group.
Thanks very much for your time, Johnny, and best of luck for 2025.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yorkshire Cricket TV are pleased to have the BBC commentary feed for the Rothesay County Championship with full highlights posted to this channel after the close of play, so make sure to subscribe and follow on our socials. Let's have a look at how 2025 shapes up. The men start with half their Rothesay County Championship season, led by Johnny Bairstow across 7 games in April and May. The women begin with 4 Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 matches and start their Vitality T20 Women's County Cup campaign in May with Derbyshire away in round 1, seeking a run to finals day on the 26th of May. Both sides start their Vitality Blast campaigns at Headingley, Darvin Milan's team on Friday the 30th of May against Northamptonshire, then Lauren Winfield Hill's side 2 days later against Derbyshire in League 2. The men have a block of 8 fixtures until mid-June, the women of 8 fixtures aiming to reach finals day on the 26th of July. Red Bull returns for the men in late June with 2 games, followed by 6 more Vitality Blast matches in July, including the Roses match with Lancashire away on the 11th, before back-to-back Red Bull games at Scarborough. August sees both men and women in Metrobank One Day Cup action, Lauren Winfield Hill's side chasing a Division 2 semi-final spot with 5 more games, the men playing 8 matches, including hosting Lancashire at York on Tuesday the 12th of August. The men will hope to then have quarter-finals in both white ball competitions, with both finals upcoming in September, a month which also brings the Rothesay County Championship running. 3 games, ending with Durham at home on Wednesday the 24th of September. Meanwhile, the women would love to finish their season with a flourish in the Women's Metrobank League 2 final on 14th of September at Worcester. Yorkshire will be sporting completely new kit in all formats for the 2025 season. Castor will be the exclusive official kit supplier and exclusive official sportswear and apparel partner from the 2025 campaign for the men's, women's and player pathway teams. Additionally, Castor will solely provide retail and e-commerce services, taking ownership of all of Yorkshire's retail channels and club shop. Here's the kit's first outing at Photo Day a few weeks ago.
Yeah, please, you've got it. I hate to just his shot.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Good morning. Welcome along from Headingley on day 3 of Yorkshire versus Worcestershire in this County Championship Division 1 match, which sees, well, Yorkshire in command. Let's face it, 355 runs ahead, 61 for 1 in their second innings. Adam Lyth 32 and Dom Bess 10 was how things were when they left the field last night. Conditions, well, it's a little cooler today, as was forecast, and there's some cloud dotted around, but a fair bit of blue sky above. Not as many people in just yet this morning. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and also Bumble. David Lloyd will be with us throughout day 3, and we'll see how things go. Yorkshire look like they'll want to kick on this morning and give themselves ample time to try and take 10 more Worcestershire wickets over the course of the next 2 days, with a bit of rain possibly forecast for tomorrow. Good morning, Frank Watson.
Good morning, Jonathan Doidge. Good morning, everybody. First shock of the day is the first bowler that we're going to see, because Jake Libby is taking up the attack from the Howard stand end, much to my surprise.
I'm also outnumbered in the box by Worcestershire followers today, because we've got BBC Radio Leeds breakfast producer Andy Evans in the back of the box with us today as well. Evo, big Pears fan. No, should I say that differently? He's a Pears fan. With you, Frank?
Thank you. A fan of big Pears. Adam Lyth off the back foot gets a single off the first ball of the day. Jake Libby bowling round the wicket. Occasional off spinner, Jake Libby. Didn't expect to see him this morning. Took a wicket in the first innings, his 10th first-class wicket, but a surprise at the start of the day. He's over the wicket now to the night watchman Dom Bess, who paddles this round the corner. There's an appeal for LBW, umpire O'Shaughnessy unmoved, which suggests that Dom Bess got a bat or a glove or something on it, and he picks up another run. So 2 added. Bright sunshine now, although there is a bit of cloud around, as JD was just saying. And in comes Libby again, tucked round the corner for a single by Lyth. I was just discussing with Andy Worcestershire's fortunes so far this season, and he said to me it was a tremendous rearguard action down at Taunton, but we can't expect to keep doing it, and that's absolutely right. As Libby comes in and bowls, and Bess off the back foot steers to backward point. And it was one of those games at Taunton where, for the first half of it, Worcester played pretty ordinarily, to say the least, and then for the second half they played superbly to save the game. Best defence. And well, in one game, to quote Dickens, you could say it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. But they can't do it every game, and yesterday they collapsed again, as they did at Taunton. Libby finishes the over with a shortish delivery, which Bess forces into the covers. Tidy enough over from the occasional off-spinner Jake Libby. 64 for 1 at the end of the over. Lyth has 34. Bess has 11. Bess, who actually might well have a fair bit to say in this game with the ball. He only bowled a couple of overs yesterday, but we saw a little bit of turn for him. And if Libby were to turn one off the straight with his gentle off spin this morning, then Dom Bess probably be quite encouraged. Ben Allison from the Kirkstall Lane end, Doidgy, and I thought he bowled really well last night. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 so far. But it could be a tough ask for the Worcester bowlers this morning. I think we might see Yorkshire bat pretty sensibly for a short period of time, and then they might really try and press the accelerator.
Here he is then, right arm round the wicket. Adam Lyth solidly behind his first ball of the day. Had one of those moments, didn't we, when he walked into bat and I said, and they're down to the tail, and you said, but he's not a tail ender. He's a number 9, but he can bat, and then he got naught.
Yeah, and well, I had a couple yesterday, didn't I? They've injected a little bit of calm, I think, and then the next ball was a wicket. So, yeah.
And it's gone.
I don't believe in any of that commentator's curse stuff. You talk for so long, you're bound to say something that produces a response, aren't you?
I predict Adam Lyth will hit this next ball for 6. Oh, I got it wrong.
Yeah,
it was wide of off stump, and he left it.
You know nothing.
No. Well, he'll be looking to, if he can, and he probably got, because there's not many counties he's not ticked off in that respect, Adam Lyth, but this is one of them. A 79 in 2023 being his highest. He was well on the way there in the first innings with 67, and then that slightly bizarre dismissal, loopy sort of dismissal out towards square leg. Nothing loopy about this stroke. He just laid his bat on it and run it down to third man for a single, taking his present score to 35. As I mentioned, fewer people in the ground than there have been on days 1 and 2. Very good crowd on day 1 for Headingley these days. 2,000 or so. Not quite sure of the precise figure, I have to say. As is often the case, Saturday there were fewer in. Maybe it's diminished again today. As Allison goes over the wicket to bowl to Bess, who's trying to work that one to leg but misses. There's a stifled appeal. Mark Newell, who is standing at the Kirkstall Lane end, showing zero interest in raising the index finger. There'll be lots of questions. Can't obviously have a serious prediction on tomorrow's weather. There may be no rain, but it looks as though there are scattered showers around. And if you manage to drop on a heavy one and it costs you a session, that's obviously to your detriment when you're trying to get wickets, as Bess turns one back out of square leg and will pick up another single. You can get in touch with us as ever. Today's monikers on X are at JDZ Events. We've also got at Frank Watson 58 and at Bumble Cricket. He'll be in about quarter of an hour or so for the first time today. Probably fill you in on the details of Lancs against Northants, where he's been working the first 2 days. And Adam Lyth has gone. He can't believe it. He's pushed one, got underneath one slightly, pushed it straight back to Ben Allison, who's taken a simple one-handed catch. And Adam Lyth will have to wait a little longer if he's to ever get a first 100 against Worcestershire, because he's gone for 35 and Yorkshire are 66 for 2.
Yeah, Ben Allison's 5th wicket of the game. Probably unexpected, but the reward for some tidy bowling, both last night and in this very early part of this session this morning. So Adam Lyth goes for 35. He faced 62 balls and he hit 5 fours. Good news for Worcestershire. Doesn't make a massive difference in terms of what we expect to see as the game goes on, but it brings to the crease James Wharton, who played nicely in the first innings for his 44, and quite a nice time to come in for a young man making his way in the game. No great pressure out there, but that said, Yorkshire they won't want to hang around JD today. They'll want to extend this lead as quickly as possible to give themselves as long as possible to bowl Worcestershire out, bearing in mind that they saw Worcestershire last week bat for 200 overs to save a game.
I don't think Ben Allison's celebration of is dated, if that's the expression.
Yeah,
if he tried, it was just, it was all a bit nonchalant was the catch, and then non-celebration.
Jake Libby starts a new over from the Howard stand end, and Beth played defensive off the back foot. Yeah, it was like scoring the goal when you're 5-2 down or something, wasn't it? And there's only 5 minutes to go. Libby bowls and Bess paddles him around the corner, nicely executed, down to Allison at long leg, and they take a single. But looking at it from Ben Allison's point of view, I completely agree with what you're saying about the fact that his celebration was sort of muted, but he's a young man who's moved county, and he's playing in his second game. Came on loan a couple of years ago for a couple of games, and Libby bowls, and this one is defended by Wharton out on the offside, and you know, he wants to make a good impression and make a good start, and in this game, just break off as Libby comes in. Help yourself, a real gift, halfway down the track, and James Wharton's off the mark with a 6. Short ball from Libby, just laid back and smashed it over deep mid-wicket for 6. Nice way to get off the mark. But going back to Allison, you know, 456 for Yorkshire in the first innings, and he bowled 18.2 overs, 3 for 58. And in this innings so far, 2 for 15. So tidy figures, and he's made a decent impression. Whilst I accept that you consider that my estimation of his batting ability is slightly inflated.
No. Basically, I was just saying that's cricket, isn't it? I say one thing,
yeah,
you kind of countered it, and then he ended up getting a naught anyway. So
I'm only joking. But yeah, you know what I'm saying is he's made a decent start. I think the ball's come back. Maybe some damage done to it, but it's been given back to Jake Libby, who comes in again now, bowls, and on the back foot, Wharton is driving into the covers. And there's no run. You're always a bit nervous. Whenever you come to the wicket, you want to get off the mark. Well, nice for James Wharton there to be given that absolute long hop from Libby. Digs this one over. It was like a nice ball on the beach, wasn't it? Can't be out first ball anyway, just lob it up there, smack, and
can't be out first
it hit Miles 73 for 2 at the end of the over. Wharton 6, best 13. The man out today, Adam Lyth, somewhat surprisingly, caught and bowled by Ben Allison for 35.
We're playing one hand, one bounce as well. Bent Nielsen says, good morning. The weather forecast I follow indicates no real rain, neither today nor tomorrow for Headingley. More depressing forecasts may be available, but let's have that win today. I've got a tea time for tomorrow. Here's Allison over the wicket, and Bess turns one to mid-wicket. First up, no run. Nick Marwood says, much needed confidence game for the whole team this week. Hope to get to the Notts game now. I live in that part of the world. Do you know if and when our centrally contracted players will be available to play this season? I can make that very simple with a no. 167 ahead, and I think James Wharton's first shot posed Yorkshire's intent for the day, and there you go, a bit more from Don Bess. It's not the best delivery, I've got to say, from Allison, and Bess smashes it away through cow corner for 4. Yeah, I think he's definitely a player of promise, going back to Ben Allison and what you were saying, Frank. Sometimes, you know, days like this, you end up with your figures being ruined just because of the match situation, and the nonchalance of that catch is obviously a comment on the match situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the book and in the records, he'll say, Adam Lyth caught and bowled, and that's a good wicket to have. But also, a bit like batters, sometimes when it's easy out there, they get a ton.
Yeah.
That you're never going to take it away from them, and it's always show it in the records, but it's the tons in the tough times that are the ones, and it's the wickets when you really need them, isn't it? Today, you know, there will be days when Worcestershire need Ben Allison to come to the party because they're struggling for wickets, and he will, and they'll be the ones where he probably looks back at fence, and it might be other days when it's doing all sorts, and he gets 6 for, and he comes off, and it looks easy.
Yeah.
But in his own mind, the value of those 6 might not be any greater than the 3 he might have taken the week before or whatever. You know, that's just the game and match situations and all of that. 17 for Bess. Well, I stopped blathering on about all that, and he's waiting for Allison to come in and bowl, and that's turned towards mid-wicket. No run. Feels like it's going to be one of those days where the sun's shining brightly for a few minutes and then blocked by a cloud for another. There's a bit of greyer tinged cloud away to our left, the east side of the ground.
Yeah, I looked at the forecast today as well, a couple of different ones, and there might be a bit of rain tomorrow afternoon. It was the impression I got, but nothing much, I don't think.
Could be well on or possibly done by then, we'll see.
Yeah.
Lovely shot here by Bess. That's going to be 4. Down through, well, a straight drive really. Down towards the foot of the changing rooms, just over pitching Allison on this occasion, and that was textbook stuff really. Show him the maker's name.
Yeah, the thing about Ben Allison, going back to him and saying how he's bowled quite tidily, he's got no great pace. He can move the ball off the pitch and he'll swing it in a little bit. The margins for error are smaller for a bowler who has hit those qualities really than they are for maybe somebody who's got a real express pace. Matthew Waite would be similar, and that's what we've seen. He's been hit once where he was a bit short and once where he was too full.
And here he is again. That's better. Bess has to treat it with the respect it deserved. 23 overs complete in this Yorkshire second innings. Then we've had just over, well, nearly a quarter of an hour's play, because again they were earlier than the clock this morning. 81 for 2, Bess 21, Wharton 6, and a partnership for this third wicket so far worth 15.
Yeah, interesting, this Jake Libby experiment. I'm not entirely certain as to what the thinking is, because obviously it's in Worcestershire's interest to make Yorkshire bat for as long as they can in this second innings before they set a target, a nominal target. Libby bowls a quicker delivery, and Wharton on the back foot steers it behind square on the offside. So I would have thought that the priority this morning would be to make them work hard for every single run, which not necessarily what's going to happen with Libby bowling, as this one is driven by Bess out through extra cover for a single.
Yeah, they're not being sort of bled dry, York 6, but worth noting that in the first innings they batted at 4 point.
Libby in again, but and that one's going to be 4 byes. That's pushed through outside the off stump, and the arm ball, I think, kind of went on a bit with the arm anyway, I think, and it then didn't bounce. So that's what's done Roderick, and that's, well, there you go. 4 runs, cheap runs added to the total, and 26 added already this morning. And Libby bowls again, another quicker delivery, fired through and punched out to mid-wicket by James Wharton, who's on 7. It's 87 for 2. Bright sunshine again as Libby from the Howard stand end comes in with his occasional off spin again. Dart of a ball really, fired through, and Wharton just punches it up to long on for a single. 88 for 2, and the lead significantly, keep an eye on that, 381 now. As Libby bowls and Best drives on the offside and gets a single. So end of the over. Best will keep Mike, the night watchman. He's gone to 23, and the total is 89 for 2. And yeah, the Libby experiment continues, but as I say, not entirely sure what the thinking is.
No, the threat isn't huge, is it, at the moment, from that end at the moment? So Jacob Duffy, of course, not seen him yet this morning. He's the man with the most pace in this match. But at the moment, Allison from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Bess turns this one to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Don Bess has really worked hard on his batting in the last, I'd say, probably 2 or 3 years. He'd probably argue he's always worked really hard on his batting. I know he's had opportunities when he's gone abroad during the winter. He'd love to think he can bat a bit higher up than the 7 he tends to go in at.
That's exactly what I was saying yesterday about why he would have stuck his hand up when they were looking for a night watchman, I think.
Allison in, and there he goes, right solidly in behind it. He's come up with a few good scores over the time he's been here. Very useful runs at some stages when he's had to go in probably earlier than they would have liked after a clatter of wickets. A good all-round cricketer. Just the one wide-ish slip in place while he's on strike here. And lovely shot. Turn that one just wide of mid-on. He's going to get down and do the fielding. Pick up a single. 24 now to Dom. And 90 for 2 means a lead of 384. Have a quick flick around elsewhere in a mo. Tell you what's going on in the early moments of the other matches. But Allison is making his way in once again. Past umpire Mark Newell. Bowls it now. Ooh, Wharton just slightly awkward. The ball that clearly must have nipped on him. And it's lobbed out off the thigh pad for a leg by. So Durham, having made 387, have got Warwickshire 301 for 8 up the hill at, well, it's not a hill, is it really, up the A1 at Chester Street. Sussex 294, Somerset 201, you'll recall, and Sussex in their second innings 259 for 1, 352 on. They're setting things up there for a big go at a pretty big scalp. As Allison bowls again, lovely shot once again by Best. The second time today he's straight driven Ben Allison. The first of them was just to the offside of the stumps at the bowler's end, and this one just to the leg side, but he held his position really well. Good balance, and that boundary takes him to 28 and Yorkshire to 95 for 2 second time around. In Div 2, Gloucestershire 546, as you'll recall. Glamorgan 157 for 3. They stuck the hosts in there. Leicestershire 484 all out. Derbyshire 354 for 9, trailed by 130 with that one first innings wicket remaining. As Allison comes in again, and Best just gets that towards the inside of the bat. Not as sweet as his previous shot. End of the over, 95 for 2. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, having posted 347, have Essex at 314 for 5. That could develop into an interesting last couple of days, I think. Surrey 140 for 1 in their second innings, lead by 174 with those 9 second innings wickets in hand. 2 more Division 2 scores. Lancashire 145 for 4, following Northamptonshire's 496, and Middlesex 237 for 7 second time around, lead by 241 against Kent with 3 second innings wickets remaining. Another potentially interesting back end of the game.
Jake Libby continues from the Howard stand end, and he's fetched by Wharton from outside off, just a slap really over mid wicket again, and he's not going to mess around out there against this friendly occasional off spin from Jake Libby. And that's 4 more to Wharton. He goes to 12. He won't have many more comfortable starts to an innings than this, I wouldn't have thought. James Wharton, 99 for 2. And again, they've got a difficulty in finding the ball, I think, which has gone down that, maybe that gap between the 2 stands down there. And somebody is going in pursuit. So 99 for 2, 1 man out this morning. Adam Lyth, caught and bowled by Ben Allison for 35.
While you're doing that, I'll step aside and bring in Bumble for the first time today.
So that was 66 for 2. And since then, 33 runs added in very, very quick time by Wharton, who's come in and got off the mark with a 6. And moved on to 12, and Don Bess, who's on 28. Just saying good morning, first of all, Bumble. Just saying that Worcestershire's in plan, I would have thought this morning, would have been to have made Yorkshire work as hard as they possibly could for every single run. Whereas, I'll just break off as Libby, who's got the ball back, comes in again and is driven down the ground by Wharton for a single. Whereas, we've seen them open the bowling with the very occasional off-spin of Jake Libby. So I'm not quite sure what the thinking is. 100 is up. 100 for 2. And Libby over the wicket to the night watchman Bess. A little bit of a tentative push from Bess, and that one just holds its line, takes the outside edge and runs to Tom Taylor at short third man. and they don't get a run on this occasion. But the lead is 394 now, as Best plays this one out on the onside, and Libby does his own fielding. And there's no addition. Just a case of how many Yorkshire think they need before they pull out. Libby bowls quicker delivery, which Best just works away on the onside for a comfortable single. 101 for 2. Best goes to 29. Came in as night watchman. Looked very competent, both last night and tonight, this morning. And Libby finishes the over with a slightly quicker ball, which Wharton plays back up the pitch to him. It's 101 for 2 at the end of the over. Best 29 and Wharton 13.
Good morning, Frank. Yeah, I mean, they'll have their own ideas, Worcestershire, as to how they can make some sort of way in this game. Yorkshire are getting away from them. I've just been downstairs with the Sages are there. They're only 2 ex-players, Dickie Bird's down there, and they're fretting. There's a bit of fret going on there. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. What they're doing, batting on. I think, you know, in answer to how many do they need, I would expect they'll try to get into a situation where 500.
Yeah.
And to completely demoralise Worcestershire, wear and tear on the pitch. I'm of that. Don't worry too much about the weather. If it comes, it comes, and I don't think you can judge the game by that. Just have your own game plan. Hope that this pitch disintegrates a little bit. Will it spin a touch?
Matthew Waite to bowl for the first time from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's in now and bowls, and Don Bess tries to play a peculiar ramp shot, even by ramp shot standards, with his footwork. He's gone onto the front foot and then tried to flick it over the keeper's head, really. Made no contact. Matthew Waite, ex-Yorkshire player, of course, bowled pretty well in the first innings. He started with 5 maidens in the first innings, hardly got a ball off line and length in his early part of his spell. Quite so good later on, but generally tidy. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 53 in the first innings. In he comes now again and bowls, and this time Best does execute the ramp. Again, not perhaps perfectly, but he's got it back over the wicketkeeper's head. Rob Jones, a substitute fielder, in pursuit from slip, but it goes for 4. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. Don Best does, and he gets the boundary. 33 to him, 105 for 2.
Rob Jones,
yeah,
ex-Lancs.
of course, yeah. Not in the side, but on as a sub because Brett D'Oliveira's dislocated his thumb yesterday.
And now he's backstop.
And he's down at long stop, yeah.
Backstop.
Yeah. It's a funny game, isn't it, these days? There's Bess on strike. His weight is in again and bowls to him, and he's just forward to this and pushing gently out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Championship cricket, red ball, 3rd morning. We've got ramps going on and a long stop.
Night watchman in, he's a good cricketer, Don Bess.
Yeah, he is, and he might have a big part to play in this if it does start to turn a little bit, I think.
I think he'll have a lot to play in Championship cricket, because he's going to play. He should be playing every game, barring injury.
He's waiting again, bowls, and this one's a little bit short of length, and Don Best cuts it down behind square on the offside. Only gets a single, and that takes him on to 34, 106 for 2. James Wharton, 13. Made 44 in the first innings. Wharton played very nicely indeed. Very promising young Yorkshire batsman. And off the mark this morning with a 6 when Jake Libby dropped one halfway down. And he helped himself. Long stop's coming up now to slip. No, he's not going to slip. He's coming into the ring on the offside for James Wharton. And he's going to extra cover. So we've got a mid-off, ordinary extra cover, and then deep extra cover on the boundary, as well as that sweeper square of the wicket. As Waite is in and bowls, and Best just Wharton, I beg your pardon, gets 4 off an edge down to 3rd man. It would have probably been a catch to 2nd slip, but there are no slips. And Rob Jones is not at long stop, where he might have cut that off, and it goes away for 4. So a bit of frustration for Matthew Waite, I would think, having been ramped earlier in the over, and Yorkshire extending this lead at some pace now, are 110 for 2. Waite once more to Wharton, who's got a bit of a flyer here, but he blocks this last delivery out on the onside, and there's no run. End of the over from Waite then. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21 for him. And with Bess on 34, Wharton on 17, Yorkshire are 110 for 2, and they lead by 404.
Well, it was a genuine edge. Probably was about second slip. Difficult to stop any sort of run flow when you've got 5 on the boundary.
Yeah.
There are 5 fielders that are camped out on the boundary, so no slips in position. It was an edge. It went away for another 4. Jake Libby's out of the attack, so a little bit more pace comes into the attack.
Adam Finch. So you want to take this over, Bumble?
So a change of pace, a little bit more pace with Adam Finch into the attack. We're calling that the football stand end. You've got to be careful here. It's not the rugby end.
Well, they say the Howard stand.
The Howard stand, yeah. The redevelopment. It's a chilly sort of day. The sun's out. And no slips again. Really defensive. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary. Yorkshire in the driving seat. Short of a length. Cut away just behind square powerfully. Will bring yet another boundary. It is that difficult situation when you're so far behind the game, and from captaincy that you're thinking, how do we get wickets? Well, there doesn't seem to be any chance of wickets. There are no catches. So then you're being defensive, and you'll always be a fielder short, especially if you bowl short and wide outside off stump on a pitch, which is a nice bounce, lovely bounce.
Yeah.
Finch comes in again. A fuller length this time, and just clipped away into the leg side to a fielder who's on that deep mid-wicket boundary. So there's a deep backward square, there's a deep mid-wicket. Rolling in the deep, it's a bit of a dell, is this. I just wonder how this pitch will behave in the last couple of days. Yorkshire will want wear and tear. Knock it about a bit. Is it going to spin? I mean, so dry around the country. I was at Old Trafford last couple of days. It was very, very dry. Finch again. Forward defensively into the offside. You mentioned Wharton. He's had an easy passage, hasn't he, when you come in and you hit your first 1 for 6. Here we go. I'm having a nice time.
Yeah. He played very well in the first innings. He's a player I have a particular interest in. People have heard me say this before, because his dad was a friend of mine at university, and we played in the same cricket team together at university. He was a good cricketer, Paul, and a rugby league pro for Warrington as well.
Was he?
And he's here, I think. Yeah, saw him on Friday.
Finch again. Defensive push into the offside, and of course he's got if you're into boxing, he's got a very, very famous name. He's James Henry Wharton. Well, I'm friendly with Henry Wharton, and when they play at York, when Yorkshire play at York, I think Henry's going to come down, and I'm hoping that I can get the pair of them together. James Henry Wharton, the cricketer, and Henry Wharton, the boxer. He fought Nigel Benn and he fought Chris Eubank, never got knocked down. Finch. Left alone outside the off stump.
There's another Wharton that I am very fond of, although it's a fictional Wharton, and it's Harry Wharton, who was one of the famous, well, they weren't called the famous 5, they were called, I can't remember the exact 5, but in the Billy Bunter books by Frank Richards, set at Greyfriars, and Harry Wharton, Bob Cherry, Quelch was the form teacher, and Harry Wharton was one of the, they did call them the famous 5, I think.
Driven powerfully to mid-off, there's no run, that's the end of the over, and Yorkshire 115 for 2.
We lost a great man at Worcester last week. David, John Curtis,
Yes.
who was the doyen of the press box and a very, very close friend of mine. And we often used to giggle about Frank Richards and Billy Bunter, and John would often quote Bunter when we were driving along in the car, and the fat owl of the remove, as he was called. And we used to talk about, I think, Johnny Bull, Bob Cherry, Frank Nugent, there was one other, and Harry Wharton was the fifth member of the famous five. Going back a long time. Matthew Waite bowls, and this one is worked away on the onside by Don Best, the night watchman, who is 39 now. And the Yorkshire innings, 115 for 2, they lead by 409. No details on funeral yet for John Curtis. Details will be announced soon if people are listening and they want to know about that. But very, very much missed member of the press box at Worcester. Matthew Waite bowls, and Bess on the back foot plays out on the offside. There's no run, and very much missed in the world of football journalism as well. I had an awful lot of messages in the last couple of weeks from football journalists and managers, and Gareth Southgate's been asking when the funeral is and so on, and they did a lovely tribute on the big screen at the Hawthorns last week to John. A lovely, lovely man who will be hugely missed. New Road press box will not be the same. 115 for 2 as Waite moves in again and bowls outside the off stump, or just on off stump, and forward comes Bess and plays defensively back to the bowler.
A couple of things, Frank. I've ever read recently that there may be a thought that you would be moving from Worcestershire.
Right, yeah. Interesting you raised that. We did mention it briefly yesterday. Ashley Giles, who you will know very well, David, has come in as chief executive a couple of summers ago and done a great job already, in my opinion. Waite comes in and bowls, and this one is played out on the onside by Bess, and again there's no run. And obviously we had 7 floods in his first year and 4 again this winter, and Ashley has come in and taken a fresh look at it and looked at the effect of the floods. And it used to flood once, maybe twice a year, pretty much, but now it seems to be more frequent. And the effect of that on the grass growth and everything else, and it really has been horrendous for the ground staff for the last couple of winters. I'll just break off as Waite moves in again and bowls, and Best drives through mid-wicket, get just one as Tom Taylor moves round from mid-on to field. End of the over, I think. 1 ball left, is it? Best goes to 40. And Ashley has investigated the possibility of moving elsewhere, and immediately there was obviously great outcry from traditionalists who said, oh, it's heresy, Worcestershire can never leave New Road. And I can understand very much that view. And it's not any more than an idea really at the moment. Just break off as Waite bowls again, and Best defence, and that is the end of the over. But they've investigated possible other sites and how they might finance it and so on, and maybe the money from the 100 that's coming in has been announced in recent months might have an effect. But at this stage, it's no more than that. And the latest thinking, I think, is that they would still keep New Road and play some cricket at New Road, but they want an alternative venue that isn't an outground, an alternative venue where they can play proper county championship games, perhaps build an indoor school, which they haven't got, and perhaps have floodlights, because they're the only HQ that hasn't got floodlights as well. So that's the situation at the moment.
Finch in from the football stand then. Best taking on the pad, painful.
So the idea is they would have an alternative ground, which might well be their sort of number 1 ground, but the New Road will still be there, and they might play women's cricket at New Road, might play some games at New Road, but they might be able to have an indoor school and floodlights and all the things that they need if they're going to be a competitive Division 1 outfit.
Well, it is a wonderful ground, always has been, and the heritage there and everything that's gone on as Finch comes in again. Want a quick single, just pushed into the offside and get that quick single shy. The stumps finishes up down at deep backward square leg. Now Lancs have done exactly that. They've got a second ground at Ferrington, which is out Preston way, and that's exactly what they will be doing. They will be using it as a second ground to play junior cricket and any sort of cricket that they would feel, and it's nearly ready, is that. And also an investment from the 100, if that money ever comes through, would be to revamp the indoor school. That's ready to be redone. In fact, that was mine. I developed that when I was there, and it needs a revamp. Finch again. Outside edge, misses everything. A play and a miss from Wharton. And just to reiterate, there are no catches. There is nobody other than the wicket keeper in any sort of attacking position. So it's a wait and see for Worcestershire as Yorkshire pile on the runs. And then it gets into you mentally, does that, as a batting unit, that you look at it and think, well, we're out of this, we're completely out of the game.
Yeah.
And it plays on you mentally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Finch again. Full of length. Pushed back down the pitch by Wharton. I watched Yorkshire a lot last year, and I think they're an excellent team. And I think they will challenge. And the team to chase, as always, is Surrey. But I think there are some very good teams in Division 1.
Somerset and Essex, I think, are both
good
decent
size. Hampshire.
Yeah, Hampshire, obviously.
There are some good sides.
Yeah, very much so. Worcestershire definitely punched above their weight to finish 6th last season. They've got to do it again.
Finch again. Short and wide, and he finds, it's a good shot, super shot. There's a
Libby.
Backward point, Jake Libby, and that's save 4. But again, I was at Old Trafford for the last couple of days. Division 2 is competitive because you're striving to get out. You've got Darren Lehman, who's a winner at Northamptonshire, Adam Hollyhock, who's a winner down at Kent, and so there are teams that will be striving to get out, and I think you've got to be bold and you've got to take a risk to win some matches. Finch again. Wharton drives up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Bumble. I mean, we didn't play Yorkshire last year, obviously. Worcestershire didn't play Yorkshire last year because they were in Division 1 and Yorkshire have just come up, and you turn up and Yorkshire had lost their first game at Hampshire, albeit mainly because they played badly in one innings, but you turn up here and look at it, and you look at the Yorkshire side as we did on day one, and the centrally contracted players as well, no overseas player either, but Adam Lythe, Bairstow, Milan, who played beautifully, Bess, good quartet of seamers. It's a very, very useful side, I think. Matthew Waite in bowls, and this one is kind of an inside edge onto the pad, I think, runs out on the offside. And there's Matthew Waite bowling for Worcestershire, who's made a really good impression, played brilliantly last week at Taunton in that rearguard action. And he's only with Worcestershire because, of course, his opportunities were so restricted here at Yorkshire that he decided to make the move. So it's they should be competitive, shouldn't they, Yorkshire? It's good. I know it's a bit of a cliche. I'll just break off as Waite bowls, and this is steer out in the offside, no run. Bit of a cliche, but if Yorkshire cricket is strong, they say, don't they? England cricket is strong. Over the years, it's probably been reasonably true, I think, and not just Yorkshire, but your old county as well.
Well, we debated that last couple of days, and I got a bit bristly when if Yorkshire is strong. I said Yorkshire and Lancashire.
Yeah. Well, I said the right thing just then when I qualified it. But well, you know what I mean.
Well, I live over here now. I'm on missionary work. Yeah.
His weight in bowls and pushed out on the offside by Bess. I'm a little bit, and obviously nowhere near the same level, but I was a Warwickshire boy as a schoolboy cricketer and played all through the age groups and everything. And it was only when I moved to Worcestershire to be a teacher at the beginning of the 80s and played in the Birmingham League and so on that I transferred my allegiance over to the pair. So I'm a turncoat, really.
And what about Moyne, Ali? Moyne started at Warwickshire, then went to Worcestershire, now gone back to Warwickshire.
Yeah. And Kadir, his brother, who is the assistant coach now here today, has Waite bowls, and this one is worked away on the onside by Bess. And they get 2. Good running, actually. Kashif coming off the boundary, and they're back for 2. Moeen, never moved really. Still lived in Birmingham all the time that he was at Worcestershire, but left Warwickshire because he would get more opportunity at Worcester, and became an absolute legend and favourite son really at New Road before deciding to go back. Kadir coached in the Warwickshire setup before he came over to Worcestershire. So there's quite a bit of movement between the two counties, one way and another. Steered down to third man, this one from Waite by Don Bess for another single. And Ed Barnard, of course, has just left Worcestershire and gone to play for Warwickshire. Has just signed a new contract. He's in his second year at Edgbaston, but he still lives in Worcester. So we still see a fair bit of him down at the ground and so on. So it's not far, is it?
It is a fabulous ground. I'm going back to when I played, and it's you can walk from the city. You just walk down there, and
absolutely
the river's a problem, as you say.
Yeah.
It is a problem. Divert it.
Yeah. Waite bowls this one a little bit wider outside the off stump and left alone by Wharton. The end of the over, 120 for 2. Bess is 44, Wharton is 17, and Yorkshire lead by 414 runs. Yeah, it is. It's a magnificent ground, and we all love it dearly. But I think the point that Ashley has made, and it's a hard-headed view as the chief exec, is that is there any point in investing in the ground and improving the ground? That Basil D'Oliveira stand at the Diglis end is in need of some improvement. Is there any point in doing that when you keep going to be underwater for... I mean, it was weeks and weeks and weeks last winter that it was underwater. It wasn't just a few days.
Finch again, pushed into the leg side. I tell you what, batting is comfortable here.
Yeah.
The sun's out. It's a chilly sort of day, and we were expecting that. And mention the guys downstairs, your vice presidents and so on, the dignitaries, they're saying it's going to rain. It doesn't look like it's going to rain at all. There's a bit of fluffy cloud around. It's blue sky. It is chillier than it has been the last couple of days, but Yorkshire will have a plan. They will definitely have a game plan of how to win this game. Finch again. As Wharton pushes into the offside, they'll look for 2 and just settle for 1. And it's another feature. I've mentioned that I've been at Emirates Old Trafford for 2 days, and you come to Headingley and you see a boundary rope. Back in the day, there was no boundary rope. You would play the whole area. And on the Western Terrace stand, that boundary rope's in probably 25 yards.
This is a very quick scoring ground under these conditions.
Always has been.
Yeah.
And especially this time of year now, when the ground is dry. It's been so dry. There's the grass hasn't really started to grow yet, but I'm looking at the square. It's an absolute picture when you see all the pitches that are made. You get 1 or 2 practice pitches at the end, but there's a lot of grass out there, as there was at Emirates Old Trafford, for the groundsman to work on. And the coaches will be having a chat with the groundsman. Can you give us a little bit of grass? And I've no problem with that, but I do like it to start dry. I think it's important if a pitch starts dry. Wharton very upright. Flashing blade into the offside. Real wristy shot brings a single. There is a fielder on the practice pitches at deep backward point. And of course, with a boundary rope in those 25 yards or so, there is a net facility which is outside of the boundary, which they don't need to move. They can leave it there for practice and preparation in that morning session. What's the other stand? I don't know what the other stand is called. That's a Western Terrace. So the one opposite.
I'm not sure I know.
Where the hospitality area is, there's quite a number of people sat in there. I'm not sure they're in the sunlight though. Finch again. Medium pace, upright, close to the bowler. Outside edge. There is no slip. Genuine edge. Would have gone straight to slip. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, you got to feel for the bowler. He walks away shaking his head, and he's trying to hit the top of off stump, and he's got the ball in the right place. He's got the edge, and as you say, Bumble, it would have been caught at first slip or dropped, and it's gone to third man, and it's brought Dunbess's 50.
So my observation is that Yorkshire is so far ahead, and they're just going to until they're comfortable, and we declare. You might as well attack.
Yeah.
You may as well get some slips in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Finch again. Just back with a square. They should get 2 here. As that scout, that patrolling fielder at backward point at the end of the over. Productive over, 130 for 2 Yorkshire.
Yeah, so if I may, just to put the lid on that discussion about the ground, because people are always asking, Worcestershire at the moment looking at the possibility of finding a site for a second ground, which might be their number 1 ground, but the idea of getting rid of New Road altogether is not at the forefront of their mind. They're thinking of keeping New Road and certainly still playing some cricket there, but having somewhere else that they could play major games at if necessary. As Waite bowls and Walton on the back foot plays into the covers. 130 for 2, then 1 man out this morning. Adam Lyth caught and bowled by Ben Allison for 35. I think it took everybody by surprise, including the bowler, when he just chipped a full-length delivery straight back, and Ben Allison just stuck out his right hand and plucked it out of the air. Muted celebrations, given the game situation. There's Matthew Waite, number 6 on his back, right arm over the wicket, in, bowls a little bit short of a length and wide, and Wharton cracks it away. And even though there are 2 men on the offside boundary, either side of square, that one bisected them perfectly, timed it beautifully. It was a poor delivery, and it got what it deserved, but he executed the shot very, very nicely indeed. 44 in the first innings, 23 here. He's a good player, James Wharton. Times the ball very nicely, I think.
Powerful, isn't he?
He's one to watch, that is for sure. Got a double 100, didn't he, last year? In 1 game, so that's a good effort for a young man as well. Waite in, bowls, and on the back foot pushes this out on the offside. This time no run in. He also got 100 here in the T20 Blast 2 years ago against Worcestershire, and he came in and had a bit of luck early on, was dropped a couple of times, and then absolutely had the night of his life really, and made 100 off very few, off the top of my head about 60 deliveries. I think it was a sensational knock for a young man. Really very impressive. Waite in, bowls, and he's swinging round and pulling this one down to long leg, and he only get a single because fielded down there by Adam Finch. Oh, they got 2, I beg your pardon. Thank you, David. Got good running. Finch got there quickly, picked it up, but then he sort of tumbled over, didn't he, as he fielded it, and in the time it took him to regain his feet, Walton, young and quick, sprightly between the wickets, was back. 136 for 2 then. Walton goes to 25. And Waite bowls a bouncer at him, which he just ducks underneath. Bit of frustration there, I think, from Matthew Waite. It's been you talked about the pitch, Bumble, and you said about batting looking easy. That's how it looked for a lot of that Yorkshire first innings, actually, particularly when Darren Milan was in. And there was a period in the middle of the innings where Worcestershire really weren't asking enough questions. And then in the Worcestershire first innings, it looked reasonably comfortable to bat on early on. Waite bowls another bouncer, and Wharton ducks underneath it, and umpire Mark Newell says that's a wide, so he'll have to bowl another one before he completes the over. But after that opening period, when Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby played well for Worcestershire, the Yorkshire quartet of seam bowlers, none of them of massive pace, but Ben Coe, Jack White, Jordan Thompson and George Hill, just bowled with really good nagging accuracy as a unit. Waite is in and bowls, and Wharton pushes out on the offside. End of the over, 137 for 2, and they backed each other up really well and kept the batsmen under pressure. And even though it wasn't doing a great deal, they really didn't give Worcestershire anything, and induced a few mistakes, and then before you know it, little mini collapses in progress, and the whole game turned really in the middle of that Worcestershire first innings. So it was a good effort by the Yorkshire seamers, but I would say generally speaking this has been a good pitch with a decent amount of pace and batsmen confident to get on the front foot and play through the line.
It just looks from a distance, it looks a super pitch, and we've seen this morning that you get your boundaries. It's always a quick scoring ground, is this, and you will get discipline from Yorkshire's bowlers. It's a trait.
Exactly.
They always have good discipline.
Well, they certainly had it yesterday.
Finch in again. You know, I mentioned I was impressed with them last year, and Otis Gibson was the coach last year, and a really good man. Did a good job, and sometimes he's tough love, which I don't mind that, but they've recruited well with Anthony McGrath as well from Essex, and then they look at overseas players, so they've got a little bit more firepower from the quicker bowlers that they've looked to sign. I think they'll be a force.
Yeah, I do as well.
It's Finch again. Football stand end. Best drives, well fielded, extra cover, that saved a boundary. They get a single, and going back to New Road, I just think back to the raucous times, the rock and roll years.
Yeah.
Duncan Fernley was the chairman, and never a dull moment. Ian Botham was there. They had everybody there.
Yeah, I was doing commentary on those years for that 88, 89, 90, 91. Great times. I don't think anybody realises at a county like Worcestershire quite how good it is when that happens until later, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. It was a wonderful place to play. Great memories as Finch comes in again.
It was fabulous. I mean, that side that won the championship in '88, when Hick got 1,000 in May, and you had Neil Radford and Graham Dilley and Tim Curtis, Graham Hick, Damien D'Oliveira. It was a.
Well, I go back further than that, with
Basil
Basil D'Oliveira, Norman Gifford,
absolutely,
Van Holder,
Fanny,
John Inchmore,
I know all of those guys. Well, they've won the championship '64 as well, didn't they?
Yeah,
first time.
Good side.
Happy days.
Pushed into the offside. Don Bess, he'll be enjoying this. Bess, it's always good if you get an opportunity as night watchman. And if you do need a night watchman, it's best to stick your hand up and say, I'll do it. I'll get in there and I'll have a go.
We were talking about this yesterday, Bumble, because I said that in that, talking about that side in the 80s, Richard Illingworth always said, I'll go in as night watchman.
He was umpiring yesterday at Old Trafford.
Yeah. International Umpire of the Year for 3 years running. I think it's fantastic. But he always said, it's the only way I can get up the order. And he did. He got 100 once as a night watchman.
Finch. Just short and wide, down to third man for a single. I mentioned that it was the rock and roll years. I always remember umpiring there, and Botham was in his pomp, in his element. And, you know, they have a drink at the end of play. All Saturday. It was a sunny, beautiful day. He ordered a bottle of pink champagne. I thought, what's going on here? Pink champagne.
Yeah.
And you get anybody turning up at the ground. Elton John, Eric Clapton.
Eric Clapton came on there. Yeah, that's right.
Finch, wide of off stump, through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, Yorkshire. It's very, very comfortable. They're 140 for 2.
Yes, they were great. They were great times. and as I say, for a small county like Worcestershire, I suppose, and I use that term loosely, but to have that period of time, 88, 89, back-to-back championships, Sunday League as well in 88, and a couple of other cup wins in that period. You maybe, I don't think the supporters and the fans actually quite realise what they're witnessing, and it might be a long time before it comes again, you know.
There was a couple of pubs in one that I think we used to either stay at, but no, we didn't. We stayed at the Star, which has changed its name by the railway station.
There's Matthew Waite, it's become the White House now. Waite bowls, and that's steered rather than edged by Bess down to third man. Comes back for 2, good running. Combination of 2 fielders down there. saving the boundary, but 2 more runs added, 144 for 2. The cricketers probably
the
one you used
cricketers
to
was
go
one,
to
and
after.
one just higher up than it. The
Right.
cricketers and
the
the
Shakespeare.
the Shake,
Yeah,
the Shake. That was it.
Yeah.
The landlord from the Shake, he was like a life member.
That's
He
right.
always seemed to be at the
Yeah,
cricket.
and Duncan was usually to be found.
Duncan will be camped
Yeah.
up in the Shake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful times. There's Waite in bowl, short to Bess, who swivels round, nicely executed pull shot, rolled his wrists on top of it, kept it down very nicely, and picks up another single. And some of those names still around. I mean, Van Burn still lives in Worcester in the same house that he always did. He's struggling a little bit these days, but you still see Alan Ormerod at the ground, and
I see Alan a bit
around, yeah, and Norman still around. Wasn't well for a bit of last year, but I think he's a bit better now, so it's good to see them. John Elliott's often down at the ground. You'll know John as well, I'm sure. As Waite bowls, and that one is heaved away on the leg side by Wharton, who is caught by Ethan Brooks. A brilliant catch by Brooks, running around to his left. He's hurt himself in taking the catch. It might have cleared the rope. He's taken off, diving up to his left, goalkeeper style, two-handed, and a really, really excellent catch by Ethan Brooks. Brings an unlikely wicket, and Wharton is out. Matthew Waite picks up a wicket. Second man out today, 143 for 3.
Well, this is a super catch. As soon as he hit it, he rocked back and drilled it into deep mid-wicket. Looked as if it was 6 all the way. It was a running, diving catch. Gets 2 hands to it. Held on, and he stood there motionless as if to say, has he caught that? And yes, he has. And so it's an unlikely wicket, and it's a short ball. It's not a bouncer, it's banged in, but it doesn't get up too much. As he pulled into the leg side. It's a stunning catch, is that? It's a super catch.
77 they added for that third wicket in pretty rapid time. And you get rid of the promising James Wharton. Out comes Dawid Malan, who played beautifully in the first innings and is capable, as we all know from his white ball exploits, of scoring very, very quickly. Yorkshire's lead is already 437, and JD's back. What do you reckon, JD? 500?
You would have thought so, yeah. If this fella gets going, it could be fairly swift as well. Going to make the change in the box, might as well, while the wicket's been taken. Frank just going to take a breather. Bumble back alongside Dawid Malan. Well, 98 first time around. Had a chat with him the other day after that knock, and obviously, as you are, frustrated not to have made the extra 2 to get his ton. It would have been a 31st in first class cricket. He's got plenty against his name, and we know class act. Last week at Hampshire, he was the only player on either side who looked like he got to grips with the pace of the pitch properly, and you'd probably include Adam Lyth in that for long enough in that ton. He did eventually get there, but as he admitted, it was hard work. But look at that, Matthew Waite over pitches, and Dawid Malan, thank you very much, with a lovely off drive to get his innings underway. 147 for 3, but yeah, playing with fluency last week, Bumble. He did it again in the first innings here. He just said to me when he got out, he said, we kind of lost our way for about 10 or 12 overs before I was out, which they did. And I think partly second ball with the second new ball, he just had a little flash at one because he was getting a bit frustrated.
Well, that's a lovely shot, and he's just eased it through extra cover. He didn't clatter it, he just leant on it.
All the cordons disappeared, as you might expect, as Malan blocks this latest Waite delivery. So how are you? We've not seen each other for ages, have we?
What, about 2 weeks? Well, you've been up to Catterick, I know that. You went up racing to Catterick,
Yeah.
and I've been down at Emirates Old Trafford for a little bit. And you know, the sun is still shining. Everybody is saying, oh, we need some rain. Well, we don't need rain today or tomorrow.
I can wait till Tuesday, as Waits in again, bangs this one in short. Milan pulls, not quite going to make it past Kashif Ali, I think it is, out there on the boundary. They're going to get one, so Milan on to 5. Best 57, 148 for 3. A lead of 442. I think less said about Catterick and my activities aligned to the bookmakers, the better this week. But he's been a good trot before that. It was a good Cheltenham, not a bad entry.
Just looking at this here, I suppose they'll have a target of 500. I'm interested in Milan, that, you know, such a quality player. There must have been a conversation between Anthony McGrath coming in as coach and Milan about playing red ball cricket, because you might have thought, well, he's only going to play white ball cricket, but I think it's a bonus if he's available to play red ball cricket.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear and very fair to say that he's been reluctant to do so in recent seasons, and obviously taking the franchise route. Adam Finch at the Howard stand end bowling to him here. Pings one in short and wide down the leg side, but just a classy player in all 3 formats, and if you can get him to play red ball as they are doing, we don't quite know how many he's going to play. I was hearing stories that it was going to be 6 out of the first 7 and then 5 out of the first 7, and then I think he said, I didn't do the pre-season media day, but he told my colleague Jamie Rayner from BBC Radio Leeds that let's get through the first 2 or 3 and then we'll see where we're at, was a sort of comment he made at that stage. Took him one neatly away off his legs here. The field is set back a long way to the leg side. They pick up 1.
The only thing I'd say to that is, if you're a cricketer and you're a batter, I think I quite like to bat. When you get older, fielding becomes a bit of a chore, but if you've done it right, you get yourself in at slip. But he would be an asset, and particularly if you've got ambition as well, that we're in Division 1 and we can be up there. You know, to win the county championship is very special.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, he's very much his own man as in comes Finch, and Best turns that one to the leg side. There's no, he wouldn't be the only quality Yorkshire batter who's been his own man, would he? In the history of this club.
Well, I just heard that Jeffrey might be here today, if that's what you're thinking about. But the other thing, I mean, you and I have chatted about this. There's with the sale of the 100, there are millions. What is it, 900 million that's come into the game? £20 million for the winner of the county championship. That'd get blokes playing.
It certainly would. Yeah, you whack up the prize money. Here comes Finch again then. Short now, and Bess has got underneath this one. He's going to drop lucky because he's played the 9-iron and it landed just short of the green and rolled on. 1 run, 150 for 3. Speaking of which, Rory McIlroy's in pole position, as it were, isn't he, going into the final round?
Oh, I hope he is. Getting back to Catterick and Aintree and so on. I mean, it's not hard to back Rory McIlroy at the Masters, but he had 2 double bogeys and still in a great position. I watched it yesterday. It looks a fantastic golf course, is that? I play golf, I'm no good. I used to be, but I'm going the wrong way now. I used to be 7, which is all right, but I've ventured up to 12 and I'm frustrated.
Here's Finch to Milan, runs it down to Gully, no run. Does it go that way?
It goes everywhere. I can slice it and I can draw it, but I really don't know when it's happening, which is a problem. And like every other, it's my clubs. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to change my clubs.
Well, that's it. It's never you, is it? It's
No,
never
it's
never us.
Isn't it?
No.
Still swinging like I always did. My putting shocking.
But it's not going straight down the middle.
No. Who was that? Bing Crosby?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was Bing Crosby. We're on a 78 as well.
Here's Finch to Milan. Short ball, helped around the corner. Fielded by Duffy beneath us. Another 1 to the total. 151 for 3. Milan 7 of them. 58 to Bess. The lead now 445 come the end of that 36th over of Yorkshire's second innings.
You know, you all see it differently. I know we're in a position where we're commentating on the game and doing our comments. And Worcestershire, the captaincy, they've obviously gone really defensive and pushing the field right back. You know, just attack. Yorkshire are going to declare at some stage he might be 500. So when they're 440 on, attack. So there are 2 nicks have gone this morning, haven't they? There's 2 nicks have gone to first slip. There hasn't been any slip. Best there spoons one up to square leg. There isn't one because they're on the boundary edge. You might as well attack and try and pick a couple of wickets up because they will score runs.
Yeah, nothing really doing in that respect. It might change, but there's no cordon in place here for Duffy. He would be the quickest bowler in the match. First ball, typical Milan. Outshot down to third man for 1. Johnny Rick says, listening in the garden in Surrey, and there are sprinkles of rain here, but nothing that would stop play. Nervously watching the Leeds weather radar. Well, you're okay for the minute. Not a problem. Coop says, can you ask Bumble if he was at York City yesterday for the 9-goal thriller?
I was at Emirates Old Trafford for not so much of a thriller.
There's Duffy making his way in. Kirkstall Lane end, 152 for 3. Ooh, Bess plays that one late and it drops by his feet. He's okay, he's got away with it.
Who was the lad for York City? Who is it?
Coops.
Coops, well, I can tell him, and you and I know this, that when we go, which we do, we go to most matches at York City down at the community stadium. Then we go home and then listen to it again.
No.
We do. Yeah, we will listen to it once, twice. We've been to the game, we've been there. And then we come home and listen to David Ward and Ian Dunn.
There's Duffy. Nicely timed by Don Best. Straight out the middle of the bat, just lent on that. Beautiful shot through extra cover for 4.
Well, the crowd have been entertained this morning by stroke play, and there's another. And all he's done there is lent on it, the timing. It's always been, especially when it's dry like this, you can't stop a batter scoring. Headingley's a quick scoring ground.
Jim Green's asking me what my thoughts are on overseas players signed this season. Not seen a lot of them myself and would appreciate insights you and fellow commentators may have. I wouldn't have thought. I think Bumble has probably got more chance of having seen a bit of the likes of Will Sutherland and Ben Sears, Jordan Buckingham than I have. Seen a bit of Will O'Rourke, of course, who's coming over for the T20s and looks a very useful player on the way up, as Bess, I think, has just been wrapped on the knuckles. Yeah, he's feeling that one. It's gone down towards fine leg for 1, but he's wringing the hand.
Well, I've seen glimpses of them, but I'll come back to the coach. You know, the coach has obviously had a bit of a free rein and would understand what you need to win the county championship. And they've got the tools with the seamers. Now you want a bit of extra pace, and that's what he's gone for.
Milan waits. This one is a little further up the pitch, and he's had a swish at that, similar to his dismissal in the first innings, but nobody there to catch it this time and didn't get the nick. Felt like a bit of a lazy shot on that occasion.
I would be optimistic as a Yorkshire supporter. I think they will challenge. And it's all about, you know, your captaincy comes in about seizing the moment. You know, you've got to pounce on the moment and you've got to win matches.
This time Milan has lofted Duffy away over mid-wicket, 6 from the moment it left the bat. Somewhere up the back of that terrace on the eastern side of the ground, but right in the slot and bang.
He's hit that into the hospitality, hasn't he?
Somewhere up there.
There's a terrace, and then the hospitality boxes. Has it come back? I don't think it's come back yet.
I always lose them. And yesterday I had Adam Lyth hitting one over the top of the roof and actually ended up somewhere at the back of the bottom tier. So,
well, they haven't got the ball because there's another umpire, is there? Or is that the main umpire? They've got a box of balls. They've got to find it. He's hit it somewhere. He's hit it into the hospitality.
right at this moment in time, the Worcestershire bowlers will be hoping that that's like the James Bond briefcase. You know, it's got a few coins, a bit of cyanide in there, maybe a little flick knife or something like that, because they're not finding the tools to get too many wickets this morning.
But they've got rid of that ball. If they didn't like the ball, that's gone. It's not come back. And you could see the spectators were looking backwards under some trees behind there. It was a powerful shot, a big shot, and that's a short boundary as well, that he's absolutely clattered it for 6, 163 for 3.
So Taylor on then at the Howard stand end, and he's been driven through extra cover, and Bess enjoying himself out there, isn't he, Dom, this morning? He's on to 67 with that, along the carpet all the way. Loosener for Taylor. And he might just be thinking about 3 figures if he's got time. We're not sure of what's been said downstairs in terms of pulling out and having a go here. Will they have a little dart before lunch, or will it be one of those days where they're going on for a while after it? 461 the lead at 167 for 3. Taylor in. Oh, now then, not sure if there was any bat involved. We'll find out in a moment from Steve O'Shaughnessy. There was, but felt like a bit of thigh pad as well. Single down to third man.
Well, I mean, 500 would be one target. You know, we saw that game last week, the fantastic innings of a 371 by Tom Banton. But they didn't win the game.
No, and that's got to be at least in Johnny Bairstow's mind here, that they did bat a long time to save that match. Especially when you've got 462 in front as well. Sure, there'll be a little bit of a consideration and respect in that sense. As in he comes again here, Taylor, and worked a leg by Milan. Single. You'd have played with Steve O'Shaughnessy?
I did. When he was at Lancs, he was quite a character, was Steve, and then he went to Worcester, of course.
Yep.
Played at Worcestershire. He was an all-rounder. He bowled swingers. Right arm swingers, and he batted nicely.
He's standing at the Howard stand end at the minute. And about to come past him is Tom Taylor over the wicket, right arm. Ooh, Bess inside edge down towards fine leg. There is a man there, so going to be kept to 1.
He played, Shaughnessy played in an extraordinary game, which I played in. And the opposition was Warwickshire. It's a 3-day game. 2 Warwickshire batters got double hundreds. And Lancashire won by 10 wickets. Warwickshire played 12 players. It's an extraordinary game. It was at Southport.
I'm scratching my head here. Here's Taylor bowling to Milan. Opens the face. Pings it square on the offside for 1.
So Jeff Umpage and Alvin Kalicharan got double hundreds. Gladstone Small was in the team and was called up by England as a replacement player because they had a scare wherever the test match was. And so the rules at that time were you could play another, David Brown, who took a wicket, until Gladstone Small came back and took over from David Brown. As I mentioned, these got 2 double hundreds. My opening partner got 100 in each innings.
Best works 1 square on the leg side.
With a runner.
What a match.
And we, Lancashire, won the game by 10 wickets. So you mentioned...
So what were the score? 2
O'Shaughnessy.
Yep.
I mentioned O'Shaughnessy. It's a beautiful day when we were behind on first innings as you'd expect it to be. Beautiful day at Southport. And a lad called Les McFarlane, who Lancashire had signed from Northamptonshire, swung it round corners and took 7 for. Shaughnessy got 3. And suddenly we needed about 220, 230 to win. And Fowler and I knocked them off.
Foxy.
That was it. So 523
Well
for
done.
4. 523 for 4 declared, Warwickshire. Lancashire 414 for 6 declared. Warwickshire 111 all out. Lancashire 226 for none. Thanks for coming.
Duffy to Bess, who's going to drop one into no man's land to the leg side and get through for a single. Good game of cricket. Bit of something for everybody there. Runs. Alvin Calicharan, that must have been, if he gets 200, that'll be entertaining.
Well, Jeff Humpage as
Yeah.
well. He was a quite a forceful player and wicket-keeper batsman.
Duffy's just sending the field into another postcode at the moment, out on the offside, and coming round the wicket to Milan, and then throws him a very wide one. Steve O'Shaughnessy did wide Jacob Duffy at least twice, I can recall, in the Yorkshire first innings, but Mark Newell not for doing the same, and not so much difference between one and the other. We've got the Prez, Madam President, in the back of the box as well, Jane Powell. Morning, ma'am. She's come up to make sure we're minding our P's and Q's.
Well, I hope we're not.
173 for 3, make it 174, because Milan's just taken a full delivery and stroked it away.
Do you know, I looked at the field then, I thought all the fielders had gone. They're all on the boundary. I think it's only your bad opinions. You've got to try and get wickets. Yorkshire are just going to get a shed full of runs anyway, so you might as well try and get a wicket.
If you're hanging around, we'll get you on in about 1/2 for a few minutes, if you like. I mean, you know. I know your lunch will be calling, and the sumptuous lunches for the president here. Short ball. Ooh, that's clattered Don Bess on the helmet, and I think he's feeling that as well. Side of the helmet. He's down on his haunches. We're going to have a little break in play.
That's finished up down at deep backward point as the ball, so there will be a break here because he has to have a concussion test and change his helmet. He has, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's not slow, Jacob Duffy, is he? He's getting a bit of out of the surface, getting a bit of kick. He's definitely the quickest on offer here. I'm not sure what he's clocking on the speed gun, but if that's going to hit you on the side of the head, then yeah, you would be concerned.
But
So
it's one
hopefully he'll
thing
be okay.
in our county cricket now. That's one thing missing because we got used to a speed gun, haven't we? We want to know how quick is he.
Yeah, he's certainly got to be probably comfortably over 80 there, hasn't he?
I think he'd be about 83.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always used to like a speed gun. There were years ago they used to have it on the side, didn't they? Round the advertising boards, it used to flash up as to how quick the ball. I think that's a good interest for spectators. How quick is he? It's certainly good for coaches, managers, and commentators to see, you know, what sort of pace. Because pace, as we've just seen, disturbs. A pace will disturb batters, especially if they're accurate.
Keaton Jennings, by the way, is 78 not out over at your place, as it were. Luke Wells 12. They're, what are they? They're 185 for 5. Could have a job on there, couldn't they? Well, from what you were saying about the pitch, it still feels like it's got draw written all over it. Well into day 3.
Yeah, well, if you've got a spinner and they've got a leg spinner who's on loan for 2 matches, Harrison from Nottinghamshire, the leg spinner is always tailor-made for Old Trafford.
I'm saying draw written all over it. Yeah, there's plenty of time left, isn't there, with, what, 314 behind, so they've got a bit of a job on to avoid the follow-on. If they do that, it feels like it's going to go that way. Good opportunity. Well, hopefully Don Bess is okay, by the way. He's been checked over down on the pitch. Let's just have a quick flick around the scores. Durham are 74 in front of Warwickshire at 12 without loss in their second innings. So that's a pretty even contest as we get going into the final couple of days. Sussex 391 ahead with 7 second innings wickets standing there, 298 for 3 against Somerset, and as I mentioned earlier, that would be a pretty sizable scalp for them if they can see that one through to a win. Nottinghamshire, they made 347. Essex are ahead there, but only just 365 for 9. So again, that's boiling up into a decent contest. Surrey against Hampshire. Surrey 184 for 2, the champions in their second innings. They're 218 ahead with those 8 second innings wickets in hand. And then in Division 2, apart from that Lancashire score, Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan 205 for 5, they're 341 behind, so you have to be careful there. They're in a game. Leicestershire lead by 112 with all 10 second innings wickets standing there, 21 without loss in their match at Grace Road against Derbyshire. And at Canterbury, Middlesex are 275 for 9 in their second innings. That's a lead of 279 with just that 1 wicket remaining. And again, that's boiling up into a good game of cricket. So there's some good stuff going on. There could be some interesting finishes in the next 24 hours and more. Don Bess, I'm pleased to say, has been past fit to continue here. And he's 71 not out. Yorkshire leading this by 468. And unsurprisingly, another short ball from Duffy, but he played it well, got over the top of it, runs it down to third man for 1. How is that? Probably that element of nerves, I guess, once you've taken a blow on the head. I know helmets these days and all that, there is some protection. Back in the old days, wasn't much of that about, was it?
No, I mean, give him another. He tried a short ball, he just didn't get it short enough.
Here he comes again, throwing this one up. And Milan happy to get over the top of that and drive it to Kashif Ali for a single. He's on 18, 176 for 3. I think they've put it on the board. Yeah, they have. 470 the lead. It's looking unlikely at this moment in time that they're going to be having a dart before lunch.
Well, they'd have a target which should be 500 plus, or how many sessions and how many new balls can they get. I don't like worrying about the weather. If the weather comes, it comes. You just want deterioration in the pitch. I think they've got, the way that Yorkshire is set up as their attack, they've got a good balanced attack. They've got the off spinner, which will be useful when you've got plenty of runs to play with. And they've also got Moriarty, haven't they? And is it Chohan, the leg spinner? So they've got plenty of spin options throughout the season.
Yeah, well, lovely shot by Milan. Taylor bowling from the Howard stand end, single out to deep extra cover. Yeah, they have got those options.
I think there'll be a real force, Yorkshire. It's all about, you've got to win. You've got to win matches, county championship. So captaincy is so important about hitting the moment. Don't miss the moment to win a match. You've got to pounce. If you're drawing, you've no chance. You've got to win matches.
As you know, it's a relative rarity to get more than one spinner in your side on this particular ground. Taylor in and Bess solidly behind it. We did have a couple of occasions, I think, last season where both Bess and Moriarty played.
Well, I think if you've got a leg spinner in your ranks as the season progresses and wickets get drier and devoid of grass, your leg spinner is so important, home and away. As long as you've got a good batting line, you get plenty of runs. You get plenty of runs on the board. Your leg spinner, worth the weight in gold.
177 for 3. Taylor to Bess, who's running one down to third man for a single. And I think there'll be a lot of people kind of excited about seeing that. You're taking a chance in a sense. He's not played loads of red ball cricket, certainly at these sort of levels. So at some point, if you're going to do that, if you're going to throw Jaffa Chohan in, there's that element of risk. As somebody who's played and coached, at the highest level. I mean, what,
You'd only play him if you think he's good enough. I mean, you're not going to just chuck him in, and that's not fair to him. If he's good enough, and you've got it, the other thing is that you're looking to balance your side and get plenty of batting. But plenty of batters. A wicket-keeper batsman is perfect.
Short ball, Milan just helps it nicely on its way around the corner to Duffy for one.
He'll be shrewd enough, McGrath. And Bairstow's been round the blocks as well. What do we need to win the county championship? What do we need to get at Surrey? Everybody needs to get at Surrey. Well, that's you need a good squad of players who you can mix and match.
Let's talk, Joanne. Let's talk leg spin, not just necessarily about him, but he's been used to playing white ball cricket. He'll undoubtedly be playing that again in the first team this season. Taylor coming in to bowl to Bess, who gets over the top of that and runs it out to point, no run. But what is he going to need? What adjustments is he going to need to make from playing white ball cricket to red ball cricket, bowling what he bowls?
But he's only a young lad, isn't he? So he's learning his profession. So he's learning on the hoof, and he won't really know. He's taught to Warren, Shane Warren, and say you don't really know about leg spin till you're 28, and so. He'll only play if the coaches think you're good enough. And
lovely drive from Bess here. There is a man out sweeping in front of the nets on the west side of the ground, so he's going to get just the one again.
So going back to Shane Warren and the flamboyance of Warren, you talk cricket to him and leg spin, you always start a little bit defensive. It's a bit defensive, let me get into it, and then, right, let's get to work and put a... And you'd always have, when McGill came into Australia's team, and Mark Taylor was captain, he would always leave him a saver at backward point. So, if it's a leg spinner that doesn't just happen, you only get one, you don't get four. And so captaincy comes in again, how to handle a leg spinner. And to not be impatient, to enjoy a challenge, because they'll come after you. Now, if he's got a googly... Some batters are thick, aren't they? They can't see a googly.
Is that what you call it? Thick? Okay.
Well, I was thinking it's probably a bit harsh on a Sunday morning.
Best pushes one out to the cover sweeper. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Some people basically just can't read it. Yeah. There's a few of us around probably. So 180 for 3. 474 in front.
It's just an excitement, and if you're McGrath or Otis Gibson last year and so on, you've got plenty of spin options.
Duffy round the wicket. Milan didn't make a great contact on that. He's going to get one up towards the incoming long off.
So what do you know about the contracted players? Joe Root and Harry Brook, are they going to feature at all in red ball cricket?
Nobody's letting on at the moment. I don't know if that's a question for Anthony McGrath again at the end of this match, I think, but he just told us at the end of last week's match that they wouldn't be featuring this week. I think there's still hope. Now then, short ball and attempted, well, it was a waft, wasn't it, really? It was almost a tennis serve by Bess, and it's been given as a wide by Mark Newell. I think there were definite optimism that Joe Root would play at least a couple. Harry, I don't know, I'm not sure on that front. I mean, Harry loves to play here, but it depends what the nation's saying, and he's obviously just got the white ball captaincy, hasn't he, as well, which, yeah, you might, there are different forms of opinion on that front, as Best plays a nice cut shot through third man for 4, but you know what I'm saying, so there'll be a school of thought that says, well, yeah, he wants to get all sorted and ready for that role, and therefore he's having a few weeks off, and there's plenty of people, as you imagine, who are saying, well, what's he doing? Why is he not out there in the middle? Why is he not playing?
I'm in that camp. Batter's bat.
I know.
Batter's bat. I have no problem with bowlers having you get your feet up and get ready for the next game and look after your body a bit, but batter's bat, get into the rhythm of batting, the mental state of batting.
Well, there's time. There's time, definitely. It's only game number 2. Best back foot takes it under his chin and drops it into the offside and comes through for 1.
I'll have a word with Jeffrey and see what he thinks.
Ah, you do that.
Yeah. Do you think it's better to have a game of golf, Jeffrey, before a test match? Do you want to have a net? They said he's here today. I popped downstairs. They said he might be coming today.
Might bring us a bit of chocolate cake up to the
Well,
box.
he's a long. He's got to come over the dark side, hasn't he? He's got to come over the M62.
Here's Duffy. Oh, Milan with a swish across the line. Inside edge onto his pad, I think. Runs through to Roderick. We'll make a change after this delivery. We'll just bring Jane in for a quick catch-up. We've not had a chat with you yet this season. And then we'll bring Frank back in for the back end. So we're going to sub you in a sec, Bumble.
Story of my life, though.
You can go get stuck into lunch early. Can you remember what you ordered for your lunch today? Quiche. All right, there you go. Duffy, full, wide of off stump. Milan opens the face, runs it down to third man for a single. So thanks, Bumble, for now. He'll be back with us after the lunch break. We better just do our bows and curtsies for a moment to our president, Dr. Jane Powell. Morning.
Good afternoon.
It's afternoon,
I think.
isn't it?
Yeah, 12:32.
Well done.
It's lovely in the sunshine out there, but it's a bit chilly. That's why I thought I'd pop up and say hello, really.
All right. It's good to know where we stand.
Interestingly, I was with Mike Gatting yesterday. We were opening
You're a name dropper, aren't you?
Well, we were opening a pavilion at Higham Cricket Club just near Barnsley, and he was talking about Shane Warne. That's why I'm mentioning Mike Gatting, because of the leg spin and the ball of the century, and he still says that gives him a few nightmares, you know. He said he was a decent bowler, though.
That's something that you can really hang your hat on, though, isn't it? You were the man
I
who
was
was
the
beaten
man by the ball of the century. Yeah.
Build an after-dinner speech around that, make a few quid, surely, as there's a short ball here, which is pulled by Milan. I think a couple of the fielders didn't quite know where that had gone, but I can tell them it's ended up by the practice nets for 4 through mid-wicket, where there wasn't a fielder.
Well, Milan does make it look easy at times, doesn't he? When he strides out there and first ball creams it through the covers for, extra cover, wasn't it, for 4 runs, and it's just like, wow, that's just class.
Yeah, look, having never played at this level, it's a pleasure to watch, everybody in that sense, but there are some players who it's a great pleasure to watch, and you just feel like you're being treated when you come to work. And when you watch Adam Lyth at the top of the order, when they're appearing, the likes of Joe and Harry, and then David Milan, fantastic, as he's just flicked one off his legs for a single. So keep us up to date with what you've been doing then in recent times. What projects have you been on?
Yeah, I had a couple of tours over the winter with the disability squads. I'm no longer with ECB and disability, so I'm fully immersed in Yorkshire now. So I'm looking forward to the summer. Had a holiday with the twin sis in Perth. She's watching or listening in, should I say, watching the streaming.
Morning or evening, Jill. As Bess takes one hand off the bat in punching that one into the covers.
It's great to see Bess putting his head down and getting some runs, isn't it? And I often think when an all-rounder gets runs, then watch out for them when they come on to bowl, because he'll relax a bit more now and be able to just give it an extra bit of zip in that off spin. Just like, Tomo yesterday, what a day he had.
Great day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
70, 3 for. Quick around the field as well. As Bess, again, one hand off the bat. Bit of nip from this Tom Taylor delivery, and he misses out. Don Bess has previously had one first-class 100, and he'll be thinking that way now, won't he?
Yeah, he will. And they'll probably be challenging each other in the dressing room, him and Tomo, both regarded mainly as bowlers, I would suggest, but both can bat, and both have shown it in this game.
I tell you what, if he does get to that stage, fingers crossed and all, I don't want to put the curse on him. But there might be a little bit of commentary goes on the front end of our cricket show as he has a waft at this one wide of off stump and nearly gives it away. Because he's going to be a regular feature on the BBC Radio Leeds cricket show this year. He's already been on a couple of times.
Brilliant.
Since we've relaunched it. That is Thursday evenings, folks, 6 until 7 on BBC Radio Leeds. Jamie Rayner presenting, and Dom loves to get stuck in with a bit of media work. He's a thinking player and he likes to talk about the game, and he's interesting to listen.
Yeah.
So I think we might have updated some archives of late, and I'm sure he'd love to have a century announced at the start of that every week as he punches one through the covers for a single.
I guess you'll be in that dilemma of, if you've set a target, say you have set 500 as your target, he's not going to get to 100 if it's 500. So that's when, as a captain, you're like, well, am I going to deprive him of that 100? And that's where what comes first, and the team should always come first. But there's always that bit of you that thinks, oh, do I let him go for another over, or do we pull it now? So,
well, we were talking off air about Michael Atherton earlier on, and of course Worcestershire's Graham Hick.
Yes.
In that test match all those years ago, as I'm sure many will recall. That declaration, Duffy in, pulled by Bess. He's not sure he's going to get 4 there. It felt like it was up on the splice, and Kashif Ali's giving chase, and we'll keep them to 3. But Bess on to 84 now. Total 198 for 3. Yorkshire resumed this morning on 61 for 1. Lythe ended up making 35 before lobbing one back to Ben Allison, caught and bowled. And then James Wharton had a bit of fun, made 26, a 6 to get off the mark and 3 other 4s before he was well caught, very well caught by Ethan Brooks on the boundary edge off the bowling of Matthew Waite. Duffy round the wicket, wide of off stump, full. Just again, Milan just makes those adjustments, doesn't he? Well watched, and just stabbed it out wide really to the point sweeper for 1.
So you've been busy this winter, I've seen.
Very, yeah. Lots of stuff going on. Are you optimistic about chances in Division 1 this year?
If we play to anything like our potential, I think we've got the team that can really win games. And as Bumble and yourself were saying earlier, you've got to win matches. You can't just keep getting draws. I mean, it was great to see us get maximum batting points yesterday and bowling points, but you can't just do that in the first innings. You've got to then the second innings are always, you've got to be able to bowl a side out. And I think, Ben Coder to me is one of the most underrated bowlers from an England perspective. I don't think he's underrated by Yorkshire members, because we've all seen how he can pick up wickets time and time again. Tomo always changes the game. You've got young George Hill.
Yeah, David Milan trying to play a tee shot
off a wide ball.
The Masters, but misses out. Yeah, he set the ball on the wrong, I'd say his feet wrong there to play that one, I guess, if he was on the tee. Yeah. While we've got you, what about your thoughts on the England women's situation?
I think Lottie, I think we'll see some changes. I think for me, Lottie's the right person at the right time for the job, and she's shown that ability. She's learnt the hard yards with Mumbai Indians, with Sydney Sixers, with Vipers, with Brave. So she's been around a lot in women's cricket now, and so she'll not only know the England players, she'll know a lot of the opposition players. So she'll have some inside information. So and she'll be a hard task woman. She won't let them get away with it. I've heard the comments about England not being fit, and I think they're fair, and I think she'll be cracking the whip a little bit.
Just had a single for David Milan, who's called for another bat. He's at the non-striking end as Bess watches one go by. So do you think, was that just to, like, all coaches have their sort of shelf life? Don't you think that was that ready for John Lewis?
Potentially, yes. Potentially, I think there was a lot of comfort in that environment, and I think whilst you want people to feel confident, you don't want them to feel comfortable where they're not then working hard to put in the hard yards, you know. You don't want them on the golf course more than they're in the cricket pitches, etc. You know, that can work for your geniuses of the game, but for most people who've played the game, you've got to put in the hard yards.
Final ball of the over was a dot. Well, we'll thank you very much for coming in, Jane. If you are still around post 5 o'clock, you're welcome to come back, because we'll be just two-handed at that point. So come back and see us and do a bit with us if you like. So for now, Yorkshire President Jane Powell and Frank due back in the chair at 202 for 3. And Tom Taylor, 8 overs for 35. He's going to continue at the Howard Stand end.
In he comes now to bowl to Milan, who once again is making batting look pretty straightforward. Just clips this one away off his toes up to deep mid-wicket for a single. So the lead is 497. We thought it might be 500. They won't declare, I wouldn't have thought, while Dombes is in with a chance of a second first-class 100. Or maybe they'll say, well, you've got till lunch. That might work. He needs 15 more. 203 for 3. As Taylor is in to Bess, and Bess is driving, hedging down to third man, where Duffy fields. And they get another single. Listening to Bumble talking about, you know, you might as well attack and try and get wickets. I can see his point. At the same time, I can see the thinking of the Worcestershire side out there that, you know, we'll try and keep them out there and make them work for every run. Maybe having one slip in would have been beneficial this morning. There's a couple been edged through there, but it's a difficult conundrum, isn't it? 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, really, I think. As Taylor is in and bowls short to Milan, who swivels round. Beautifully played pull shot out to Libby on the boundary. Everybody is on the boundary for Worcestershire, apart from, well, no, everybody's on the boundary actually. They're coming in now, some of them, because Bess is on strike. He's on 86. I want to make him work a little bit. He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary, one at deepish mid on, and then 3 saving, 1 on the offside, sweeper, and a third man. Taylor bowls to him, and that's short, and well, that's 6 of the ones he needs to get to 100, because it was a proper long hop from Taylor, and Dombes just heaved it comfortably over that shortish boundary on the leg side. And he moves into the 90s, 92. So he's just 8 runs away from a second first-class 100, and justifying his decision to stick his hand up when they were looking for a night watchman and say, yeah, I'll do that. Came in, played well. He was 10 not out overnight, so he's cracked on this morning, but he's really made the most of the opportunity. Taylor's in and bowls, and he gets a single up to mid-on where Matthew Waite fields. Dombes 94 now. Sorry, 93. Scoreboard had already registered that single. 1 ball left in the over. Quarter of an hour left to lunch. Taylor about to complete his 9th over. He's conceded 45 so far. And it's been pretty untroubled for Yorkshire this morning. Taylor over the wicket to Milan, short, and pulls that down to Libby again at deep square leg. Gets a single, keeps the strike. Milan goes to 32. And the 2 men out today, Lyth for 35, Wharton for 26. But Yorkshire 213 for 3, leading now by 507. And as far as Worcestershire are concerned, it is basically Taunton revisited. They've got to bat and bat and bat and bat and bat to save the game. And can you do it twice? You've got to say it's unlikely, haven't you?
Dombes with his highest Yorkshire score. Made his highest first-class score back in March of 2018. on the previous 100. So, yeah, it'll be a big moment for him, whatever the circumstances, and he's still got to get him. Change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end. Ethan Brooks, who took a cracking catch earlier on to dismiss James Wharton away to our right. Western side boundary. He's going to bowl the first ball of the 45th over of this Yorkshire second innings. Right arm round the wicket to David Milan, who receives a nice juicy half volley that he strokes away to long off. Bess was quick off the mark and got him back for a 2. 72-run partnership for this 4th wicket so far, and the lead 509. Not easy, is it, when you're out there in the field looking at that on the scoreboard. And Brooks in again, and Milan hoists this one away over long on for 6 runs. Right there in the slot. We've seen him play that shot a fair bit more often in white ball cricket than we do in red. But he's shown that he's not averse to playing it in Championship cricket as well. 98 in the first innings, and he's breezed to 40 in the second. He's faced just 29 deliveries, 2 fours, and that was a second 6. And again, they're looking for another ball. Doesn't seem to matter at the moment in terms of whatever Worcestershire Worcestershire bowlers have in their hands as to where it's going. It's been going around the park so far this morning, and I reckon that's 160 added by Yorkshire in 25 overs or so. 25 overs and 2 balls this morning. So there's been entertainment in that respect. They have changed the ball, and it's going to be Brooks coming to try with this one. Throws this one wide of off stump, well wide of off stump. Milan watches it by. Worcestershire fielders, well, the only 2 men who were within about 50 yards of the bat of the bowler and keeper Gareth Roderick. Everybody else on the boundary edge, spread out in a circle, chaps, and another wide one thrown up by Brooks. And Milan does have a little swish at this one and misses. Don Bess 7 shy of that ton. He's having to watch on at the moment. 2 left in the over. 10 minutes or so before lunch. Full toss this time. Milan doesn't miss out. Strokes another one through the covers for a single, effective. Just moving everybody around a few yards. Short ball. Oof, dear me, he banged that one in near his own toes. Very slow bouncer. Best gets it away down to fine leg for 1. So 94 to him. 223 for 3, and a lead of 517. I suppose I better carry on, Frank.
Yes, I
just
think
for
you
the
should.
moment.
Yeah, definitely. It really is deja vu a little bit for Worcestershire after what happened at Taunton. Somerset only batted once. It wasn't a case of setting a target, but the fact is that Worcestershire have got to do what they did at Taunton, which is bat for an enormous length of time in their second innings. They've got to bat for 5 sessions, haven't they, if they're going to save this.
Jake Libby back on at the Howard stand end, bowling to Bess, who goes back foot and plays a cut shot really out towards extra cover. Will pick up 1.
Which is not impossible on this pitch, but given what we saw yesterday, you'd have to say only a raving optimist would say that he could, that they would save it, but you've got to believe, I suppose. Libby round the wicket, bowls, quicker ball, Milan off the back foot, plays out for a single. So Bess on strike on 96.
A bit of to you to me on commentary here.
Yeah.
Libby then to Bess, who plays in attacking fashion down to long off. Scurries through but can't turn it into a 2.
So Milan will take strike, 42 to him, off 33 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. He will never make an easier 42 than he has this morning. Steers from down for a single. Bess on strike again.
A boundary away possibly, as you said, with Milan in the first innings, Frank. You know, that felt a bit routine, that 98, and it's very much so today. But here's Bess on strike, and well, he's taking the easy option really, because there are loads of singles around, and why wouldn't you?
It's all set up for a Bess 100 lunch and a declaration at lunch, I reckon, JD. I might be wrong. They don't need any more, do they? Libby bowls, Milan turns it on the leg side. They'll take a single. He'll keep the strike. 229 for 3, and the lead 523.
Do we need to get the record books out and look at Worcestershire's record chase?
Well, you can if you want. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I think it will be. They won't be chasing anything, will they? I don't think, really. If they go out there, they won't be blocking it, but they won't be chasing. They'll be just looking to bat, won't they?
Yeah, Brooks is in, bowling to Milan, who's driven down towards long off. And he's going to settle for 1. So 230 for 3. Can Bess, well, A, get there, and B, maybe get there in this over. He needs 3 more. And again, everybody spread out around LS6 at the moment. Brooks comes in over the wicket, taking the pace off that. Bess just working it square on the onside, playing very sensibly here. He's going to get there in ones if he needs to. He's batted for 2 hours and 22 minutes. Fine job as night watchman. Brooks round the wicket. Milan drives square. Another single. Lead 526. Bit cooler out there. Can Dom Bess keep his for 2 more runs? In comes Ethan Brooks then. Past umpire Newell. He's worked this one to leg. He's hit it too well to pick up a second. But he's on the brink. And Milan back on strike. Crowd hoping they've got something a little bit extra to celebrate today. And Brooks round the wicket. Milan again. Easy to underestimate, isn't it, when you just watch them pushing singles around, but just the way he strikes the ball, David Milan. Joy to watch.
On this pitch against a military medium of Ethan Brooks, a player of Milan's experience is really very, very comfortable indeed.
So the majority of the field now move in to try and prevent Dom Bess. Here's Brooks. Bess gets the pull shot away. And there you go. Cheers from all his teammates on the balcony. The helmet and bat in the air. And for the first time in county championship cricket, Dom Bess has scored 100. A second first-class 100, his previous one for the MCC against Essex in 2018. That means an awful lot to the man. 144 minutes, 115 balls, 12 fours and a 6. Well done, young man.
Yeah, excellent from Don Best. Came in as night watchman, and that was what he would have dreamed about. He was only 10 not out overnight. He scored 90 this morning. That's a darn good effort, given that there have been defensive fields. Hasn't been particularly testing bowling, to be fair. And Jake Libby starts what will be the last over before lunch, I suspect, bowling to Dawid Malan, who takes a single off the first ball and moves on to 48. So 239 for 3, the lead 533. Libby over the wicket to Bess, who goes back and pulls this away on the leg side for 4 more. Absolute help yourself stuff at the moment, it must be said. And Don Bess is helping himself. It was a slow, short one from Libby, and he could hit it almost anywhere he wanted to. 3 men on the leg side, 4 men on the leg side boundary, and he still managed to get it through. Libby is in again and bowls. That one keeps very low. Bess won't mind that, actually.
He's gone.
He's gone, I beg your pardon. He's bowled him. He's chopped it on, maybe, or it went off his pad. Sorry, I didn't. There was so little celebration, wasn't there? We'll have a look at the replay. But Don Bess reaches the 100. Here we go. Yeah, kept really low, hit middle stump. He's gone back. He might have got a little bottom edge on it, but kept very, very low. Hit less than halfway up the middle stump. And Don Bess's innings ends, but he won't be in the least bit worried by that final dismissal, I don't think, because he'll know that when he bowls, if he bowls from that Howard stand end, the same thing might happen, and Don Bess might be the beneficiary if we've got Worcestershire batsmen going on the back foot to him. He's out for 107. It is lunch, and Yorkshire are 243 for 4, leading by 537, and we might have a lunchtime declaration, but nothing official has been decided yet. So Don Bess out for 107, the other 2 men out this morning, Adam Lyth for 35 and James Wharton for 26. And at the break, Yorkshire 243 for 4, 537 runs ahead.
And for those who like neatly parcelled packages, bang on 1 hour for 100 runs, that partnership. They've had a bit of fun, and it's still going to be a day that Don Bess will never forget, as I say, his first county championship 100. OK, we'll see what happens on the declaration or otherwise front, but from Frank Bumble, Uncle Tom Cobley and all, we'll be back after the break.
Same thing, what an overreach.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Headingley. Play is about to begin after lunch on day 3 of this Rothesay County
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Bairstow coming out to join Dawid Malan, so no worries for the Worcestershire bowlers. Malan has cruised along this morning to 48 off just 39 balls, but the main talking point of the effort before lunch, Dom Bess make his second ever first class 100, his first in county championship cricket, his first in Yorkshire colours. He was out just before lunch, bowled by a part-time off-spinner, Jake Libby, with a ball that kept a little bit low, and Libby will now bowl to the new batsman, who is Johnny Bairstow, who's come in up the order, down to come in after Will Luxton, but has actually come in up the order. Bright sunshine at Headingley, absolutely beautiful afternoon, and every fielder, bar one, is on the boundary, as Jake Libby comes in and bowls to Bairstow, who runs this down to third man for a single. 244 for 4. Delighted to say that I'm joined by David Lloyd Bumble alongside me. Good afternoon, Bumble. How many do you think they're going to get before they declare?
How many are they now, Frank? How many
They're
are they
538 ahead.
Well, Bairstow's just the man for a crisis. He really is.
Libby around the wicket, bowls to Malan, who isn't struggling himself, it must be said, as he pushes this one out on the offside and goes to 49. And this following his first innings when he made a very, very attractive 98. In comes Libby to bowl to Bairstow. Clips this one away off his toes up to long on for a single. Means he'll keep the strikes. The end of the over, 48 gone in the innings. And Yorkshire 246 for 4, leading by 540. Can't imagine that they'll want many more. They're pretty, I would say, already batted Worcestershire out of the game, but it's a good pitch. Worcestershire survived 200 overs in their last escape down at Taunton, and they know they're facing with a similar prospect here.
Well, don't leave it too late. I mean, they've obviously got plenty and they've got enough. It looks a lovely pitch to me. They may bowl better on it, Yorkshire, when they do come out there. Bairstow coming out to join Malan, it's difficult to say, well, how many do they need? Well, they've got enough anyway. And so it's how much time do they need?
Yeah. I think Worcestershire won't be too bothered if they keep batting.
No, they won't, because
they're not going to chase a target down. They're just going to try and bat time.
Yeah, so the less time they have to bat would help them.
Yeah.
Fielders are all out. They're all out on the boundary. They're just a wicket keeper. That's it. He's on his own.
It's Finch again. You're over, David, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, Finch has changed ends now, and I just watched that first ball, and he jogged in.
Yeah.
And we talk about how many do they need, and so there's a mental aspect to it as well. When you're out in the field for so long and the target is so big, you've really, and they did well last week, did Worcestershire, to have a rear guard action and thwart Somerset. So can they do it again? There's only so much you can do.
That's exactly what
as Finch comes in again, and he's not racing in, that's for sure. As Malan just pushes into the offside, there'll be lots of singles.
And that's his 50, Malan. He won't get many more comfortable 50s than that, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I mean, that it's comfortable. You know, I'm always in that situation where I want to make it uncomfortable. If I'm a fielding side, it's got to be uncomfortable for the batter, and that'll just help. In fact, he's had a middle net.
Yes, exactly that. And there was an hour or two in the first innings where it was pretty comfortable for the batters as well.
Finch again. beats Bairstow outside the off stump. And there was a bit, I wasn't here, Frank, but there was a bit of a to-do with Bairstow's dismissal in the first innings.
Yes, there was. He didn't hit it, I think, in fairness. There was a noise. He tried to he pulled his bat away and the ball came back at him and it came through and it flicked his chest, I think, his shirt, and there was a noise and they went up and he was given out and he was dismayed and he didn't get off very quickly.
Finch again. Beats him again outside off stump.
And as the Worcestershire players gathered in a little huddle, it was at this end, and they gathered in a little huddle in the sort of gully area, and he turned and approached them and clearly gave them both barrels. And there was just a kind of studious collective deafness amongst the Worcestershire players. They just pretended it hadn't happened, really.
I was over at Emirates Old Trafford, and of course you see it on social media.
Yeah.
It seemed there was some displeasure.
He wasn't happy. He was not happy.
Finch again. Beats him again. So that's 3 in 3. Good length. And look at the carry. I said he's just jogging in. And the carry through to the keeper is just above waist height from a ball of full length outside off stump. He's played 3 defensive shots and missed a lot.
He often appears to jog in, Adam Finch, even when he's really at it. He has quite short strides and he gets there. He doesn't appear to be really throwing himself into delivery. But I know what you mean. I don't think he's. I'm not saying he's busting a gut. But do you know what I mean? You see about the strides, they're not really. He doesn't really stretch for the crease ever, really.
He connects this time, he does, and it's square on the offside to the shorter boundary where there's plenty of spectators. Punched away through the offside, which brings 4 more. It's the end of the over. It's 252 for 4. Yeah, when you look at a bowler like Finch, and he's a tall guy, a strapping build, and you want him to be aggressive at the crease, and you talk about these short strides, to stride out and hit the crease.
Yeah.
With a real purpose.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's something I've talked about quite a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. Even had some chats with Alan Richardson about it. Libby bowls and Milan gets a single on the offside about Adam Finch's approach, and I have always said I would like to see him lengthening his stride as he reaches the crease. He has small strides, but it appears to be what he's always done and it works for him. But we were discussing run-ups yesterday because we've got 2 bowlers in this game in particular. Just break off as Libby bowls again, and this one's chopped away for a single by Bairstow. We've got 2 bowlers, Jack White for Yorkshire and Matthew Waite for Worcestershire, who appear to work really hard as they run up. Jack White and Matthew Waite, they both use their arms quite a lot as they run up, as we'll see later, I'm sure, when White bowls. And Libby bowls to Milan, who is down the pitch, driving out through the offside. Well, there's no fielders there, out to the offside boundary for a single. And you know, Jack White in particular he's got really long strides almost from the very beginning of his run-up, and it stays the same all the way through. Libby bowls, Bairstow takes a single, and then you get others who sort of build through the gears as they go up and the strides lengthen and they hit the crease, which I've always thought is the ideal. And then you've got someone like Adam Finch who doesn't really appear to lengthen his stride at all. But I suppose whatever works is the right way to go about it, and Jack White certainly bowled very, very well in the Worcestershire first innings. Tickled round the corner by Milan this one for a single, and I think it's a shrewd signing by Yorkshire, Jack White. He was a good performer for Northants for the last 2 or 3 years, and bowled really well first innings as part of that quartet. This one from Libby hurries on to Bairstow, maybe keeps a little bit low, he just stabs it out on the onside. So run a ball in that over, absolutely no trouble for the batsman, but no boundaries either. So Worcestershire, at least for that over, keeping the lid on it a little bit. 258 for 4, the lead 552.
On the subject of run-ups, it's a good psychological ploy. To a lad like this, Finch, he looks about 6'2", 6'3" to me. If you said to him, right, I want you to sprint 40 yards. He wouldn't run like that.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't.
This is it.
But you give him a cricket ball and suddenly it's short little pitty-pat steps.
Yeah.
And the other one who you would see locally to you is Annan Dolby, who played at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Again, 6'4".
Yeah.
And runs with both arms stiff by his side.
Yeah.
But if you just said there's no cricket ball involved, just run.
Yeah, he wouldn't run like that. No, he wouldn't. You're absolutely right. That was a single off the first ball. New chair of the PCA, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, this year. The reins from James Harris, I think. Just had a testimonial last year as well.
Finch again, around the wicket to Milan. Slower delivery. It dribbles through to the wicket. It bounced a couple of times, didn't it?
Much slower. You can see what I mean, can't you, about the stride length?
Oh,
he's he's very balanced though. It's very you know, he's not rocking around. His shoulders aren't rocking around or anything, which is what you you look at Jack White and Matthew Waite. Probably White will be bowling later, and we might be able to pick up on it. I think Finch has nice poise and balance and so on. I just wish, personally, that he'd just lengthen that stride and hit the crease a little bit harder.
Well, he comes in again, and it's a long run up round the wicket, and very, very wide and full. You know, I'm thinking about aggressive bowlers, somebody like Brett Lee from Australia. He charged in, and he wasn't as tall as this lad, but he had a fast arm. Michael Holding, when Michael Holding spoke with Mark Wood, he said lengthen your run and lengthen your stride. That was Michael Holding to Mark Wood.
Right.
Which he duly did.
Yeah.
Around the wicket again, number 61. Drive and a miss from a very full length delivery. And Dowie Milan. And again, Dowie Milan, very upright in his setup. I always look at batters' setups. Some of them stand really upright with the bat behind them. Some look really relaxed when they're just tapping the crease. And I saw one yesterday, which he must have taken off stump guard because you couldn't see his stumps at all.
Yeah, look, they do a lot of that now, don't they?
Yeah, that seems to be the quite modern way. Finch again. Around the wicket, hits the creases full length, full toss into the offside. They should take 2. Retrieved at extra cover out towards the Western Terrace. It must be closed. The Western Terrace.
Yeah, it is.
Closed.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody in there today. In the Western Terrace, be full at the Test match. Raucous.
And for T20 evening games as well. It's good
T20
fun.
evening matches. Where's the other place at Warwickshire?
The Hollies. Oh, yeah. Well, you
great.
can imagine on Friday night, Bears against Pears, can't you?
Oh, my goodness me.
What that's like.
Yeah. Finch around full length. Right at the bottom of the bat. Near the clatter of the bat. They push down to mid-on for a single. It's the end of the over. 262 for 4.
556 the lead. Yeah, the Worcestershire Warwickshire Bears v Pears is always both the one at New Road and the one at Edgbaston, always on a Friday night.
And what about that? I'd rather be a bear.
I'd rather be a pair than a bear. Yeah, and they are all. And there's no lights at Worcester, so it tends to start at 5:30. But the Edgbaston one has always flooded it, and the last couple of years have been memorable. Once because 2 years ago it was horrendous, and horrendous from a Worcestershire point of view. I'll just break off as Libby bowls round the wicket to Milan, who's giving himself room and cutting away on the offside. And he gets a single, and it was horrible, and it was a hammering for Worcestershire in front of the Edgbaston crowd. Friday night packed and music playing and all this. Last year Worcestershire got their own back as Libby bowls, and this one's hammered away by Bairstow into the seats at deep mid-wicket for 6. Just helping himself, really. Libby is the gentlest of occasional off-spinners, and Bairstow just down on one knee and fetches that from outside off into the stand for 6. Bit of batting practice for Johnny, goes to 17. Milan is 57. 269 for 4. But last year, Worcestershire lost narrowly in the home game at New Road, but went to Edgbaston and had a great evening. As Bairstow repeats the dose off Libby. Not quite the same, hits it a bit squarer, but it's 6 more. He's not going to hang around. The declaration, I'm sure, won't be far away. And we saw Matthew Waite in that game at Edgbaston hit the last over. George Garton bowling, he hit him for 5 6s and a 4 of the last over. And even the Bears TV commentators were struggling to find the words to describe it. We enjoyed it. As Libby again is in and bowls, and Bairstow is forward to a quicker, flatter delivery and just pushes it back up the pitch.
Like I said, I used to love T20 blast days. It's just great fun, you know. You kill yourself laughing.
Yeah, and you mustn't, I think, get too worried. I mean, you win some, you lose some, I think.
Absolutely.
Libby in, bowls quicker, and Bairstow just tucks him away for a single. I mean, that year, 2 years ago, when Worcestershire, they lost the first 4, and they had 3 different captains, I think, and it all fell apart. There were injuries and everything else, and it was just awful. And then the following year, they actually played pretty well. You just never know what you're going to get, I think. Momentum is important, isn't it, in the blast? You've got to start well. Milan heaves this one away on the leg side. Not the prettiest shot he's ever played in his life. Gets him a single, and he keeps the strike. It's the end of the over from Libby. 52 gone in the innings, 277 for 4. The lead is 571. Maybe they're going to go for 600. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there are no tactics and you don't have to plan things in T20, but I don't think it's a game that you should worry too much about. I think you play it for fun, enjoy it, and when it's your year, maybe. I mean, Worcestershire won it in 2018 and nearly won it again in 2019, and yet I don't know whether they would feel they've actually approached it in any different fashion in any of the other years, really.
Finch again into Milan full. That's what they're trying to do, I think, is just
Full
hide the
wide,
ball,
yeah.
just hide the ball very, very full, trying to bounce it on the batting crease and wide.
Yeah, just finally on T20, when I said about momentum, I think that's it. If you get a good start, you know, if you win your first couple,
that's important,
and you believe in your plans and who's bowling when and that kind of thing.
Confidence.
Yeah. Whereas equally, if you get off to a bad start, it can be difficult to rescue it, I think. It's a good competition, though. I enjoy it.
Finch is in a bit straighter this time and drilled down to the deep long on by Dowie Milan. Left hand, right hand batters. Johnny Bairstow comes wandering down the pitch and he's prodding the pitch. Just wonder if there'll be any spin for Dom Bess when he gets to work.
He bowled 2 overs yesterday before lunch and he did turn a couple. I think there might be.
Give it a tweak. Change to over the wicket for Finch. And to Bairstow. Into the leg side. He scampers for a single, but Finch himself retrieves from the mid-wicket area on the lush square. It's very
Looks
lush,
good,
very
doesn't
green,
it?
yeah. Bairstow goes all the way down. He's at the other end now, chatting to Milan. Is there a cunning plan? We're going to declare. When are we declaring? You help yourself to a few more. Yeah, it does look like the Western Terrace is closed until further notice. Back round the wicket to Milan. And full. They're hitting the bottom of the bat, right at the bottom of the bat, not the sweet spot. Out to extra cover. You're good as it, like Milan here, he's just having a net.
Yeah.
We talked about it being comfortable. There's nothing better than a net out in the middle. Sometimes you get a player who's out of nick and his coach will utter the dreaded words, he's hitting them well in the nets.
Yeah.
In comes Finch. Past the umpire, short. Bairstow tries one of these modern shots, a ramp, tries to get it over the keeper, but you know, there's a good carry, particularly bowling from this pavilion end. You know, the ball that's just back of a length, that's sailed through.
Yeah, Duffy got some from this end in the first innings to really carry through.
It used to be a real slope from this end. I think they've corrected that. I think that's gone. There used to be Fred Truman running down the hill. Full of length.
He's timed that well, hasn't he?
He has timed it well. He's angled the bat down to the third man. It's the end of the over, and they can't stop the boundaries, even though the fielders are on the edge of the boundary end of the over. 284 for 4.
Yeah, timed that really well. I think Jake Libby's going to carry on. They're going to go past 600 ahead, but as we said, I don't think Worcestershire should be too bothered. Just keep the longer they're out there fielding, the less time they've got to bat to try and save the game. But runs are coming thick and fast.
So what about the captain, the D'Oliveira? He's not out there in the field.
He's not. He will bat. He will
All
bat.
right.
Yeah. He dislocated a thumb. Libby bowls and Milan gets a single down to third man. He dislocated a thumb running in yesterday morning. Dive forward, trying to take a catch, didn't manage to get there and lay on the ground. And I said to him afterwards, he lay on the ground kicking his legs like a footballer, pretending he's been fouled. You know when they go down and they pretend it was awful, and it wasn't. But he was clearly in serious trouble. Just break off as Libby bowls to Bairstow, who drives down to long off for a single. And we were all very worried because he's had a shoulder injury for 2 years, which he's just finally recovered from, and we all thought that had gone. But it was a dislocated thumb, and the Worcestershire physio very, very smartly got it back in within, because apparently if you get it back in with also, you've got a good chance of minimising the damage. Milan beautifully down the pitch, and that's a superb exhibition of how to hit a straight drive down the ground for 6. Down the pitch, gave himself a little bit of room, beautiful full swing of the arms, a dead straight down the ground for 6. Milan is absolutely, as Bumble said, having an enjoyable net in the middle. 292 for 4 now. And anyway, back to Brett as Milan gets another one, just chipping this one away on the leg side of a sort of leading edge for a single. Had a scan last night and no fracture, a little bit of sort of residual bruising, but he batted yesterday in some discomfort, and he will hate not being out there. Even now, even in this situation, he will hate not being out there, but Jake Libby is holding the reins. And Libby in bowls now to Bairstow, who drives up to long on, and the 50 partnership came up. And that's since lunch, incidentally, so that gives you an idea of how quickly the runs are coming. One more to Bairstow, but he will bat, yeah. So hopefully he won't be too much discomforted by it. As Libby tosses this one up in the air, and a rare dot as Milan doesn't quite get there this time. He just pushes it out on the offside. 294 for 4 then. Milan is 68. Bairstow 31 off 19, I think. And Yorkshire 294 for 4, leading by 588 runs.
So the two things that you might think about: will they pull out at 300 on the board or 600 lead?
Yeah.
I take it. I don't want to do him a disservice, but Libby's a part-timer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That wicket this morning was his 11th in his career, and the 10th was yesterday. So. He is very much a part-time off-spinner. Brett D'Oliveira, of course, would be a spin option if he were out there, but he isn't, and they aren't playing a spinner, a full-time spinner.
Leg spinner, isn't he, Brett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tickled down to fine leg for a single by.
I mean, in this division, Frank,
you need a finger spinner.
You've got to have
and they have. There is a finger spinner in the squad. Fateh Singh, young lad who signed from Nottinghamshire, and we played a wrist spinner at Taunton because Singh had a concussion injury. So a lad called Tom Hinley, who helped survive in that last wicket partnership. He's a left-arm wrist spinner, mainly signed for white ball cricket. He played at Taunton.
Finch again round the wicket full length.
But he's not really been signed to play red ball cricket, Hinley. But Fateh Singh, left arm spinner from Notts, had limited opportunities in Notts. He's been signed, and the intention is that he will be the frontline finger spinner. And he came up here, but when they arrived the other day and looked at the pitch and saw how much grass was on it, I think the decision was made to leave him out. And it's probably one they regret now, to be fair.
Round the wicket, full length, heaved. I think he's got an inside edge onto his pad, Dowie Milan. Just a single.
He bowled quite well here, Finch, in the circumstances,
Yeah,
I think.
I just think about this division, and Worcestershire would be one of the teams that you'd think they'll be striving to stay in the division. You need a spinner.
Yeah, absolutely, and they know that, I think, and that's why Singh has been signed. And it's early days, and he would have played at Taunton had he not had the injury, and I thought he might well play here until they got here and saw the pitch.
Bairstow into the leg side, just a leisurely single.
But yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think you need a spinner. I personally like a good left arm spinner who can give you a bit of control. Singh may be able to do that. He's still pretty young though. He hasn't played that much first class cricket at all. At the end of last season, Worcestershire had Amar Verdi on loan for a couple of games, the off spinner from Surrey, and he did a decent job.
Finch again. Full toss. High full toss. Pump back down the ground. Dissects mid-off and mid-on. Brings yet another boundary to Dowie Milan.
And I think you're right. I know it's been discussed. I've discussed it with the coaches myself. Where Worcestershire are going to get 20 wickets from this season. When you look around their attack, is difficult to say. And I said it yesterday, and I've said it a few times, and people message me and say, why is the attack lacking lacking teeth? Well, there is an answer. I'll just break off as Finch bowls this one. And Milan drives it for another single. And really, that answer is, look who's gone. Josh Tongue went to Notts, Dylan Pennington went to Notts, Ed Barnard went to Warwickshire. Those all going at the end of the season before last. And then Joe Leach, who had carried the seam attack really for a long time, has retired. So they've lost basically, and Charlie Morris finished with injury at the start of last year. So they lost 5 regular members of the seam attack in the space of one season. And for a club with limited resources, that's pretty difficult to cope with. They've got a young quick bowler that you probably won't have seen, Bumble, called Jack Home. He's from a famous Shropshire cricket family, the Holmes, who've played minor counties cricket for Shropshire for a long time. He's another one who's come from Shrewsbury School, and he played England under-19s. He made a big impression in his white ball, the start of his white ball career last year. Bit of pace, bit of attitude, slip of a lad, but just gets it through, But just perhaps a little bit early in his career for him to be playing in Division 1 at the moment. Although his time will come this year, I'm sure, as Libby bowls and Milan strokes that into the offside. Rob Jones on as a sub, comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and one more onto the total. Milan cruising along, is now on 75. Johnny Bairstow 33 off 22 balls as Libby bowls outside the off stump, very wide, left alone and taken by Gareth Roderick. 303 for 4, 597 the lead as Libby bowls, and Bairstow lifts this one over the leg side for 6 more. The lead now is over 600, and still they go on. Bairstow goes to 45.
They've not got enough yet.
or no, he goes to 39. It was already on the board, that 6. Sometimes this board's very quick, and at other times it's a little bit slow, but bright sunshine. And just look at the Worcestershire fielders. You've got one with their hands in his pockets, a couple of others. The slumped body language is not good as Bairstow heaves another one away on the leg side, and again Rob Jones is the fielder out on the boundary, and they take one more. Basically, it's a bit like a club game where you're waiting for a declaration. Somebody's just lobbing up some off-spinners and saying, hit me. And Milan just tickles this one round the corner for a single. Finch is the fielder.
When you mention all the players that have left, the quality players, is that all to do with budgets?
Jack Haynes is another one, isn't it? Joe Clark. I mean, I could name you Tom Kohler, Cadmore. I could give you a whole team. Bairstow hammers this one for 4 and declares. So there we go. 315 for 4 is the Yorkshire total. The declaration comes with a lead of 609. So Worcestershire nominally 610 to win, but of course that's not going to happen. It's whether or not they can bat for the best part of 5 sessions to save the game. So that's the situation. 315 for 4 declared. Bairstow finishing on 44 not out, and Milan on 76 not out. Going back to that point, Bumble, about why the players leave. Partly, I would imagine, you can't. I don't know the details, but you know, I would imagine that Ed Barnard is being paid more at Edgbaston than he was at Worcester. I know in a couple of cases, certainly in one case, that the decision to go was not financial. It was because the player concerned thought that he had a better chance of winning things and maybe getting international recognition if he went to a bigger county, higher profile county. So I think it's a combination of all those things, really. Practice facilities are considered sometimes to be better at other counties. Maybe the fact that there's an indoor school and there isn't one at Worcester. You know, all those things. It's difficult to know, but yeah, ambition, I would say, is possibly the real. We talked about the old days when Worcestershire were one of the biggest counties in terms of profile, you know, in the Duncan Fernley days, and they could win anything. They could win the NatWest, they could win the B&H, they could win the Championship. It's not really the case anymore.
So there's an argument and a discussion about should there be compensation for the county, a financial compensation when, you know, you've matured a player into potential international player, and one of the big counties comes in and, you know, just lose him away and gives him let's be honest, he'll get a better contract. Which, you know, in every walk of life that happens. You try and better yourself financially. But there's an argument that a county should be recompensed and compensated if you've produced a cricketer and somebody else comes, well, we'll have him now, thanks.
Yeah, well, I've argued this for some time. You're very much talking my language here, and I've tried to sort of suggest that, I mean, not that I have any say in it, it's just an opinion, but that perhaps a fee agreed for every year that they spent in an academy, or you know, a fee agreed for every year that was invested into them by the home county. I don't know. Players are moving around so much now. I don't know. It's something that needs discussion, I think.
You could have an international, an independent panel, who would assess the value of a player.
Transfer panel,
Oh, I'll put my hand up.
Yeah, you'd be good on that.
I enjoy that. Yeah. How long has it
No,
been?
I think. I mean, it's been quite galling for Worcestershire over the last few years. Not only Worcestershire. And it's one of those things, just finally, we'll have a little break in a minute and people can have a rest and put the kettle on, but it's one of those reasons that when Leicestershire won the One Day Cup, you know, the season before last, and when Worcestershire won the Blast or whatever it might be, there's cause for celebration because one of these smaller counties actually managed to get their name on some silverware, and it's not just dominated by the top sides, and that's why, you know, in a way the FA Cup's become more fun again in football because some of the smaller sides have started reaching the later rounds.
Well, we played Liverpool at Liverpool, Accrington Stanley.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and Plymouth beat them, didn't they? So you know, it's got more, because it went for a few years, didn't it, where it was so dominated by the top sides that it lost its sparkle. Anyway, we're going to have a little break here at Headingley, so if you want to go and put the kettle on, do. Worcestershire will begin their pursuit of a nominal 610 to win in about 6 or 7 minutes, and we'll be back then.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Welcome back from Headingley. Down to the final innings of this match. We've still got more than half a day in terms of overs remaining for Yorkshire to try and take some wickets. Academically, Worcestershire need 610 runs to win this match. Yorkshire need 10 wickets. They've got 4 men in the slip cordon, and Ben Code is bowling a bit of a rip snorter first up from the Kirkstall lane end, despite the fact that the heavy roller was on between innings. Bumbles alongside. Frank Watson, of course, in the box with us as well today. There's a bit of cloud cover.
It's just coming.
609 in front. Not the sort of delivery you want to see first up if you are Gareth Roderick.
And we can see fielders as well. We haven't been able to see fielders. They've been all on the boundary edge.
There's Code in again. This time an easy leave. It's one of those, isn't it, really, Bumble, where it feels like a matter of time, but we know Worcestershire batted long last week to save a point. Save a draw, not a point. Just got to be disciplined with the ball.
That's one thing that Yorkshire usually are, is disciplined. Looking at these 1, 2, 3, 4 slips. So plenty of company for the opening batters.
And the slips stood quite close together. They don't want anything to go through any gaps if they can get an opportunity, Benko, but it really is bouncing for him, which is relatively unusual, so that tells you something about the amount of grass on the pitch here. But certainly unusual after the big one's been on.
Well, the 2 deliveries that we've seen have sailed through to the wicket keeper. He is closer. Johnny Bairstow is closer than Roderick was.
Here's Code again. Over the wicket. This time that felt like a more normal rather than trampoline bounce. A lot of concentration for these 2 batters. Can you take us back to any experiences you've had like this, top of the order, facing down a massive score where you've just got to bat a lot of time?
You've got to make them get you out. Don't give it away. Your batting time, don't look at the board.
Going in again. This time jabbing down on it, Gareth Roderick. So a bit of all sorts in this first over. How do you keep yourself, you know, the chances of you knocking off a score like this, cricket, so it's not impossible, but virtually. How do you keep yourself mentally ticking during, prepare for all that?
You're batting sessions, aren't you? You're looking to bat a session, get rid, and it's little stages, get rid of the new ball, wear them down, bring the bowler on for his 2nd and 3rd spell.
Going in again, just pushing away from his body, Roderick, but he's going to get off the mark with the first run of this Worcestershire second innings then. So end of the over, 1 without loss, 609 more will do it. Sounds easy. Who would have been the best sort of player for this in your experiences, whether that be on the field or watching?
G. Boycott. You've got to get him out, you've got to prize him out. He'd like nothing better, and he'd see this as, oh crikey, I can just have a net here. I can have a net. I love netting. I can have a day and a half's net. See, I mean, you've got to have concentration. And I just wonder whether you need to have, do you need a defensive mentality, or just let it wash away and play every ball as it comes? Again, I think it's important you take it session by session, bit by bit. Try and get rid of the new ball. Make them bowl at you. Try and frustrate the bowlers.
Talked about Yorkshire needing to bowl with discipline. More on that in a mo, because Jack White then is going to open up from the Howard stand end. Going into bowl to Roderick. Drop one into the leg side. Noah Kelly, by the looks of it, is out there doing some sub-fielding. Number 32 on his back at mid-wicket. No run. And then from a bowling point of view, yeah, discipline is an easy one to say, but maybe you've got that temptation as well with so many runs to play with to get a bit carried away.
Well, you've got to have a plan. I mean, captaincy comes into it as well. Which combination of bowlers he wants, and the spinner Don Bess should be thinking with 600, I'm going to have a long ball here.
Here comes White again. Work back with a square leg. Is it going to be 4? No, get Ben Code. Makes good ground to keep him to 2. You can feel like, can't you, that there might be that temptation. We've got bags of runs. Does it matter how many I go for here? We need to take 10 wickets. Coming in trying to bowl wicket-taking balls every ball. And the ball might start to go around the park a little bit, and you sort of lose that edge if you're not careful.
Well, they're usually good, Yorkshire, with the discipline. And it allows Johnny Bairstow to keep his attacking fielders in. All his slips in there. Don't worry too much about the runs if they do get any.
There's White again. Roderick having to be watchful, so there's just a little bit of evidence in the very early deliveries. A couple have taken off a little bit, a couple of them, that one being a case in point, might have just been on the low side bounce-wise.
Well, the first 2 deliveries went through to the keeper, then we've seen the odd one keep low. It was a heavy roller. We talked about Jeffrey Boycott in this situation. Madassa Nazar in Pakistan, I think he had a test match innings of 7 hours plus.
There's White again. Stifled appeal. So that's him in a place that Bumble's been talking about a bit during the winter.
Yeah, it's a bit high, is that? I tell you what, it's first time I've seen White, and he's a good build for a quick bowler. He's coming in from the football stand end, and you know he charges in. He's got a little skip halfway through his run up. He has a little jump up in the air. He's got a broad beam, as they say in these parts.
There he is, and just a defensive push from Roderick. Yeah, obviously he's come up here from Northamptonshire. He's had he's already signed a couple of year contract from up in the Lakes.
He's from the Lakes?
Yeah, I wonder if he's getting a lift back home from Steve O'Shaughnessy. Might be just sorting that out as he walked back past him to his mark.
Is he a Cumbrian? Is he a Cumbrian lad?
Here he is again. Headband on. Down the leg side this time. Johnny Bairstow takes 2 overs complete. 3 without loss, all 3 of them to Gareth Roderick. Lots of concentration needed on both parts out here. You'd have said, sun back out for the moment. Yorkshire will be happy if the skies fill in a bit. Always that much more dangerous. Did you find that when you played here, that when the skies filled in, it went up a few percent in terms of difficulty out there with bat in hand?
Well, at that time, there used to be green pitches as well.
Yep.
They have a good green tinge to them. Plenty of grass.
Here's Code. Worked off the legs by Libby. There might be a fair bit of that because he'll be wanting to hit the poles if they miss. And angle not 100% right. You're going to get work down there. 2 runs.
You'll know this. We used to talk about he's coming up the hill from the football stand. He's coming down the hill from the Kirkstall lane, and that's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's all gone. It looks flat.
Quite some time ago.
Right.
I think I'm sure somebody will tell me precisely as Code comes in. Good delivery, has the beating of Gareth Roderick, who's squared up. Wraps him around about the thigh. But I didn't feel like it was out, but it...
High.
Yeah, it felt like it was worth a shout. We'll have a look at the replay, those who can. And, yeah, it probably was just too high, but it was certainly line-wise off stump. Worth a shout. So yeah, I'm trying to think, because I've been around here so long and the memory's not as great as it used to be. I think it was when the Western Terrace was redone.
All right. Here's
Code. Full face of the blade from Libby, who thought about a run but goes back. I think so, but I do folks, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it might have been when they redid the Western Terrace that they levelled it, or it could have been when they built this end. I do remember seeing JCBs in and all that. So 5 without loss, halfway through the third. Code in again, dropped into the offside, no run. Bumble was just testing us in between innings as to who got the most runs in the championship last year and most wickets, and Ben Code joint top in the wicket taking stakes.
Jamie Porter from Essex, they were the wickets, and David Bedingham, I watched him play up at Durham, fabulous player. Colin Ingram up there with plenty of runs, they were the big shots.
Code again, once more attacking the stumps. Libby turns it to Noah Kelly and the onside, no run.
Older listeners and viewers remember the slopes, so Tony Nicholson had come up the hill, Fred. Down from the Kirkstone Lane and be racing inward, Fred.
Code again straight. Libby has to play, and he'll want to leave as many as he can, but at the moment at least they're asking the batters to play. End of the third, Worcestershire 5 without loss. Fred, sleeves rolled up, itching his pants up, flicking his hair back, steaming down the hill.
Yeah, bit of Brill cream on it. Tony Nicholson at the other end, Jimmy Binks behind the stumps.
I mean, you think of that, the incline from this end and the coconut shy, and you can't really picture that scene without thinking RGD Willis, can you, against Australia in '81 when he was steaming in that day, 8 for 43. Some of those dismissals.
Football stand then White bustles in. Broad of beam, squares the batter up, and he just comes off an outside edge to backward point. Still, the 4 slips are in there. One of them, number 9 will be Adam Lythe. He doesn't miss much. Well, who's the slip cord? We've now got a leg slip, which I suppose that leg slip looks like Don Bess.
Yeah, it is. It's George Hill at first slip, Adam Lythe second, and Finlay Bean, who took a good catch in the first innings, at third, is still there. Good pair of hands. Well, all 3 of them, as you'd expect.
White again. Through to Bairstow. GCH Hill.
You know the story?
No, well, he should be GCHQ, shouldn't he?
George Christopher Hindley.
Hindley. So
If you're listening, Gail, that's it. Gail's his mum. Gail's maiden name, Hindley.
Right.
Gail's dad Ken used to play for Castleford, although Gail herself is never quite sure which position he played in. I think she told me he were a winger and he was actually a scrum half, or she told me he were a scrum half and he were actually a winger, something like that. I'll be in trouble now.
White again, just push towards the leg side. That's a shorter boundary, past the practice pitches. Just a couple. Be good for Johnny Bairstow, this. Captains the side. Got a few quick fire runs when he came out to bat. Wicket keeping as well. All about getting your combination of bowlers right. When does he bring his spinner in? I think you can also, when you've so many runs to play with, you can be a little bit funky with your fielding positions and get fielding positions that a batter thinks, well, what he's doing there. It's White again, turns. Past the advertising, past the wicket keeper. Through to Johnny Bairstow, quite low, round about shin high, knee high. So White has joined Yorkshire from Northamptonshire, and he is a little bit quicker than the bowlers that were here previous. Reeves in the twos, or is he injured, or?
He's been injured. had a stress fracture towards the end of last season. He did play and bowled, I believe, half a dozen 8 overs in both innings in the twos recently, so he's on his way back.
White comes in again. Full of length this time. Worked into the leg side and well fielded, there's no run.
Just for a moment, aerial on it, he didn't quite get over the top of it, but dropped safely enough.
Now, you know, I just said funky field placings. That's the type of thing that, you know, when you've got so many runs, and it's a given that you're going to have slips, and he's opted for a leg slip. So that's gone into the air, and now he's brought that fielder in at short mid-wicket. Well, you know, get him in there first up. Roderick, square on in his stance, pushes down the ground. It's parried by White, and it's just a single.
Yeah, he does stand open, doesn't he? Not quite Peter Willie-esque, but definitely got that front foot quite a long way across.
So again, as a bowler, the bowlers have got to be clever, and the captain, when he's got an open stance, right-handed batter with an open stance, he's got to do a lot of work to drive it through the offside. He's got to turn all his body round to go through the offside. So get it a bit wider as a bowler, bowl it full and wide to tempt him. Because he's got to turn all his body right round before he plays it. And then you're looking at your nick, you've got your 3 or 4 slips. Now, you know, I'd captaincy, I'd be examining all the time. Get a close in catch, a leg side, short mid-wicket.
Here's Code then. 4 slips, no leg slip to Ben. First up there to Roderick, who just pushes it back down the pitch. So Yorkshire with these two. We'll see Jordan Thompson, of course, who's got the bit between his teeth in this match, having missed out last week. He's already reminded us of what his capabilities are with 3 for 27 off 14 in the first innings. Likely to be next man off the blocks, George Hill. And then, as Bumble says, Don Bess, expect to see him have a much longer bowl in this innings, as that is played out square on the offside from Code to Roderick. No run.
I wonder if he's got a preferred end, Don Bess. Which end would he prefer? Is there a breeze across the ground that he can help?
I would have thought he does bowl at both, but especially with the way the place is set up boundary-wise, much more likely to be this end, Kirkstall Lane end, for those who can't see the pictures. Code in again. Ooh, one hand off the bat. It's going to go for 4 down through fine leg. But you can see Ben Code, every ball virtually since he started Bumble, he's asking him to play here, and as we both know, the last thing you really want to do early doors is to have to get bat on ball, because you might give an opportunity. He didn't play that with any confidence, did he?
No, I mean, he squirted down to fine leg. He'll always bowl a good length, will Ben Code. He's not quick, but quick enough. You know, like Jamie Porter, who we've mentioned, and like Sam Cook, they've got that leg slipping again. So forward slip has gone to leg slip.
Roderick pointing really towards us and walks into this Code delivery. He's turned it square on the leg side. Jack White still trying to get his breath back from the previous over. Ambles round and they get 2. So, well, they've got it down to below 600. Bent Nielsen, afternoon to you. He said it's raining here.
Where?
It's around 500 miles away as the crow flies.
Where?
Somewhere up in... Remind me where you are, Bent. Scandinavia, I think, something like that. No, I don't know. I can't remember where everybody's from. It probably doesn't matter, he says, if crows could be bothered to fly. Yeah. Ooh,
whoa!
That one really does take off from the bowling of Code. Wraps Roderick on the hand. Bat hits terra firma. He walks away. And Ben, well, he's not one for snarling and verbals. He might just have said to him, I can break the other one as well if you like. Next ball.
Well, that's flown from nowhere. Ben Cord is medium fast. It's a length ball. Both batters now prodding away at it. Adam Lyth come up and pointed at it. It's there.
Yeah, it climbed on him. Certainly did. Bottom hand is the one that took the rap. As the fielding side here, this is what I was saying to you about not getting too excited now, isn't it? He just put the ball there and it took off. There's no kind of extra effort seemingly about it. And then this one bounces as you were to complete the over. 5 of them gone now. Roderick 12. And I think still 8 fingers to accompany his 2 thumbs. And Libby 2, 14 without loss.
Well, it might just be that cloud that's coming in. It's very, very high. We did have bright sunshine. It's a chilly sort of day. There's cloud around, but that's an extraordinary delivery from Ben Cord, which is length, just a length ball, and it flew. He threw the bat down, or the bat was knocked out of his hands. Same pairing then for Yorkshire. It's still white. Plenty of encouragement, which we can hear. We can hear this encouragement from the fielders out there in the middle. There's a short mid-wicket catching and 3 slips and a leg slip. In comes White again. A full-length delivery. Defensively pushed up to mid-off and looking away down towards the scoreboard. Photographers, it looks terrific. There are 3 photographers down. They all got a seat. They all got chairs. There's one of the coaches has been walking around the ground and just by one of the practice nets, which the nets are still up because it's outside of the ground or outside of the boundary. As White comes in again, push defensively for a single, forward a square on the offside. And there are 8 cameras on the stream, which I think is the same as Emirates Old Trafford. I think there are 8. I know, you know, they all talk how many hits from the stream, how many people had a look, had a dip in. Chatting to the media guys at Emirates Old Trafford yesterday, 16 million last year. As White comes in again. Squares Roderick up, taken on the body, and the ball bounces in front of third slip, who's down on his haunches.
Put it outside edge. Let's have a look again.
I think it's body.
Yeah, just misses the outside edge and catches the thigh. Well spotted, that man.
Who is 33? That's Bean, isn't it?
Yes.
Finley Bean. I think it's hit him on the ear hole. They all gave him rubbed his ear for him. Some more coaches have appeared. Square on the offside. As White turns past the umpire, full length, forward defence, and there's no run. It's like club and league cricket. You'll know all about this. When you have a leisurely stroll, come on, who's having a stroll around the boundary, and you have maybe have a game of bowls as well around the boundary edge. And so we've got a couple of coaches who are patrolling the edge. I assume these are Yorkshire coaches.
Yeah, there's Ed the physio walking away from us in the distance, and Harry the S&C walking towards us down to our right.
In comes White. There's that single again, just push defensively into the offside.
There's always a slight concern when the physio walks to a particular position, and he is standing where Jack White left his water bottle when he was fielding out there on the end of the previous over. So you wonder, is he feeling something, or is maybe Ed just waiting for him to get there for a chat after the end of the over?
They used to, in club and league cricket, should we go for a perambulation?
Right. Is it Ed? Hang on a sec. No, from a distance it looked like it is anyway. We'll Apologies, Ed, if it's not you. It's a long way away.
White. There's that single again, just into the offside. We'll take the strike. David Milan has just appeared as a fielder for the first time. So who's come off? Who was on there? As a
Noah Kelly is
substitute
coming
fielder.
off.
He's a batter, isn't he?
Yeah.
Noah Kelly.
I mean, not seen him play in your
No.
times watching Sherryfoot Bridge for anybody else against them? No. Okay.
Who does he play for? Noah Kelly. Northern Premier League.
Good question.
North Yorkshire Premier League.
Yeah.
Will Bennison.
Yeah, 200 against
200 for the seconds this last week. He plays at Sherryfoot Bridge.
People call him Benno, and I keep thinking of Richie when they do that.
Yes.
Yeah, Jack is walking over to the far corner here, and there's a word going on from, as I say, what I think looks to be Ed from a distance, your therapist. There's Ben Code bowls here to Libby, who pushes it out square on the offside. Will Luxton is fielding at point, no run. Joshua spot on as usual. This is about timing now. Need to be keeping one eye on the weather. Great to see you on the Yorkie comms. And apparently you're his favourite commentator ever, and he apologises to me for that. Denmark, Bent Nielsen, by the way. Thanks, Bent. I couldn't remember, as you know, but he's cleared that one up for us. He doesn't know which country he's in. As Ben Code is defended, or his delivery is there by Libby. He says, I live in Denmark, you know, the country trying to sell an island. Other opinions on that topic are available.
How much is it?
So, 593 or 10 wickets. Where's your money? Jake Libby's on 4, which is the number of slips in place, hoping Ben Code can create an opportunity, but not with that delivery. David Milan, as Bumble just said, just out there to field for the first time.
Where's he gone? Where's he fielding? 29.
He's always on drive one side or the other. Tends to be mid-on actually, but he's gone in at mid-off. Code making his way in again. Some passing air traffic. Milan will come into play.
We're on the flight path, aren't we here?
Yeah.
This must be Leeds Bradford.
Yeah, bang on. Straight over the top. Time after time after time. There's I don't know how many routes there are into Leeds Bradford precisely, but basically you tend to either come in straight over the ground here, or the other one I've been on is where you come over Otley Shevin and drop down that way. As Ben Code's in, and that's pushed back by Libby. If you've not been up there, by the way, in your previous visits around this general area, then you'd be well advised to go to top of Otley Shevin. You get a great 360 view from Surprise View. It's one of those local beauty spots that probably not that many people outside the local area really know or talk about, but it's a cracking view if you get a nice day. Airport one side, North Yorkshire t'other. You can see the White Horse up there where you are, up Kilburn Way.
No, that's up my way.
Yeah, last ball there's a dot. You can see right across in the distance to the east to the power stations out, you know, when I'm talking about the Drax sort of area that way.
So Menwith Hill, can you see Menwith Hill?
I'm not sure you can
Listening
quite
station.
see that. You'll get Panel Viaduct away to your right on the Leeds to Harrogate train line. What else can you see? Well, you can see from not just Surprise View, but from many places around. Emily Moore TV mast, of course, is a marker point as well. You can see over towards Haworth, where the wind thingamajiggies are positioned on the hills near Haworth. So you get a fantastic view from Surprise View. And then, as you look north, straight down beneath you is Otley in the dip. You get out, you see out towards Ilkley Moor up on your left, and Baildon Moor over that way. Yeah, fantastic spot if you get a bit of high cloud or a sunny day. and he can get up top there. Fabulous.
White again. Another single, rotate the strike. You mentioned the white horse at Kilburn there, at Sutton Bank. That's a good view from up there. And the gliding clubs up there.
Yep.
Oh, it's fabulous. They have these there's a little single engine, and they put an enormous elastic band on one of these gliders and just fly off the end of Sutton Bank. They've no idea where they're going.
Is that right on the top of the hill by one of the abbeys? Is it Revo or Jervo up there?
Revo Abbey.
Revo.
There's Byland Abbey.
Yeah.
Defensively, off the back foot, no run.
Not far from Ampleforth College.
But very close. Yeah, really close. Our surgery's at Ampleforth. It's lovely. Couple of good pubs. One that they closed for a little while, but it's just opened again.
Kev Sharp's just sent me a message saying on Ilkley Moor Bar Tap for Bumble.
Where hast thou been since I saw thee?
Without their trousers on, yeah. Moving swiftly along.
White bustles in. There's nothing other than that ball that really misbehaved from Ben Code. Everything else has been quite pleasant. You can see Johnny Bairstow, he's got plenty of seam options. You know, sometimes you get a captain who'll say, okay, I'll put the spinner on first change. Get him on. Ball's nice and firm, might get a bit of bounce, bit of drift.
Did you find Jeffrey, by the way?
No, I haven't been down since. They said he may be coming. In comes White. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. Defensive prod goes straight through to Bairstow. Lots of oohs and ahs.
Lots of oohs and ahs, but so far, no wicket. I think we've probably outstayed our welcome, actually. But Frank's behind us, and I'd forgotten about the time.
Who's going? Is it me going? Is it?
Yeah, you get the bullet at the end of the over,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Shepherd's Crook, there's sub on. How many overs have gone?
7.4.
Yeah, it's the 8th over, so 4 each. Might get another 1 each from the quickies. Taking on the body, and the ball drops at the batter's feet. Sun's back out again.
Yeah, it's got pretty warm in here now. It was. I went and sat down at the 3rd floor level on the very back row, and it's a bit of a sun trap down there. But they were saying that it's actually been quite chilly at times when the cloud's taken over. Not like Yorkshire folk to moan about weather, is it?
No. It's been dry. You can see the drainage. See all the drainage on the outfield. As White comes in again, past the umpire, full length, pushed away defensively. That's the end of the 8th over. So far, so good for Worcestershire. They're 18 without loss.
Thanks, Bumble. Frank back in the chair. Roderick on 14. Libby on 4. At the moment, just one of those phases of the game where it's slowly moving along now. Yorkshire obviously got a long way in front of things with that 609-run lead, and they're trying to create an opportunity. And Ben Cody's going to continue at the Kirkstall end. 3 slips and a leg slip in place. Jack White's disappeared off again down towards deep backward square as Code bowls. And Roderick, again with that slightly squared up open stance, has just dropped that one into the offside for Luxton to field. Further passing air traffic. So the setup, 4 slips, point, gap through the covers, Milan wideish at mid-off, Thompson at mid-on, Wharton at mid-wicket, and Jack White down at deep backward square. Code's in again, and Libby has to be watchful this time in pushing out into the offside. No run. Frankie's back. And one or two of you messaging in. Jonathan's asking, do we know when any of the much heralded posse of Antipodeans will make it onto the pitch? Well, I can tell you that Ben Sears is here. He is on the ground. Apparently, I've not seen him myself, unless I have and I don't recognise him. But several people have said that he's here, so that's a start. Libby turning one into the leg side for Thompson to field. 1 run. We were told he was having an injection in his ankle or foot last week. I guess they'll be hoping that all of that, whatever the intention was, is okay, and that he can hopefully get some overs in up at Durham next week, but we'll see. Go to Roderick, the 4th ball of this over. Ooh, shoulders, arms, that's a fairly tight leave, but it turns out it was a good one. No harm done. Penny Sutcliffe, afternoon to you. She put big pairs. Well, Lythe's gift of a wicket stopped me laughing. Happy Sunday to all. Norman Eastwood was appalled by the decision to bat again when Worcestershire were on their knees, and bowled out in 66.3 overs. Here's Code, and Roderick defends. What has happened is that Worcestershire had no chance of saving the game if they'd followed on, he says, but have now been given a lifeline. All that's happening now is that the overs are being used up, and Yorkshire's chance of the 16 points is diminishing by the over. Not happy. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Whether you're clapping or moaning. Here's Code again. Final ball of the over is defended by Roderick. 20 without loss at the end of it. Steve Carmichael, afternoon all, was listening to Bumble the other day, and he was commenting on the excessive amount of drinks being offered to players these days. It reminded me of watching Lancs in the 80s when there were athletic players such as Ian Austin and Jack Simmons representing the Red Rose. To them, a drinks break was a sly half pint enjoyed on the boundary between overs, and maybe a nicotine infusion. He's not here to listen to that one, Steve, I'm afraid.
Change of bowling, I think, at the Howard Stand end. Going to see George Hill, I think, are we? Yeah, George Hill coming into the attack. Impressive performance from Hill in this game with bat and ball.
Wrong, the Howard Stand end, George Hill.
But at least from Worcestershire point of view, they've forced the first change. Hill is in and bowls, and Libby is turning this on the leg side for a single. Not for a single, for no score, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, I beg your pardon. So, a solid start from these two. That one horrible delivery that reared from a length from Ben Code and hit Gareth Roderick on the bottom hand. Probably the most uncomfortable moment. Hill is in and bowls, and Libby is pushing this out into the covers for a single, which takes him on to 7, 6, and Roderick 15 will come on strike. 21 without loss earlier today. Just joining us, Yorkshire resuming on the overnight score of, what were they, 243 for 4? Sorry, I just checked that. And just worked away on the leg side, this one by Roderick. And there's no run. I'm just going to have to find the details, sorry. Otherwise I can't give the summary that I was going to give. Yeah, try and find the overnight score. Don Best was on 10, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And
61 for 1. Adam Lyth was on 32.
yeah, 61 for 1. That's it. As Hill bowls and Roderick defends. 61 for 1 then this morning. Don Bess only on 10, Lyth on 32. And then we saw 3 wickets in the morning session. Lyth 35 and Wharton 26. And then 100 added for the 4th wicket between Bess and Milan before Bess reached his 2nd ever first class 100, his first for Yorkshire. He was out shortly afterwards, bowled by Libby. We thought there might be a declaration at lunch, but Milan and Bairstow carried on batting. Hill bowls, and this one is played up to mid-on by Roderick. And it wasn't until the total was on 315 and the lead, this was 609, that the declaration actually came. And when it did, Worcestershire was set a nominal 610 to win. Not a figure that they're going to get, I would imagine, but it did take some time out of the game as far as they were concerned, where they would have had to bat. This one is turned on the leg side for a single by Gareth Roderick. And I suppose, in a way, Worcestershire will not have minded that extending of the Yorkshire innings after lunch, because, as I say, it cut down the number of overs that they'll have to face if they're going to save the game. It's still an epic ask, if you like, having done it at Taunton last week when they batted 200 overs in the 2nd innings. Don Bess, I notice, is warming up now. I think he's got a big part to play in this, because the pitch, I think, will offer a little bit of turn. 47 overs left in this day, all day tomorrow. And Worcestershire are 22 without loss.
Here's Code. Roderick having to be watchful, careful. You know he plays, and he's clearly still got to get in behind the ball, even if the odd one might rear. And when you've just seen 1 or 2 of them do that, and then the odd one where you've had to jab down, might be just somewhere in the corner of the mind, as it were. Here's Code. Nicely driven down towards mid-on. Tumbling stop by Jordan Thompson. The other thing to think about really is that if it is slightly unpredictable, then the longer you can stay out there, the better, because if you're getting used to the pace of the pitch and pace of the ball, then you won't want to expose somebody else to it. Might not be able to be up to the task, maybe, if something nips around a bit more. So big job for these two to do in numerous different ways. That was a nicely enough played open face push of a defensive shot. Backward of point, no run.
Envy play appears to have gone on strike.
Yeah, it's been like that for a while actually. I was going to go through the scores when Bumble was on a while ago. It was just wheeling around. Ben Code coming in once again, past umpire Newell. Once more, it's straight. And so, like we've just said, he's got a couple to kick. The first couple he bowled really took off a little bit, and then the one that hit Roderick on the hand.
Came from nowhere, didn't it? Really?
Yeah. And if you keep it straight, then those sort of things can obviously quite often bring you a bit of a reward as a bowler, and he's really has bowled wicket to wicket. Appeal here. Everybody up, but not the finger. Those of us who can see it again, we'll have another look. And despite the fact everybody went up, it wasn't kind of like you know, we're convinced that this is out. Not sure we are going to see it.
No, we're not going to see it. His leg's a little bit outside leg, but the replay didn't cut in until after the ball had hit him on the pad. We'll never know.
Not out was the decision, and Code tries his luck again. and this time causing further problems for Gareth Roderick. So 11 overs in, they've had a good look at it now. You wouldn't say, well, they've been sort of comfortable in spells during those 11 overs, but clearly there is still enough in this pitch to suggest that there are going to be difficulties for Worcestershire.
They haven't been as comfortable as we saw the Yorkshire batsmen in both their innings, really, at any stage. I can tell you what's happening elsewhere via a different website. Durham, 107 for 5 in their second innings, leading Warwickshire by 169, so that could be a decent game. Notts, 96 without loss in their second innings. This break off as George Hill bowls to Jake Libby, who takes a single, and had that throw from Wharton hit the stumps, I think Gareth Roderick would have been on his way. As it was, it missed, and he just got in. 23 without loss, so Notts 96 without loss in their second innings. They lead Essex by 76 runs, so that's also developing into a reasonable game. Surrey, bad light stop play at the Oval, believe it or not. Surrey are 282 for 4 in their second innings, leading Hampshire by 316. And Sussex in a very strong position against Somerset. Break off as Hill is in and bowls, and forward comes Roderick and plays defensively up to mid-off. Sussex leading Somerset by 510 runs. They're 417 for 5, and it's another one where you wonder why they don't declare. It won't be long, I'm sure. And then in Division 2, Gloucestershire Glamorgan looks like it's going to be a draw. Glamorgan are 337 for 6, still 209 runs behind. Might not be a draw, I suppose, but it looks that way. Hill bowls, and this one is pushed into the covers by Roderick for a single. Kent playing Middlesex. Kent 91 for 1 in their second innings. They need 225 more to win. Could be game on. Middlesex probably favourites. Lancashire in trouble following on against Northants. Lost an early wicket. 26 for 1. Still trailing by 242. And Leicestershire Derbyshire looks like it'll be a draw, doesn't it? Leicestershire lead Derbyshire by 255 runs with 7 wickets remaining, although they could presumably get Derbyshire in today and pick up a few early wickets and set up a win tomorrow. So you're up to date with elsewhere. It's 24 without loss here. Make that 28, because Jake Libby has just stroked George Hill through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot, rare loose delivery, and Libby strong in that area, just waited for it, let it come, and clipped it nicely off about leg stump through mid-wicket to the boundary. So Libby moves to 11 and Worcestershire 28 without loss. And I feel like I'm saying again, Jonathan, exactly what I said lots of times at Taunton last week. The score is actually immaterial. 2 men on the catch now on that leg side. Libby is out, LBW to George Hill. So he concedes a boundary and then gets him with the next ball. Libby just sort of caught on the crease really, and hit in front, and Worcestershire lose their first wicket. Jake Libby, he looks a bit disappointed, but it looked a good shout. Again, the replay not conclusive because it was almost too late really. The contact had already taken place, but Libby didn't look too disappointed with the decision, and he's on his way. Worcestershire are 28 for 1.
Yeah, good bowler George, isn't he? Just asks questions time after time, and on that occasion Jake Libby couldn't come up with the right response. So 9 wickets for Yorkshire to get. I think that's the way realistically we've got to look at this match. Plenty of time still to get them. 48 minutes, 27 balls and 1 4 in Jake Libby's 11.
Yeah,
much work for his teammates still to do.
Yeah, Kashif Ali is the new batsman coming out to join Gareth Roderick. 28 for 1 then in the 12th over. Jake Libby, the man out. Big wicket, because Libby is one of the players in the Worcestershire side that can bat for a very long time. But he won't be doing it today. He's on his way, and Kashif Ali, who made 50 in the second innings last week at Taunton, but was out in the first innings here for 3, chopping the ball on when he tried to pull the bat away from delivery from Jordan Thompson. But George Hill gets the breakthrough in only his second over. And Worcestershire, well, staring down the barrel. And you never know, if you had a collapse of the sort of proportions we saw yesterday, this game could still end today, JD.
Yeah,
Not
possible.
Not impossible. Here's George Hill from the Howard stand end. He's in, he bowls, and Kashif is beaten that side. Just some good delivery. What a good delivery to get first up from Hill. Applause for him at the end of the over. The replays are being cut short very quickly for some reason when we look on our big screen, but good start for George Hill. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 8, and Worcestershire 28 for 1 off 12.
Yeah, well, bowl George. He'll always keep it tight, but he just keeps on coming at you and asking questions. And we keep saying, Johnny Tats, I think, said when he came on commentary the other day, he can swing it and he can nip it both ways. And if you've got those components to your armoury as a bowler and a bit of grass on the pitch, then you can expect to have a bit of fun, I think. As is Gareth Roderick here, because Ben Code put that one down in your diary. He's dropped it short and wide, and he's been smashed away for 4. He'll know that wasn't his best. You don't often see it either. So 28 for 1.
Envy
I'll
plays
make it 32 for 1, in fact.
Envy plays backup, albeit without videos at the moment.
Referee says, afternoon JD, hoping JB hasn't made a boo-boo in not enforcing the follow-on. After all, a wet Monday was predicted on day 1. Well, I'm sure it was really. In comes Code, and that's turned backward of square leg by Roderick for a single. Certainly I read what I kept seeing on television now as the forecast, and there's no guarantees whatsoever of any rain tomorrow. It may creep in from the south and west, but it was very much down the west side of the country, and I think geographically Leeds is slightly to the east, albeit not very much, I'll grant you.
I don't think you
like
need to
the east
worry
of
about
centre.
it. I don't think you need to worry about it.
He says, fingers crossed the wind blows the rain clouds away and we can press home our mammoth advantage. Kashif on strike. Code pushes into the offside and there's no run. And Freddie says, hello JD, rain here in Berlin. Can everyone chill out about not enforcing the follow-on? It was epic to see JB flex his pecs and have a whack. We'll still win, and if we don't, it also doesn't matter that much. It does to...
Probably agree with that until the last bit.
Does to many. 33 for 1 Code coming in. And Kashif's going to pick up 4 down through fine leg, which is vacant. Just straying a little bit to leg stumpish and looking at the heavens in disgust, Ben Code, because he's conceded run, second boundary of the over again. Stick it in the diary. I think that was the case in the first innings, wasn't it? In one of the overs, he went for 2 4s. It doesn't often happen. Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying in terms of the greater scheme of life when there's all sorts of stuff going on around the world, but it still matters to that nucleus of White Rose support. Kashif on 4.
Also, you need, you want wins, don't you? You don't know when you're next going to get in a position quite like this.
No. Code in again, and Kashif pushing into the offside. Now, I mentioned, I think you were out of the box when he batted first time, Kashif Ali, and something I wasn't aware of until somebody pointed it out recently, that sort of racked with nerves before he goes into bat and has had 1 or 2 issues in that respect.
Yeah,
in terms of,
is
that true?
No,
okay.
Not necessarily. I can understand to some extent that suggestion, but I'll expand on it in a minute.
It comes Code to bowl to him. Oh, got the measure of him with that delivery, which he was looking to turn into the leg side. Stifled appeal, not out. So yeah, tell us, it was just whoever was just saying that he gets nervous before an innings, and I think there's been nausea and maybe even sickness, something like that, from time to time.
Yeah.
But that's all I've heard, and you'll know much more. I'm sure.
I'm not sure about that. Late arrival to the first class game, obviously. I've discussed nerves and batting with him, and he said he plays completely without fear. He doesn't feel any fear out there. He thinks if you feel afraid to fail, you don't play well, so he tends to be pretty relaxed about that. That said, he did take some time out last season for mental health issues, but I'm not sure that was particularly about going into bat. I'll just break off as Hill bowls and Roderick steers us out on the offside and there's no run. But it was the relentless pressure of playing first class cricket for the first time in his life, week after week, and being under pressure to get runs like that. And he had a couple of injuries, and he's learning to cope with the professional game. And as we know, it's pretty tough, really. It can be really tough, and he's still in the fledgling period of his career in that sense. I'm not aware of any sort of nausea or anything like that, but I might just not have been told. This one is a good shot from Roderick, given a bit of room by George Hill. It's not a full half volley, and he drives it on the up beautifully through mid-off to the boundary. A lot of responsibility, one would imagine, on Gareth Roderick now. He's 26, and it's 41 for 1.
Yeah, and on Kashif, I mean, obviously I'm just asking the question really, and see if you knew whether that was correct info or not. It wouldn't be a criticism if it was right. It'd just be slightly unusual. But I mean, we just talked when Bumble was in about the great spell by R.G.D. Willis here in 1981, and he said he suffered from nerves, and he listened to hypnosis tapes, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, Roderick gets another single here, tucking this one away off his hip down to long leg, 42 for 1. So I think. As I would assess it, as Kashif is a talented young man who's worked really hard, trialled with lots of different counties to finally get a break. Played some great innings, 200s in the opening fixture last year at Edgbaston. But as yet has to fully adjust to being a full-time professional cricketer. Hill bowls, and he pushes us out on the offside, and there's no run. He played all winter in Pakistan, working really hard on his game, absolutely determined to make a success of it. But it's a long way from promising rookie to seasoned pro, isn't it? And especially for batters. I was talking about it yesterday. You've got to learn to cope with failure, haven't you? You've got to be able to come back from it. Hill is in, and Kashif plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. Even the most consistent run scorers, over a decade or two, even the real big scorers in county cricket, year in, year out, they all had their fair share of failures, and you've got to go away and cope with that. And come back the next day believing that you've got what it takes, you've got the skill set, you've got the attitude and everything else to crack it. Hill is in and bowls, and Kashif sort of check drives. He might have hit the inside of his knee with his bat there, and he's limping a little bit as it goes up to mid-off, end of the over. And 42 for 1. And in that, I mean, even the best players. I remember when Graham Gooch got 3 consecutive noughts or 4 consecutive noughts in a championship season, and people didn't think it was possible, but obviously a player with his background had the belief that this is going to come right, just keep working at it. But coping with that kind of difficult run is really tough when you're a young player, I think.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson, by the look of things, is taking over from Ben Code at the
expect a wicket
the lane end. Well, he is, of course, the man that makes things happen. We'll see.
He has been in this game, that is for sure.
If he was in a Bond film, JT, it'd be called The Man That Makes Things Happen, I think. Or The Man with the Golden Gun 2. We've got a third man in place and 3 slips now for JT. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg rather than sort of deep backward squares, moved about 10 yards finer. So Jordan, right arm over the wicket. First ball to Gareth Roderick is an easy leave wide of off stump, just getting loose. So not a wicket first ball this time, but he's done that on quite a number of occasions in his career. Talking to his mum and dad, well, yesterday and today, but yesterday saying, have you still got the video? Because when he made his debut at Guildford, I remember doing a little video for Steve, Julie, and sending that on whatever form of communication just to mark the moment. That was a good Yorker length delivery, and Roderick turns it into the leg side.
Pigeon post, was it? Pigeon post in those days? We take it so for granted, don't we, now, that we can just send a little clip instantaneously.
It's probably Facebook, but other social media forums are available. He's come a long way since then, Jordan Thompson. 70 and 3 for in the first half of this match, and he's in again, nagging away with the ball to Roderick there, pushed into the offside. Again, the sky beginning to fill in for the moment. Cloud, bit of a grey under tinge to it. And there's not a great deal of wind either. There's a little bit of a breeze, but it's not going to be moving too quickly. Thompson in again. Ooh. Roderick playing away from his body, one hand coming off the bat. Jordan Thompson will be encouraged by that. 42 for 1. 9 further wickets required if Yorkshire are to post a first win of their return to Division 1. Still a couple to come in this over. The buzz downstairs that we've had on days 1 and 2 is becalmed so far on day 3. Fewer people around. There's Thompson again. It's wide of off stump and left by Roderick. Carried through quite nicely to Bairstow. And again, that's I think partly down to the amount of grass on out there. Thompson turns again. Coming in then to bowl to Roderick. That open stance, steps across. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. What a catch by Dom Bess in the covers. Diving to his right. Roderick has gone. And, well, he played a special knock in terms of his own career earlier in the day, Dom Bess. Night watchman with a ton. And, dear me, if a catch was worth 100, then that would be right up there. Right-handed, diving to his right, and Roderick's gone for 27 off 55. The sign's looking ominous for the pairs.
Yeah, you don't really want to lose a wicket in that way, do you, when you're in a situation like this? And I don't mean that it was a particularly loose shot, just that plenty of deliveries that are testing enough, and that one was a ball that Gareth Roderick quite rightly felt that he could score off. It was full of length outside off stump and a yard either side of Bess, and it was 4. In fact, when he hit it, I think we all thought that was going to the boundary, but it was just uppish, and Bess diving to his right picked up a really good catch. He's always been a very, very good fielder on Bess, and just showing it there, and just the sort of thing that goes for you when you're on top, goes against you when you're not. And Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now, and the 2 men, and we said this at Taunton last week actually, the 2 men that you would be banking on if you're going to bat for a hell of a long time, like they would have to in this game, they're both out. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the men who play the big long innings, but as we've said on many occasions, and I'm sure you have in the past, Jonathan, as one door closes another one opens, and when somebody fails, or when the experienced players aren't the ones you can depend on this time, opens the door for somebody else, doesn't it? And one of these two young players, Ethan Brooks or Kashif Ali, might be able to impose themselves on the situation, but that's a big blow, definitely. And Jordan Thompson's done it, hasn't he? He's come on, he's got a wicket in his first over.
I was going to say 1 over, 1 maiden, no runs, 1 wicket.
So a new over begins with George Hill bowling to Kashif Ali. He bowls and Kashif is pushing out on the offside, and they scamper through for a quick single. James Wharton throws at the stumps. I think that Brooks might have been home actually on this occasion because he is pretty sharp. It was Will Luxton actually throwing at the stumps, but Brooks is home. It missed anyway, and it's 43 for 2. We've lost Bumble, haven't we, JD? He's gone missing. He should have been here.
Yeah.
43 for 2.
He's done one.
Kashif is on 5 with that single. Ethan Brooks yet to get off the mark. 3 slips in place, plus 2 men catching on the onside, both at sort of mid-wicket, one slightly straighter than the other. And Worcestershire with, well, we've got 41 overs left after this. If they lose another couple before tea, JD, then
yeah,
seriously think it could be over today, as Brooks is forward and pushing to mid-wicket. I certainly hope it isn't, and I'm sure there's enough depth and resources in the Worcestershire side to take it into the last day, and well into the last day, and obviously depends a little bit on Brett D'Oliveira's fitness, but plenty of batting yet to come. But I just feel if Yorkshire get on a roll like they did yesterday, and it's following a similar pattern, they're nagging away, they're not giving much to hit. As Hill is in again, and Brooks is off the mark with an outside edge down to third man. He'll come back for 2 as Luxton does the fielding. 45 for 2. And what I mean when I say it's following a similar pattern is that what we saw yesterday was that the bowlers supported each other well, gave them very little to hit, and then when they bowl one that isn't quite there, or perhaps looks like a scoring opportunity, the batsman goes at it and perhaps is not quite in control, and that might be just what happened to Gareth Roderick in that last over from Jordan Thompson. As Hill is in again and bowls, and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the offside. But what an opportunity, and how many players I think will look back on their careers and say, well, you know, when I really came of age was when I got that score and I came into bat and it was 23 for 2 and we needed 600, and you just don't know, do you? Opportunities present themselves in all sorts of unusual ways, and that's why we love the game so much. So very unpredictable, but at the moment Yorkshire absolutely on top as Hill bowls, and that's left alone by Brooks. You cannot imagine a side being much more on top than the White Rose at the moment. They still a huge lead. Worcestershire 564 runs in arrears and 2 down in this second innings, with the 2 leading batsmen, you'd probably say, back in the pavilion. George Hill once more is in and he bowls, and this is nicely driven by Ethan Brooks. That'll be 4, over pitch from Hill, and a nice punch down the ground. Not much flamboyance about it, made sure he timed it, and it brings Brooks his first boundary, takes him to 6. Kashif is 5. It's the end of the over. We have 41 left in the day, and Worcestershire up against it, 49 for 2.
Bumble says, what time is it? Time you're on air, lad, that's what time it is.
So Bumbler's back, JD leaves. Jordan Thompson, we've named him in this game, Bumble, the man who makes things happen, because he's smashed 70 in the first innings. He's come on, and every time he's come on he's got a wicket in his first over, and he's just done it again. And JD says if there was a Bond movie and he was in it, it would be called The Man Who Makes Things Happen. And he did.
He missed out, didn't he, in the first game? Didn't get selected.
That's right.
And then
He's
Bencliffe
made up
gets
for it.
injured, you come in, you take your opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And he has, with both hands. And in, you know, with the bat and the ball, he's played a big part. So it's a real test now for these 2 young Worcestershire batsmen. Kashif Ali on strike, Jordan Thompson to bowl to him. And over to you, Bumble.
Well, he is all action, Jordan Thompson. He's coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end. So what do we think pace-wise? So the bowling's changed. Ben Code, who's deadly accurate, and then Thompson takes over. I reckon they're about the same sort of pace. White is quicker, a little bit quicker. Thompson is chest on. When you look at him, he's got this aggressive run up, and number 44 and comes in. He's slightly chest on. Good follow through. He's one of these players. When you see him, year in year out, and you talk about make things happen. He genuinely believes that I'll turn this right. I'll do something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I can promise you and tell you, he's a thoroughly nice bloke. I played golf with him. I got invited in the ex-Yorkshire players, which I'm not, but they invited me to play in the golf day. It was lovely. I played with him. Johnny Bairstow's tail right at the inside of the knee. The ball pitches and it
didn't bounce much, did it?
No, it bounced just in front of Bairstow. He's got one straight on the knee. I just wonder if he's going to get any sort of disciplinary action from Peter Such, who's the match referee, from his dismissal when he left the field in high dudgeon after being given out caught behind off his chest.
They're pretty sharp on it these days, the match referees, aren't they?
You can see the disappointment, but you've just got to walk off.
Yeah.
Thompson again.
Oh, nice shot from Kashif. 2 runs down the ground. Did you see Brett D'Oliveira's LBW at Taunton last week?
Yeah, I saw it on social media.
Yeah, I mean he was obviously dismayed, but he walked off, and at tea Vic Marks came into our box and he said to me, I think Brett deserves great credit for the way that he got himself off the field without showing any kind of dismay, really. He just threw his head back and then walked off, but it would have been difficult, I would imagine, especially given that he batted for about 4 hours and made 100. But
you just have to walk off.
You do.
I mean, I've been
course.
there. I played for I don't know how long, but I played in a different era where the umpire absolutely ruled the roost, and you didn't upset them guys. Thompson again. Bustling pace, full of length, pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
You also had a different kind of relationship with them, I suspect, than the players do now, didn't you?
No, well, my son umpires, and he says that by and large, he said the players are absolutely fine. Yeah. He said, I don't have any problem at all. So, it's still there.
Yeah.
The one word is respect.
Yeah.
But you would not. Johnny Bairstow will know that, you can't do that. He didn't. I don't think he went over the top.
No,
he let it be known.
No.
Driven again to mid-off, and there's no run. End of Thompson's over, and it's 51 for 2.
No, I love the old stories about some of the umpires, and we have the Worcestershire Cricket Society, Bumble, and we have a guest speaker every month in the winter, and we've had all sorts of people. We've had Boyks and we've had Gower recently, and we've got Graham Gooch coming this winter, and sometimes local, sometimes from all over the place. And I do the interviews along with Dave Bradley, who's a colleague of mine, and I often have some cheeky little questions at the end, and I always say favourite umpire, or least favourite umpire, or tell us a story about them. And we often get some really funny stories, and I love that. And the little things that are said out in the middle that most of us don't know about. Some great stories around.
I did 3.5 years, and it was great.
George Hill from the Howard stand end comes in and bowls to Ethan Brooks, who plays at that outside the off stump and is beaten. Might just have gone away a little bit off the pitch, that one. Bowled really well in the first innings, Hill. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe just played inside the line. He bowled really well. He's a good cricketer with bat and ball. He's a player that the Worcestershire boys rate very, very highly, I think. And he's had an impact. They've all been good, this whole quartet. Code, White, Hill, Thompson, they've backed each other up really well. None of them have released that pressure that has been built up by the others. as Hill bowls, and Brooks tucks this one away down to fine leg for a couple of runs, and fielder down there who is a substitute, I think, is it? No, it's not, it's Darren Milan, and he did a real old-fashioned clog on it, didn't he? Stuck his foot on it. You mentioned Bob, well, JD mentioned Bob Willis before, running around the boundary, sort of thing he would have done.
Oh, he wouldn't bend.
No. Just stuck his foot on it and made sure it didn't go over the rope.
His knees wouldn't allow him to bend.
Anyway, here comes Hill again and bowls, and well, Brooks plays that quite nicely. Just had to adjust at the last minute as it just popped on him just a little bit outside off stump, and he just drops it down into the gully. Making his way in the game, Ethan Brooks moved down the road from Edgbaston last year, made his first 100 at Hampshire last year, got into the red ball side halfway through towards the latter half of the year, but a big step up the order for him, batting at 4. First time he's done that in his life, these last 2 games, as he's forward and pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Left Warwickshire. Interesting, you know, you're saying about players leaving Worcestershire. Ethan Brooks left Warwickshire and came to Worcestershire because of lack of opportunity, really, because they got a lot of good young players at Warwickshire, and he felt that he wasn't going to have a real chance to play red ball particularly, but he wasn't getting much of a game in the white ball either, whereas at Worcestershire he got straight into the white ball side, played well in the T20s last year and forced his way into the red ball side, plays this one defensively back up the pitch. And going back to our conversation earlier, Bumble, about what you do if you lose players, a bit like football clubs, isn't it? I'm a Norwich City supporter, and every time we get a good player we have to sell him, and then you've got to find another one, and you either do that by bringing them through yourself or doing what they've done with Ethan Brooks, which is getting them from, you know, from another county where they're not required anymore or they're allowed to leave, and that's the way you have to keep regenerating the side. As Hill is in and bowls, and that's left alone by Brooks outside the off stump through to Bairstow, and there's no run, and that is the end of the over. It remains 53 for 2. The men out, the 2 big men, Libby LBW to George Hill for 11, and Gareth Roderick brilliantly caught by Don Bess at extra cover, diving to his right off the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 27.
Well, the other thing that you need also, particularly at Worcestershire, is a good academy.
Yeah.
And get your best coaches in the academy. We were chatting yesterday to the Northants people, and they were talking about how do you spend the money. I said, well, certainly academy, because you know you'll produce players and then these players go off and play elsewhere. I said you need a good academy. Thompson again, just back of a length and pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And I think that's especially important, and it gives an opportunity to young players. Then again, it's down to young players. You've got to work hard. You've got to work hard at your game and get as much knowledge as you can. Get a good lifestyle, you know, the way that you live and your character.
Yeah.
Great opportunity, and all the chat about county cricket and T20 cricket and franchise cricket, particularly in the UK, as Thompson comes in and driven into the offside, there's no run. Every cricketer, as far as I've been aware, starts in county cricket. That's where they start, all of them.
Yeah.
Might move on and do something else, but that's where they start. There's a chat, there's a move that we may move to what they call conference cricket in leagues of 6. I think I'm in favour of that. Depends how many matches they play. It's a great game to be played in summer. As Thompson again comes in, back of a length this time, worked into the leg side, and may get 2, they settle for 1. Yeah, I'd get back to, you know, to make it really worthwhile and capture the imagination, and it would capture the imagination of broadcasters, which I've been heavily involved in over a number of years, not so right now. £20 million for the winner. That'd get your players playing. That'd make it a real meaningful and good to watch. It'd be good to televise, good to watch.
Yeah.
Thompson comes in again. He reminds me of what I'd expect of an Australian opening bowler. you know, a good beam, and they come in quite flat-footed in their approach, and a straight approach. Gone are the days, and you probably remember, Frank, as well, when fast bowlers used to come in on an angle.
Well, I remember John Price.
John Sidney Ernest
Price.
Absolutely,
yeah.
But now they come in dead straight.
Apart from Dan Worrell, who's that little curve, the Worrell at Surrey.
Yes.
And that's because he grew up playing in a backyard where there was a tree, and he had to run up at a slight angle, and he still does. He's a heck of a bowler now.
A bit of Jeff Thompson about that.
Yeah.
That he used a tree in Queensland. He used that was his marker to turn round and run in and bowl. He didn't have a run up.
Yeah. But you're right. I know what you mean about when you say about most of them being like that. And Jordan Thompson. Reminds me of Peter Siddle in that respect a little bit.
And Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Slightly flat-footed and splay-footed, back of a length, and not just bouncer length. End of the over, decent aggressive over, and it's at 54 for 2. And why they ran in on that curve was to come in on a curve and then curve off the run-up, because if you recall that the run-up was only 4 foot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The danger area was only 4 foot, and then it's extended to 5 foot.
Yeah.
I'd get shut of that completely. You run where you want.
Yeah.
Bring the spinner in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because a batter runs all over the place. A batter will run up and down the middle.
Yeah. Don Bess is coming on. This will be interesting. See whether he gets any movement sideways, any spin. I think he will. He's a big spinner of the ball, quite a big spinner of the ball, and even yesterday, in a couple of overs before lunch, he did that, and that will present a new challenge for the Worcestershire batsmen. Had plenty of it at Taunton last week in those 200 overs. They had Archie Vaughan bowling at one end and Jack Leach bowling at the other, and 6 or 7 fielders round the bat at one stage. It was really good, tense stuff. Not going to be quite 6 or 7 yet, but we've got a short leg or a man going in somewhere close. He might be on the offside, might be on the leg side. He hasn't decided yet. Just putting the shin pads on. It's James Wharton. He is going into short leg. He caught an amazing catch at Worcester last year, James Wharton, at short leg. I can't remember who it was. A proper clip off the pads, and he just stuck his hand down and well, you take a catch like that, you're consigned to short leg for the next 5 years, I reckon, aren't you? Here's Bess to bowl to... Ooh, and there's a little bit of uncertainty as Kashif works it away on the leg side and wants a single, but Brooks sends him back because Will Luxton in the mid-wicket area is very quickly moving to his right. And it's 54 for 2 it remains. So a slip and a short leg, man in close at mid-wicket. And Bess bowls and Kashif just opens the face and pushes it out on the offside for a single as the sun comes back out again. It's a lovely evening. Worcestershire right up against it. Another 5 overs after this till tea. And they are 55 for 2. And they need to bat for the rest of the game, basically, if they're going to save it, as they had to do at Taunton last week. Bess is in, bowls, Kashif is forward, playing back up the pitch. There were 5 down at the end of the 3rd day last week at Taunton. Batted all through the 4th day, losing just another 4. And they've got to do something similar, but it's not as flat as it was there, this. Bess bowls, and Brooks on the back foot plays out on the offside for a single.
How did Archie Vaughan bowl in that game?
First spell not so well. First time I'd seen him in the flesh, actually. I was quite interested. I've seen him at the end of last season. I saw some of his exploits on the telly. Best bowls, and forward comes Kashif, and back to the bowler as no run. And then as he settled and picked up a wicket, he bowled very nicely, actually. Probably, I said at the time, I'll just look back at the figures. I have to break off his best bowls this one. Ooh, keeps low, and Kashif cuts and goes under the bat. Probably, he bowled 50 overs in that second innings. 50 overs, 14 maidens, 1 for 119. And I felt, end of the over here, by the way, 56 for 2. I felt that was, you know, he's only been bowling off spin for 2 or 3 years. I think I read somewhere that he taught himself to bowl in the garden during lockdown. And, you know, 3 or 4 years later, he's expected to open the batting and be a sort of senior bowler. I thought it was a big responsibility for him, and he probably tired a little bit as well. He's not played that much first-class cricket, so it was a big ask for him, but he bowled pretty well. I think he's a very, very good... He's going to be a batter who's a proper off-spinner rather than an occasional off-spinner, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, and these younger bowlers, it'll take them years to understand the mechanics of bowling spin.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a real prospect, I think.
Thompson again. Pushed into the offside and there's no run, fielded at extra cover.
As I understand it, he wants to be an opening batter, but he wants to be an opening batter who can bowl proper off spin rather than, you know, just occasional.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got every chance. And, you know, he's got a famous father, and I know his father will just let him get on with it.
Yeah.
He will just get on with it.
Brilliant. Great attitude.
Thompson in past the umpire, full of length, rotate the strike, get a single, do your best work at the non-striking end. And Josh De Carey's got a famous father as well.
Indeed.
He's at Middlesex and not getting much of a look in there.
No.
And he's a far better batter than a number 8.
Yeah. He got some runs for the seconds last week, I noticed.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he? Yeah, he's going to be a good cricketer. Thompson, past his mark. Bustles in, full of length. A loft on his head, Thompson. Well, he thinks what's gone on there. He's just pushed back up the pitch and it's no run.
Going back to Josh De Carey's, I've always wondered, I've never actually asked the question of anybody that would really know, but presumably the decision that he chose to use the name De Carey's is because he didn't want to draw attention to himself as the son of a famous father.
I don't know. You know, I know the family very well, but I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
As Thompson comes in again.
Well, I told his dad when I saw him at Lord's that a peculiar little connection is that my son-in-law, his mother, so my daughter's mother-in-law, was Josh De Carey's mum's teacher and house mistress at school in Malvern many years ago. But yeah, interesting. And her dad played Test cricket, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I wonder if everybody knows who we're talking about or not. We won't say, just in case. Send us a message.
Thompson pushed up to a mid-off from a full-length delivery, and there's no run. 57 for 2. Got a fine leg. It was quite square. Regulation mid-wicket and a mid-on, a mid-off. An extra cover, a third man. And how many slips? I think there's 3 slips.
Are you surprised there's not more?
Oh, I always am, but it's the modern way. Yeah, defensive prod up the pitch. That ends Thompson's over. It's 57 for 2.
I mean, you got 600 runs to play with. You could have a man on the drive on both sides, couldn't you? Quite easily without. I mean, there's nothing to defend really. Third man, well, okay. What's the point? Have another slip. Doesn't matter if 4 goes down there. I would have considerably more attacking fielders, and maybe also I can think of a few captains who would have not just had more attacking fielders, but they'd have been moving around with a bit of regularity to try and make the batsman just think, hang on, what's he doing that for? Why is he putting him there?
I'm a huge believer in that, and in particular the 2 fielders in front either side.
Yeah, just go a little bit square, just go a bit straight.
Short extra, short mid-wicket, move a bit this way, move a bit that way, and you're trying to confuse the batsman, get into his mind.
Absolutely. Don Bess from the Howard Stand end with his off-spin bowls to Ethan Brooks, who drives nicely through a big gap at extra cover. It might have the legs. It does have the legs to go all the way. So nicely timed from Brooks, and he goes to 14, and it's 61 for 2. I learned a huge amount of my cricket, Bumble, from one man in league cricket who you might have played against. He played for Worcestershire for a couple of years. Keith Wilkinson, all-rounder, left-handed batter, left-arm seamer.
Remember the name?
Late 70s. He only had a couple of years on the Worcestershire staff and then became a prolific Birmingham League cricketer. And he was like that as a captain. Best bowls, and he's forward. Brooks pushing out on the offside for a single. And he was always tinkering, always changing, always making the batsman think and asking questions. And this is exactly the sort of situation that Johnny Bairstow can do that in. And again, you know, I'd have a silly point in there now, I think, and maybe a leg slip. So many runs to play with. Best bowls played back up the pitch, and there's no run. So just a slip and a short leg, and then a man fairly close at mid-wicket. Other than that, it's a fairly conventional field. As Bess is in and bowls, and that one is pushed out on the onside by Kashif. He is on 9, Brooks is on 15. The men out, Libby 11, Roderick 27. And 3 overs after this, before the tea interval. It's Bess bowls. Kashif is forward again, pushing out on the onside. There's a hush around the ground. There's a sense that Yorkshire are on top and they've just got to be patient. Kashif drives back to the bowler, end of the over. Tidy over from Bess, but yeah, just feel that maybe the Worcestershire batsman could be put under a little bit more pressure at the moment. 62 for 2, and they still trail by 547. Huge, isn't it? Huge deficit.
Yeah, if you're batting, don't look at the board. There's no point.
Yeah.
Wharton's come off. He's an enormous bloke to be stood at short leg. See that many that big stood at short leg. He's just come off. He's come running off with the helmet. So we've got a substitute fielder who's gone on, as Thompson will continue from this Kirkstone Lane end. But yeah, you in this situation, you don't look at the board. Just bat time, bat till tea. Now let's see if we can bat that evening session. The clouds are high and the sun's out and it's a bit chilly. We get a full evening session in, I'm sure. As Thompson comes in again. Forward defensive into the leg side to mid-on, and there's no run. We were chatting earlier about favourite umpires. You mentioned Gower and Gooch, and who's your favourite? If it's a bowler, it'd be Ray Julian. Yeah, he'd be the fifth because he kept the game moving, did Mr. Julian. He liked to keep. I've seen enough of this batsman. Let's have a new one. LBW.
Lived in Worcester, you know.
He did
until
while,
recently. Yeah.
Last I heard, he was down Somerset way.
Yeah.
Thompson again.
Flies
through. Absolutely flew through to Johnny Bairstow. It's a play and a miss, and Bairstow's took it by his left shoulder. We saw one, didn't we, from Ben Court?
Yeah, just hit
that reared at Roderick, I think it was.
Yeah, cool. That's an absolute jaffer, that is, isn't it? Good one to miss that.
Yeah, you can easily nick that, and if he'd have nicked it thick, it would have been a good catch. Flew through.
He's a good cricketer, isn't he, Thompson?
Thompson again. Up to mid-on, and there's no run.
But as you know better than anybody, the skill is for the batter is to just forget that, isn't it? Put it out your mind. Don't let that one worry you. Focus on the next one.
I do chuckle a bit when you see, you know, that event has gone.
Yeah.
That ball's gone, a play and a miss or whatever. And you see this shadow play, shadow it, it's gone.
Relive it,
It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thompson. Leg side, into the leg side. Nicely timed towards the practice area, towards the vacant Western Terrace, and it's 4. The best I've seen, and it's a big name, and you'd expect him to be good, is Sachin Tendulkar. You know, so composed at the crease, whatever delivery comes, just walk away to square leg. Look at the crowd, look at the trees, look at the stands, look at anything. Switch off.
Yeah.
And then walk back in and switch on again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thompson. Bustling run. Leg side again. Bairstow diving, scrambling. Parries it. Goalkeeper style. First slip comes round. Loses his hat. Lobs it to cover point. He's going to give it a bit of a shine. On his sleeve. They don't have flannel now. There used to be a flannel shirt which you could get a shine on the ball. I don't know what they call it now, what the material is, synthetic.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Jordan Thompson. Back of a length. He gets a tickle on it. And the bails are disturbed and it's the end of the over. It's 66 for 2. And James Wharton comes back, bringing his helmet.
He's still got the shin pads on.
He's got the shin pads. He took his helmet off. He took it with him. I think he might have done some adjustment to the helmet.
Yeah.
I don't know who the 12th man was, but the 12th man's been on for 1 over and gone. And he's got the helmet back on. He's a big unit. He's a wonderful fielder in the outfield.
He is very quick
square.
as well.
Rapid.
Very quick, yeah.
Yeah, and they've camped him in at short leg. Usually you get a little fella in there.
Don Bess in, and this is played defensively by Kashif. You mentioned, when you said about Johnny Bairstow scrambling, you said goalkeeper style. It made me remember that there's a full programme of, or pretty full programme of football today in the Premier League. There's quite a few games, best bowls and Kashif's forward. And it's the first game of the season at Molineux that I haven't covered, because I don't support Wolves, but I report on them, and I've covered them, and it obviously hasn't been a great season. They've been right down at the bottom most of the time. They've picked up recently. Best bowls. Short and swung away. Free hit really for Kashif. 4. Didn't really get hold of it, but he gets 4 down to backward square leg. So that takes him into double figures. He's 13, 70 for 2. So I thought I'd have a quick look at the score.
You were winning.
It's a 6-goal game. They've won 4-2 against Spurs. Would have been quite exciting stuff. And first one I've missed. So there you go. I'd rather be here watching Worcestershire struggle as best bowls, and Kashif pushes out on the offside. And there's no run. So Kashif and Brooks, 2 young players with a chance here, with an opportunity to make a mark. Wharton's gone from short leg to very, very silly mid-off now. And Kashif gives him something to think about, because Best gave him a bit of room and he drove it on the offside. I'm not sure if it actually struck Wharton on the shin pad or whether he just didn't time it, but it went out through the covers and they picked up 2, no more than that. Kashif goes to 15. He's been playing in Pakistan all winter, Kashif, so he'll have been facing a fair amount of spin, I would imagine. He waits now as Best bowls, and he works this one with the spin to short mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. We've got 1 left before tea. 72 for 2. Kashif has 15 and Ethan Brooks has 19.
I bet we get a change of bowling here, and it looks as if...
Yeah, a bit of Adam Lythe.
Adam Lythe, which will be off-spin again. Really different style of off-spin than Don Bess. Bairstow, like many captains do, let's do something different. What should I do with Adam Lythe, the Whitby man? Christy, I wonder if Christine, his mum, will be listening.
I was visited by a man from Whitby yesterday at lunchtime, Bumble, a chap called Mike Stones, who I used to teach with at Repton. He's a cricket coach, worked for years in the Derbyshire pathway. He's from Whitby, he's retired now, and he's at Whitby. He knows Adam, he was telling me, and he still does a little bit of coaching at Whitby Cricket Club. Very, very proud.
Grand is Whitby.
Proud to be a Whitby resident and a Yorkshireman. Yeah, I had a great holiday there once when my kids were little.
Lovely.
Brilliant. Did the old Dracula walk and all that kind of thing. Fantastic.
In he comes, Adam Lythe. And I'm not far from Whitby, and so if we've got a bit of leisure time, that's where we get up there and we sort of get into Sands End, which is the quieter end along the sands there. It's lovely.
Runswick Bay is very nice.
Yeah, Runswick. Some lovely coastline there. Lythe in again. Hunmanby Gap, Filey, Bridlington, Scarbados.
Scarbados. Every commentator's favourite venue. I'm never allowed to go there with Worcestershire. Dave Bradley always pulls rank on me for that one.
Live again. Morse Light. It's my favourite cricket ground in the world.
Yeah, everybody says that.
Fabulous.
My favourite cricket ground in the world, Bumble, is Puckakura Park.
Yeah, I
New
played there.
Yeah.
New Plymouth, I played there.
I spent a season in New Plymouth.
Yeah.
Played there a few times. Wonderful place.
Flight.
Oh, he's bowled him!
Absolute
Oh,
beauty.
what a wicket that is. That's a big wicket in the last over before tea. Ethan Brooks cannot believe it. Well, great bit of captaincy by Johnny Bairstow, and Adam Lyth steps up. That's an absolutely tremendous bonus, isn't it? 2 stumps out of the ground. Can't believe it hit them both. We'll have to have a look at the replay. Ethan Brooks absolutely stunned by that. Haven't seen the replay. Well, there you go. So T is taken with the 3rd Worcestershire wicket down. Here we go. Oh, that's a beauty. That has turned a long way. Just watching it again and hit leg stump. Turned from outside off through the gate and hit leg stump. Big wicket. Decent innings from Ethan Brooks. He looked okay. He'd made 19. He played some good shots. But he is out and T is taken with Worcestershire in real trouble now at 72 for 3. Got to bat for 4 more sessions to try and save this game. They're almost exactly in the position they were in at Taunton last week. What a bonus bumble that was.
Well, it's flight. I said he's a different sort of bowler than Don Bess, and he got it flighted up in the air above the eye line. It pitches and spins. 2 stumps were out of the ground. It's very, very dry out there. And what a decision by Johnny Bairstow. He could have had Thompson, who's bowled all right, nothing wrong with it. No, we'll have a bit of spin. Totally different spin, flighted spin. The ball pitched, spun, turned, and the stumps were demolished. You would say that's a bonus wicket. It's a huge wicket, and I suppose that they would say in the changing rooms, right, let's get to work. It'd be absolutely bang on if we can nip 3 out at tea time, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, and they might even be holding out hopes of knocking them over today. You never know. You get the skids under them after yesterday. Confidence won't be high, but that's a real bonus. So there we are. It's tea at Headingley. Worcestershire are in real trouble. 72 for 3 in the 25th over, with Kashif Ali still there on 15 not out. He'll be joined by Adam Hose after the break, and we'll be back with commentary on that. Guess we'll be starting again at just after 4:15. Thanks for being with us, and do join us again later.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Welcome back from Headingley then. Final session on day 3. Worcestershire 72 for 3. And they need a further 538 runs to win. Yorkshire 7 more wickets. Adam Hose is the new man in. You will recall that Ethan Brooks was bowled by Adam Lyth through the gate with the final ball of the previous session. So still 2 to come in this 25th over. Bumble alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge. We've got Frank Watson, of course, as well. And Adam Lyth then. Bowling his off spin, slip, short leg. Man back at a square leg. Also a man in the deep in front of square. Straight mid wicket. Mid on, a little deeper, mid off. And a cover as well as a backward point. And he floats one up, and it's going to be the backward point who is brought into play. Jordan Thompson. Adam Hose off the mark first up. You got your breath back?
Well, it's a different style of off-spin from Lyth, an opening batter who's bowled a fair bit throughout his career, but he bowls it quite slowly. He gets the ball in the air, a little bit of flight, and that's what did for that last wicket. It gated him, it spun.
Here he is again. LBW appeal. I don't think so. He's having a good smile at Mark Newell. How could he not give that out, he says. Going to have a chance to have a quick look at it again. Well, it struck him in front. I think benefit of the doubt and all of that. With the turn. Oh, he's very confident, Adam Lyth, with the appeal. Just got to remind myself now how many first-class wickets he's taken. A few down the years. 47 now. He did have a fifer in a T20 game up at Durham. Completely changed the game, the back end of it. Red hot spell of 5 for about 10. Jack White is going to start this final session of day 3 then from the Howard stand end. If you're batting here, Bumble, Kashif and Adam Hose. Team opposition with the tails up with loads of runs to play with. And the last thing you want to do when you walk out for the final session is to see a bit of cloud cover.
Yeah, it's cloudy. The clouds are very, very high. And just in that LBW shout was a good shout. It's probably spun too much. He's bowled it slowly like that. He'll carry on, surely. He'll carry on. And Jack White, same end from when he opened the bowling, coming in from that football stand end. He was out there with the strength and conditioning, you said he was, one of the coaches. He was strength and conditioning, he was just doing some looseness, so we had a good idea that it would be White to resume after that tea break. I mean, I know I'm from over the other side, and although I live here, you know, I thought tea is tea. No, there were no sandwiches, no nothing, just a biscuit. have a word. White comes in.
Well, I mean, we all got something, didn't we, lads? I think it probably is because she's from the dark side. Because that's what it is, isn't it? If we're all honest about it.
I just went in there, I thought, you know, tea, it's a tradition, it's customary. At cricket, you have tea. Well, that's all there was. And you've got to make your own tea. I thought there's bound to be a sandwich.
You know about the financial problems that this club's had over the last few years, don't you?
Yeah, well, sandwiches are not expensive. Make them yourself.
Bring a pack up tomorrow.
I will. White comes in. It probably won't be extended, this game, at tea time tomorrow. See, what's the weather forecast tomorrow? We talked about the cloud, and there's no blue sky now. There is a fair amount of cloud, and I know that the sages downstairs were saying, oh, it might rain later.
Reminds me of that old Peter Wallace joke. On the pub down Otley. Bloke comes in. Pint of bitter. Looks like rain. Same blinking price.
Leg side. I think he's got a nudge on that. He's gone for 4. Yeah, a little tickle down the leg side.
Yeah, but Peter Wallace, the machine gun from the Comedians.
I don't. I tell you what, the one that I do was Charlie Williams, I remember. Flower, all right, flower.
I'd surprised that at some point when you were on the after dinner circuit that you didn't do a gig and maybe Peter might have followed you or something. No,
that's not familiar. Charlie Williams, I remember Charlie.
Up a bit, down a bit, left a bit, right a bit.
Did he do?
Yeah, he did after Bob Monkhouse, didn't he?
After Bob Monkhouse, Bernie the Bolt. White again. And my Accringtonian mate, coming from Accringtonian, was Bullseye.
Yeah.
Jim Boyton.
Super smashing great, marvellous.
Oh, super smashing great. Oh, no, not another speedboat, is it?
So let's have a look at what you could have won.
Let's see what you could have won. Now you've won £7. I'll just count this £7 out and we'll be back after this break, and it doesn't get any better.
There's your tungsten, what was it? There's your tungsten darts.
Yeah.
Tungsten tip darts. Marvellous.
Tony Green, he was the one who called the scores, wasn't he? Tony Green.
In one.
A hop and a skip as White turns and charges in. Oh, he's bowled him, don't leave that. Off stump, flies out the ground. It's a leave and it's fatal.
Yep. Adam Howes, I mentioned, I think, when he walked into bat in the first innings, certainly playing for Warwickshire, has had runs against Yorkshire in white ball cricket, but don't think he scored so many in red. And, well, definite big error of judgment. 77 for 4, and he made 1 first time around. He's made 5 second time around, and he'll be very disappointed with that.
Well, 2 strikes in 2 overs then. One either side of the tea break for Yorkshire, as this cloud is going to be helpful for the quicker bowlers. Be absolutely delighted, Johnny Bairstow, as he brought Adam Lyth in. Come on, have a ball just before that tea break, and he took a wicket. And then he opts for White to take that from that football stand then, and he does it again. You don't leave them, it's too close to leave. Off stump, cartwheeling out of the ground, flying out of the ground with decent pace. Yeah, this cloud might just be helping. Should be hunting now. Yorkshire should be hunting. 77 for 4.
I think now, 31 overs to go, they'll definitely be thinking, come on, let's try and get this finished tonight.
Oh, he's took him off.
yeah.
He's took Adam Lyth off.
And it's Ben Code, and I think this is a signal of intent, really, isn't it? Bring back your opener, bit of cloud cover. Can he add to those 4 he took in the first innings? Hasn't got one yet in the second. He won't get one off that ball. Kashif Ali opening the faces, run it down to third man George Hill giving chase, not George Hill, Will Luxton giving chase, and it's going to be 4. You asked about the weather forecast. According to the Met Office forecast, it says a more organised band of showers moves eastwards before stalling across parts of Britain. That's very generic. Some locally heavy rain with a risk of thunder, drier and warmer to the southeast. I'll try and get a more local look at it. Here comes Code. Straight at this time, turn around the corner, Best does the fielding, they get through for 1. Let's have a look for Leeds. Leeds, West Yorkshire. What have we got? Well, it's sunny at 6 o'clock in the morning if they can get in for an early start.
The early start, yeah.
But it is generally cloudy tomorrow. There might be a little threat of rain around about the start of play, but barring that, just cloudy and maybe a bit of a threat during the afternoon. But it doesn't look serious as Code's in, fading one down the leg side. Matthew Waite falling over.
I think he's gone. Johnny Bairstow's gone traditional about heading. Look up, don't look down. If you can see any sort of cloud around, get your quick bowlers on. That's what it used to be, but that was when the pitches were much greener, with a little bit of moisture in them. This is dry, unbelievably dry. It will be from the weather that we've had. But he's got his quick bowlers back on. He's got his opening bowlers back.
Here comes Code then. Shirt untucked. Roundabout off stump, that's turned into the leg side by Matthew Waite. There's no run. David Milan trying to keep his hands warm. Used to get told off, didn't you, when you were younger, for putting your hands in your pockets?
But they have hand warmers, don't they?
Yeah.
Now they put the little pouches that you break, which gives a bit of warmth somehow.
2 to come in the over. Code looking for a first in the innings. Matthew Waite plays it nicely off his legs down to Jack White. That fine leg. 2 runs. Nick Moxon says, I was at Headingley on Friday. Great to see Yorkshire being ruthless and looking on course for full points. Great to hear Bumble on commentary.
Who's that, Nick Moxon?
Nick Moxon, yeah.
Is he relative of?
And relative of his mum and dad, I think.
But that's it.
Yeah.
That's sort of thinking.
Here comes Code once again. Final ball of the over then. Matthew Waite not troubled by that one. Inky says, good to have Bumble back on radio again. More, please. And for goodness sake, get him a sausage roll. I know he's moaning. Typical lanky.
Oh, I'll give over. I was just thinking, it's tea time, I'm a bit peckish. They're bound to have these wonderful, generous people here at Headingley. They're bound to have some wonderful sandwiches on, not a thing.
It's not TMS this, you know.
No.
We don't get chocolate cake sent every day.
I wonder if they still do on Test Match Special. Do they still get the cakes, the tradition of people? When I worked for TMS, it used to be that the people who'd bake the cake would bring it in. They used to bring it in to you. Frank's just saying cake at Worcester. I mean, the ladies in the ladies' pavilion, they would make the cakes at Worcester. I remember that.
Yeah, good cakes at Leicester actually as well. Yeah. Over to you, Bumble.
Oh, it is. I keep forgetting we're doing alternate. It's Jake White. I'll have to just rerun that. He's actually bowled it, and he's been pushed into the leg side, and he's on his way back. He's on his way back to his run up. In fact, he's nearly got there. Yeah. Test Match Special used to get all the cakes, and Agnew a bit, loving it. And when I worked at Sky, Beefy had some deal with a pie manufacturer. We got pork pies, they were lovely.
Yeah.
Dickinson's, I think they were called, Dickinson's, Melton Mowbrays. In comes White. Past the umpire, full of length, pushed into the offside to mid-off, and there's no run. It is, I mean, it's not dark by any stretch, but there's a few dark clouds now right overhead.
On that note, Martin Bloomfield emails, Bumble's normal source of reference with regard to the weather is Bill's mother's. If you can't see it from here, what does the beak detect?
Yeah, Bill's mother's is at Old Trafford. And it's looking sort of down towards Liverpool. That's where it comes in. It comes in from the sea over Liverpool into Manchester. As White comes in, full length again, defended to mid-on. And Bill's mother's, as far as I can remember, was David Green, who opened the batting for Lancashire with Jeff Puller, who was a wonderful wit, was David Green. And Jeff Puller had a number of nicknames. Noddy, he was Noddy Puller, because he had a huge head and a small car. That's why he was known as Noddy. But he was also known as Bill. And his mother lived that way. And is it raining? Well, it is over Bill's mother's. As White comes in, gets it through extra cover. It won't reach the boundary, just be a couple. Frank's just shown us something on his telephone, which is showing us that it's very, very dark in London. Well, you want to come living up here, it's far better and cheaper, which Jonathan knows, having lived in York now for quite a number of years. I'm learning all the local sayings. How much?
Yeah.
That's the main one.
Gets at bar.
Gets at bar, and how much? White comes in. Back of the length again, accurate, defended by Kashif Ali. And he just shadows the shot. And he then strolls away, has a chat with his non-striking partner. He just strolls out towards square leg and then comes back. He's a bat twiddler.
Alex Stewart.
Yeah, one of the best bat twiddlers. It's getting darker. In comes White. Defended again. It's the end of the over. And Worcestershire are 86 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit of twirl from Bess and a little bit of twirl from Lythe, but we're still getting seam, as you might expect, given the conditions. There was a bit of unpredictable bounce early on, two or three that took off from Ben Code. The odd one where the batter have jabbed down a little bit as if to suggest it might not have bounced quite as true as they'd have expected, but to all intents and purposes it's just played like another Headingley deck, but with just a bit more grass on it. And with the aerials, just got to be careful with the bat. Matthew Waite will know that, having played here. Pushes that one to James Wharton. Better say hello to James's parents. I was just having a chat with them when I was downstairs earlier. They were having to leave to go walk the dog, but they said they'd be listening on the way back home.
Are they local? Are they local family?
Huddersfield.
Huddersfield, yeah.
Don't quote me on that. Code. The square leg side. Don Bess seen to good effect earlier today with a brilliant catch. That cover is at mid-wicket fielding that.
Scored a century as well.
Yeah.
Night watchman.
Going to see a lot of him this year again. Obviously not played as much last year when Otis was around, Otis Gibson. Dan Moriarty playing quite a lot of games as their preferred spin option. Coding again. White pushes to mid-off.
See, if you think back to the great championship winning Yorkshire teams, they had 2 spinners. They had Illingworth and Wilson, and a balanced attack. They have an all-rounder and 2 quick bowlers. Plenty of batting. So they had a good balance to the team. The modern way is seam, swing and 1 spinner.
Going in again, work to the leg this time. Best can't get across to it. Jordan Thompson will, and it'll be 1 to Matthew Waite. Yeah, I mean, you know, the history of this place, and you know it longer than I do. You always think seam, don't you? But interesting, you know, you're saying Illy and Don Wilson. What was it like in terms of turn further back?
Well, they'd be on uncovered pitches for a start, so that. But then Cope and Carrick, you get them 2 a ball together.
Code defended by Kashif.
See, you're always.
Have you seen Cope today?
Yeah. I'd always pop down Halifax Town. They got beat yesterday. They're always looking now, and I understand that you want a long batting lineup. So how do you get? You need all-rounders. It's very rare now that you get a spinner who's just a spinner and doesn't bat and doesn't field. You don't get many of them.
No, here's Code again. Solid block by Kashif to complete that 29th over at 87 for 4. Yeah, that's just the way the game has gone, hasn't it? Even when you're a seamer, whereas back in the days of the likes of RGD Willis, talking about him earlier on, went out to batted 11 and knew number 11, wasn't he?
But yeah,
but now it's you know, you'll often get a player who's capable of getting half centuries, and it's not that uncommon who's going in at 10 and 11. And obviously you got somebody like Don Bess, who's shown us today can get a ton going in lower middle.
I think that spinner has in modern cricket, he has to be able to bat, because he extends your batting lineup. Then you've got a wicket-keeper batsman, which everybody has. They're all, you know, that's again, nobody wants just a wicket-keeper. You've got to have a wicket-keeper batter, extends your batting lineup. If I'd have my time over again with a county team, I would really strive to get 2 spinners in. And if I could get a leg spinner, yeah, because I think pitches are drier now. They're much drier than they used to be. 4 days as well, as opposed to 3-day cricket. Same fella, this, isn't it? White.
Yep.
In he comes again. He'll skip. There he goes. 1 little skip. Past the umpire, full of length into the leg side, takes a single.
They've always been, you know, keeper batters at various points. It just wasn't as prevalent in the game, was it? Further back in the past, but you know, you think, I mean, when I was a lad, you're talking about the likes of Alan Knott, of course, the most famous one before that, Godfrey Evans, Les Ames,
but he David Bairstow here.
Yeah, of course.
Dick Blakey.
In world terms, you know, Adam Gilchrist kind of changed it all, I guess, didn't he?
Wait, he's in again. And of course, Shane Warne said if he'd have had a decent wicket keeper, he'd have got 1,000 wickets in Test match cricket. But again, you would say Adam Gilchrist wasn't the best wicket keeper in Australia, but he balanced their team at number 7. The way that he played, he was a world player. MS Dhoni. So you're always looking for that. You look at the lad at Folks who don't get a go for England because they want a wicket keeper who bats.
But he does.
He bats, but he don't bat how they want him to bat.
No.
In comes White. Oh, outside edge. Has it landed? I don't think it has.
No.
Adam Lythe's half appealed. It's on the half volley. It's Finlay Bean who is just short of him. Thick outside edge, and they are in close.
Yeah, look, I mean, Adam gets excited if there's a Y in the day, so you know, don't read too much into his body language. Just short. Look at him, he's up there, he's lively. Long
run up is this. Turns by the advertising. As White comes in. Punch to extra cover off the back foot, and there's no run.
It sort of feels when you watch Jack White, as I'm seeing him obviously bowl more now in the last couple of weeks than I have previously, it feels like there's a bit of effort to get from A to B up to the wicket. You know, you think of some bowlers like your old commentary pal and adversary and teammate, Michael Holding, and that serene sort of glide up to the crease.
Yeah, but he were a 400-metre runner as well, so, you know, big stride. White comes in again. Just back of the length and pushed to mid-on, and there's no run.
What time could he do for 400?
He was up there.
Was he?
Yeah. Oh, he was sharp.
Did he run for Jamaica then?
No.
No.
No. But he knew all the all the Jamaican athletes who became world champions and Olympians. He knew them. He used to bring them in the combox.
John Quarry and.
But you didn't bring him in. He brought a little fella in who was an Olympic world record holder. He was a little guy. A few years ago. In comes White.
Usain Bolt.
No, wasn't him. He was a big guy. It's the end of the over. It's 88 for 4. But I mean, I should know who it was. But
Aisley Crawford. No, he was Trinidad, wasn't he?
No.
Aisley.
No, this was a little guy who got the world record. He was little.
Ernie Wise.
Mike, you do rugby, don't you? You like rugby.
I do.
You're rugby league, not rugby union. When we were at Sky and we were in New Zealand, we did a feature on the earthquake in Christchurch, and the idea is that me and Atherton would go up in a helicopter and go right down the fault, and Atherton mischievous, and we got to this helicopter pad, and he said, "You don't know who this is?" I said, "He's the driver, isn't he? I hope he's the driver of this thing."
Here's Code to wait. Defends it to the onside, no run.
He said, you not your sport, rugby, is it? I said, no, football, mate, football. So you don't know who this is? Said, no, other than the driver, no. Richie McCaw. Oh, no, don't say you don't know him either. He's probably the greatest
rugby union player.
Yes,
sorry,
yeah.
New Zealander, yeah.
That's him. Well, he has his own helicopter business.
Ben Code in. I'm not sure he does. Matthew Waite turns that to best. No run. Yeah, Richie McCaw. I do now.
And it's his business. In fact, it's not like a pleasure business. It's for, emergencies. He's there if there's a problem. I felt so embarrassed. I mean, I don't know the sport.
No.
And this guy Richie McCaw, supposedly, well, I'm sure he is. He's one of the greatest ever rugby players. Well, an all black, and they're the best team, aren't they?
Ooh. A few nations writing into you now after that. Good job you're leaving at 5 o'clock.
They'll find me.
Matthew Waite on strike. Just brought Don Bess into a catching position in the onside. Curiously, just the 2 slips. But they're trying a bit of something different. Finlay Beans at like a leg 3rd slip. Come gully. That was another dot ball.
He's close in there, Finlay Bean. That is for. I've fielded there for 19 years. That's close. They come like rockets there, off an inside edge of the bat.
He's a good grabber. Keeper. He has kept wicket. There's Code. Oh, now then, there you go. Has he got a nick on it? He has. He's been strangled down the leg side. Matthew Waite out for a second successive knock at his old place against his old mates. He ain't come up with many. 4 on this occasion. Worcestershire 88 for 5. Still 26 overs remaining on day 3. And an extra 2 balls beyond that. And there's got to be at least some doubt as to whether they're going to see it out, the pairs, and take it to a 4th day.
And there's extra half hour if they feel that they can get something out of it, Yorkshire. So they're absolutely in the driving seat. This is terrific for Johnny Bairstow with his bowling changes. I think they've been real fortunate and got lucky, and that's the way that it is, that there's a little bit of cloud around. It's not threatening, there's definitely no threatening cloud, but we've lost that blue sky, which you'd always think when it's blue sky it's going to aid the batsman. Well, there's a bit of cloud around, especially at Headingley by tradition. You think it might just move around a touch. Well, Matthew Waite has gone for 4, caught down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow off Ben Code, and so they're getting to work after losing that first game against Hampshire, and the damage was done in that game when they were 120 all out, and so you are chasing the game. Then this has been different, they've been bossing the game.
Yeah, I mean, the number of people who asked me during and then since that match last week, you know, that if they'd not managed to see or listen to what was going on, they just see the score, don't they? Think 5-wicket defeat, roll for 121. Come on, Dodgy, what do you think? And I've said to everybody, they weren't that far away from making a real game of that. They just batted badly first time. They bowled well throughout the match to give them, you know, to keep themselves kind of just clinging on to it. Yeah, talking of clinging on, that 3 catches went down on the final day, which sometimes can happen. And they lose the match by 5 wickets, which is a comfortable win, you say, but not a thrashing. You're not being annihilated. So the margins, you know, just take a bit off here and add a bit on there, and you've got a game that wasn't that far off parity, I didn't think. And the sort of promise they showed, they're kind of delivering on here, as Brett D'Oliveira, Worcestershire skipper, is a new man in, and he's immediately off the mark. But again, you can see what Ben Code's trying to do. He's bowling to a plan, he's keeping it straight. He's got his reward with the previous delivery that took Matthew Waite's wicket, with the man round the corner and the leg side nick. And he's served up something again straight away there to D'Oliveira, who picks up a couple.
Wasn't out in the field, the captain. He dislocated his thumb. Must be in some discomfort, but he's out there.
Gordon again. Yeah, takes the bottom hander off the bat as he plays that one into the leg side. End of the over, 31 of those gone. 90 for 5. Kashif 22, I should say, and D'Oliveira on 2. And Ben Code, a 5th wicket of the match for him, his first in this second innings.
Kashif looks absolutely fine. He's been comfortable. He's on 22. D'Oliveira is the new batsman, but 90 for 5 on day 3. Hundreds and hundreds behind. Really up against it. It looks like it's got chilly as well, because there's plenty out there with their hands in the pockets, and it's not because they don't care, they're just trying to keep warm. They'll have these hand warmers. They weren't invented when I was playing hand warmers. You just had to blow in your hands. You had to blow hot air, which there's plenty of it around. Hot air.
Jack White to continue.
In he comes, past the umpire, full length, just push back up the crease. It hits the stumps. Dead straight. We get them where I live. You know, them balloons, them hot air balloons, we get plenty of them. Must be a certain, going to be flat.
Did they take off Sutton Bank then, Tom?
No, that's the gliders. When that little single end, and it's the biggest lump of elastic that tied to the, and they fly off the end. In comes White. Ooh, short and wide, and he finds the fielder at extra cover.
I thought Fred were on commentary then.
No, I like going up the Sutton Bank, because there's a little cafe as well. You can get a cup of tea and watch them. I chuckled. And they're very flimsy things, them gliders. And they go round and round. They go, well, you go anywhere really. It depends where the thermals are. They talk about there's one of the farmers who close by. They land in his field if things aren't going well. As White comes in, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And he's has it done properly, he locks all the gates, so they have to pay him to get out. Yeah, I'll watch him go up there. They just glide around. There's plenty. When the weather's right, you'll get 8 or 9 gliders are up there. Sutton Bank.
How long do they stay up for?
Well, I think you can, if it's your own glider, you can stay up for as long as you want, really, as long as the thermals are there. Defensively knocked up to silly mid-on. There is a silly mid-on in position, just in front of the non-striking batter. So I suppose that, there's lots of weather where you can't go up, they don't bother going up, but then when it's right, but a little cafe, bit of cake, sandwich, a little caravan. There's a few caravans there as well.
Sounds good. It's just the flying bit in a plane with no engine.
Yeah.
Slightly concerning.
In comes White. Defensively up to extra cover. Don Best fields and there's no run. There's 3 slips. There's a silly mid off, a little bit deeper, and a silly mid on. We talked earlier about we said like funky fields. This is what you do, and it's just for effect, really. The batter might think, just got to be careful, but he still maintains. He's still got his 3 slips. In comes White. He's given him. LBW, it's another non-playing. It's a nip backer. He's decided not to play, and I've just mentioned he was playing comfortably. That's 2 now, where the batter's opted not to play. Given out immediately. No stroke. Just looking at the replay, White, yeah, it's pitched, it's nipped back, it's hit the knee roll, it's not going over the top, it's clattering into middle and off. No problem there. With that decision, it's an easy decision, and this innings is subsiding. It's now 90 for 6.
Yeah, and when you've not played at this level, like I haven't, always reluctant to get stuck into play as you have. You know what it's like out there, but it's just feeling tame at the moment.
Well, Darren Lehman,
Worcestershire,
in that last game that Northants played, not the one that they're in now, 3 of his batters were out, offering no stroke. And it filtered through to all of us that he's had a word with them, and he said, these bats are expensive, they cost £400 or £500, use them.
Just to mention, Worcestershire's largest margin of defeat by runs is by 372 by Lancashire in 1911 at Amblecote.
I didn't play in that.
You sure? I thought you got a couple of wickets on this scorecard I've got in front of me. But just to highlight, because they are still 500 and plenty behind and only 4 wickets remaining, so not to say that they will, but obviously, especially after last week when they did bat with some grit against Somerset, but they're kind of heading that way, aren't they, at the moment? And as I say, just feels a little bit tame, really, in what they've been offering up, in particular since the tea break.
No partnerships.
No.
And Yorkshire have got to work. Captaincy's been good from Bairstow.
And here's Code. Tom Taylor, by the way, the new man in. Ooh, edged.
Short.
Not Taylor, by the way, that's D'Oliveira, who's on strike, but drops short of Finlay Bean at 3rd slip. But you've got all the encouragement you need, haven't you, really, if you just keep attacking the stumps as the Yorkshire bowlers have done throughout this innings. People are not going to play shots. You're going to keep on coming. So 1 for 30 for Ben Code. He's into his 11th over here. And this time, the Worcestershire skipper gets over the top of it and plays it out to James Wharton. might as well let you go at the end of this over, haven't we? If you've
Yeah.
got to go out shopping, is it? Something like that?
Pick somebody up and take them somewhere. I can't tell you anything else.
Okay, need to know basis.
They're getting to work. We talked about the discipline before this inning started. Yorkshire are noted for discipline of the quicker bowlers, bowling a line, bowling a length.
Yeah, here's Code trying to do that again, and once more asked Oliver to play, and again he's taking that bottom hand off, clearly still feeling something, even though we know it wasn't a break.
There are two, both have gone to third slip, Finley Bean, outside edge, which have dropped just short. Normally you'd say, well, they're too deep. Well, they're in close. They are in close. Both of the edges have gone straight down.
Yeah. Code again. This time a little bit more bounce, back foot. D'Oliveira plays into the offside. That'll be the... Oh. Something like the 130 from Mallorca.
Is that coming in or going?
It's coming in.
Oh, is it?
In,
yeah. They're all looking at it. It's making a heck of a row. All the players are looking up as if they've got relatives on it. There's me Auntie Mildred just coming home.
Code in from the Kirkstone Lane end, and Oliveira defending. George Hill's beginning to wing his arms around, perhaps tellingly. He's at first slip. He might have got the nod.
I think there's a double change. Thompson as well.
Two attacking bowlers to replace, well, two attacking bowlers really. So 90 for 6, 519 runs behind Worcestershire. Here comes Code, and D'Oliveira sees that one out. Well, there we go, 5 o'clock ticks over, 33 overs, 90 for 6. Bumble, thanks for your time today. We'll see you, if we do, tomorrow.
I'll keep in touch I'll keep looking at the score and see if I'm required for tomorrow. If not, I'll be cutting fields.
All right. Yeah, give us a shout. ...24 overs for Yorkshire to pick up 4 more wickets, or maybe an extra half hour, as Bumble said. We'll see you soon. And there he was, gone. Code 1 for 30 off 11 overs and 3 maidens. George Hill, 5 overs, 1 for 22, is to pick up the ball again from the Howard stand end. Frank's back.
And he's in now to bowl to Tom Taylor, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. And there's no run. So, what have we got? 23 overs left after this. I think, and a possible extra half hour. My money is on a finish tonight, JD. Albeit, I don't hope for it, but I'm expecting it now, in a way. The way this innings has fallen away since tea. Comes again. Oh, and that's a chance to third slip. Put down by Finley Bean. It carried. Diving to his left. Very, very difficult. Sharp. Ankle height. Got his left hand to it. Couldn't hold on to it. They got a single. But it's just underlined how Yorkshire have... Well, they've outplayed Worcestershire. They've out-bowled Worcestershire, I think, in this match. By a long, long way. Pressure on the batters all the time. 150 made by Worcestershire in the whole game. And that by Jake Libby in the first innings. And Hill comes in again and bowls. And D'Oliveira is not out. Massive appeal. All the slips in celebration. But nothing from the umpire, and Brett D'Oliveira shrugs his shoulders and says, no, I didn't hit it. They're a bit excitable, you can understand it, and they thought they'd got their man, but watching a replay now, don't know, can't tell, can you? But not out, says the umpire. But I don't suppose it'll be too long before the next opportunity comes along, because they're making things happen. George Hill is making things happen, as are the other seamers, with almost every delivery that comes along. The only one who you could say was a bit unfortunate is Matthew Waite, who was caught down the leg side. It's always an unfortunate way to go. And Hill bowls and Oliveira plays defensively back up the pitch. So the men out for Worcestershire: Libby for 11, 28 for 1. Roderick 27, 42 for 2. Brooks 19, 72 for 3. And then since T, Hose bowled, offering no shot, out for 5. Waite caught down the leg side by Bairstow off code for 4. And Kashif LBW offering no shot for 22. And Worcestershire in danger as D'Oliveira is out this time, caught at first slip by Dom Bess. Horrible delivery from George Hill, which bounced on the Worcestershire captain. He got an edge and it went to slip, and Dom Bess makes no mistake at first slip. And Worcestershire, I was just about to say, and I can say it even more certainly now, they are on the way to suffering their heaviest ever defeat by runs. And that is an absolute snorter, to be fair, from George Hill. You can't really blame Brett D'Oliveira for that. That was a really, I mean, not unplayable, but not far off unplayable delivery. And Dom Bess takes the catch. And there is every likelihood now that Worcestershire will be winding their way down the M1 this very evening. D'Oliveira goes for 2, and it's 91 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to credit the bowler and the catcher, and as you say, that wasn't the easiest of deliveries, and not that tame word that I was using for some of the stuff we've seen from Worcestershire today, but
nah, absolute snorter, that one.
Yeah, just got to.
I mean, what you just say, it would have got him out many times out of 10. I think that's all you can say, really. And Worcestershire, they're in real trouble now. Let's make no bones about that. They are in real trouble now. The new batsman, and he walks out there knowing that the last wicket has been taken by a delivery that was too good for a top order batsman. And Ben Allison is a bowling all-rounder, we'll say. Bowling all-rounder, before JD says I'm overestimating his ability as a batter because you think he's an absolute bunny. No, I'm only joking. I'm only kidding. 91 for 7. You'd have had to be listening yesterday to get to understand that. Anyway, 4 slips in place, and Ben Allison faces up to George Hill, and he's in behind that and pushes up to mid-off. He'll be a sad man anyway, Ben Allison, because his beloved Ipswich gave up a 2-goal lead today, even though relegation is certain. They were 2-0 up at Chelsea. Drew 2-all. End of the over from George Hill. Well bowled from him. Really good again from this quartet of Yorkshire seamers, and lots of credit to Johnny Bairstow for the way he's used his bowlers, especially getting Adam Lyth on for that 1 over before tea to pick up a wicket. And now Jack White has 2, George Hill has 2, Lyth has that 1, Thompson has 1, and Code has 1, and Worcestershire are in real trouble. 91 for 7, and the man who makes things happen, Jordan Thompson, is coming back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end, and they really are odds on to wrap this up tonight.
Looking that way. 23 overs. Can we see some Worcestershire heroics? I mean, to get through to the end of the day at the moment would seem like a little bit of a triumph, particularly as Yorkshire would surely want to carry on and try and finish it. First ball of Jordan Thompson's spell turned to leg by Taylor, fielded by James Wharton, no run. JT 1 for 8 into his 6th over. He's had a good game, very good game all round. And well, we'll see what the week brings. See if Ben Sears is fit to turn out at Durham. But there'll be a bit of something to think about for Anthony McGrath. He'll be pleased about that in that sense, as Taylor looks like he Q-ended that one on its way back out into the offside for Besterfield. Almost as if he got there too soon. 91.47. I'm sure if you're a Pairs supporter listening in, if you've not, you probably won't be watching, but you're maybe behind the sofa at the moment. You just want to see a bit of grit, bit of determination, just frustrate Yorkshire. You know, take them into day 4.
It's not going to happen, is it?
But you can't say that, can you, Frank?
No,
you've seen enough cricket.
It's not
pushed into the offside.
No, you can't. This game is not going into day 4, in my estimation. It's doing too much. It's not that. I mean, you know, that D'Oliveira wicket was nothing to do with lack of application. It was pretty much an unplayable delivery. They've bowled really, really well. They've caught well. They've kept Worcestershire under pressure, haven't they?
Thompson is in again. Bit of shape in towards Taylor. No run.
I'd love to be wrong, but experience tells you, doesn't it? I mean, at tea we estimated, I was in the press box, and we estimated that it was maybe 60-40 in favour of Yorkshire wrapping it up today. And when you think that 4 wickets have gone down in fairly quick succession since then, it's odds on, and it's just kept doing a bit all the time.
Thompson, short ball, pulled, but along the deck to Wharton. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to wind the clock back too far here to that 90 on the board in the first innings before a wicket fell.
I know.
Everything felt comfortable.
Yeah.
What a difference. I was going to say 24 hours, but somebody will pull me. 28 hours makes. Here comes Jordan Thompson. Wicket. George Hill caught the ball very clean this time at first slip, and Taylor has gone for 1. And Worcestershire, without further addition following the 7th wicket, have now lost an 8th. And capitulation time. 35 overs precisely on the board. Jordan Thompson strikes again. Tom Taylor 1 from 8 deliveries. And in comes number 10.
Yeah. Well, I haven't changed my mind about whether it might finish tonight. It won't be long now, I don't think. The will has, well, not so much evaporated, has been torn away by this Yorkshire onslaught. And when the momentum is with you in the way that it is, there's not a lot you can do. And it's been absolutely astonishing demise of Worcestershire's tea. Hose out for 5, Wait for 4, Kashif for 22, D'Oliveira for 2, and Taylor for 1. The last two pretty, not unplayable, but really nasty, difficult deliveries. Excellent bowling. And just looking at that, what was that defeat? Just say it again, if you don't mind. 500 and...
the record defeat, 372 by Lancashire at the War Memorial Ground, Amblecote.
Stourbridge,
Okay.
Yeah. Right, well, they're gonna annihilate that record, aren't they?
That's stood since 1911. The next biggest was actually in 2001 by the Australians, 360 runs. If you're going to suffer a defeat by 360 runs, then the 2001 Australians were not a bad side to suffer it to.
That's true.
And everything else, as often is the case with these records, you're going a long way back for most of them. In more recent times in Championship cricket, 294 run defeat by Hampshire at Kidderminster 2007. And also 285 runs by Hampshire in the same season at Southampton, so that was not a good couple of matches for the pairs.
Is it me now? It's meant to be me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? I beg your pardon. Too busy writing down record defeats. Here's Hill again in bowls, and forward comes Allison and plays up to mid-on. 2 batsmen at the crease, neither of them off the mark. Worcestershire 91 for 8. Any worries that Yorkshire supporters had about Yorkshire batting on too long or anything like that, not enforcing the follow-on, etc., have been well and truly dispelled by Johnny Bairstow's troops out there, as the Yorkshire juggernaut has absolutely powered through Worcestershire in this game. Let's make there's no two ways about that. Hill in bowls, and Allison on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Funny how there's not been many emails or tweets about that in the last hour or so. Frank?
No, well, Johnny Bairstow will probably, quite rightly,
all the captains
feel
out there
satisfied that he knows what he's doing, and well, he's been superbly supported by his bowlers. Don't think there's any doubt about that. And it's been an outstanding performance. Hill bowls, and there is the 9th as Allison is caught on the crease. It might have kept a little bit low. We'll have to watch the replay. But Ben Allison is bowled by George Hill without scoring. Just having a look, see if it did. Yeah, not that much. He played inside it, and Allison is gone, and Worcestershire are 9 down for 91, and odds on they are going to suffer their heaviest ever defeat by a runs margin, because it's a long way off. They were beaten by 372 runs by Lancashire in 1911, and that is going to be significantly bettered or worsened, depending how you look at it, by this one, because at the moment they are still 518 runs behind as Jacob Duffy comes out to join Adam Finch. So we've seen since tea, Hose 5, Waite 4, Kashif 22, D'Oliveira 2, Taylor 1, and Allison 0 dismissed.
Shall I? Just
yeah, I think you should. Definitely, yeah, because it's not going to be long.
George Hill then throws one up wide of Duffy's off stump. And warm applause for George, because 3 for 23 off 7 is another very good return. 91 for 9. Maiden thrown in as well this time, actually. By George's standards, 3.29.
Yeah, profligate.
Yeah.
Well, didn't see this coming at tea. Didn't see it coming this morning. Didn't see it coming at lunch. Thought it could end, you never know, but not quite in such alarming fashion from a Worcestershire point of view. Here's Thompson.
Bowling to Finch, who's right in behind this first delivery. Still a fairly orthodox field. Will Luxton was just been sent to the boundary, but in fact no. James Wharton's been brought across instead into the covers, and where's Luxie going? 5th slip, looks like it. West Indies field from 1984. Jordan Thompson, the man with the ball in hand though. 91 for 9, he's in now. Lovely shot down the ground by Adam Finch. He's going to pick up 4 there. Just a push of a straight drive, and he's off the mark. 95 for 9. Jordan Thompson, he'd love to finish it. Mentioned a few times he's had a cracking game. Entertaining 70 with the bat, 3 wickets in the first innings. Lest we forget, Didn't make it into the 11 at Southampton last week. Good delivery, and Finch just feeling for that one. He's dropped it into the leg side. Bit of bat, bit of body involved. Takes a single. So they might get to 3 figures here, Worcestershire, but they're going to need a lot more than that. And yeah, time-wise, well, plenty of ample time. May not take very long, we'll see. They lost 3 wickets on 91, 1 on 90, 1 on 88. Not so long before that on 77 as well. Duffy works one into the leg side. Ben Codwell field. They'll get through for another one. So 97 for 9. 2 to come in the 37th. Let's just check back. Worcestershire, how long did they last first time around? It was
66.5.
Yeah. Thompson in again. That's guided down through third man for 4. So, as you often get in these situations, attacking field, and the runs can rack up. Probably some ironic applause there, but Worcestershire have made it to 100, 101 for 9. And still one to come. In the 37th over. Quick shine of the ball for JT. He's going to come in then, past umpire Newell. Bowls it now, punched away through extra cover this time by Adam Finch off the back foot. He's given it a chance, Jordan Thompson, and he hasn't come off in that over. That's put a bit of a dampener on his figures. 2 for 22 though off 7 and 2 maidens. 105 for 9, and it's going to be George Hill then who's going to try and finish it from the Howard stand end.
Well, it's a chastening experience for Worcestershire, isn't it, after they saved the day at Taunton. But the truth is that over 7 days, they've been completely outplayed.
Hill in, he's got a nick, he's gone, that's it. Duffy has nicked one behind to Johnny Besto and has gone for 1. Worcestershire wrapped up for 105 and have met with their heaviest ever defeat, 504 runs. Yorkshire had never previously beaten a side in first-class cricket by more than 389 runs. So a record ever runs win for Yorkshire in first-class cricket. And what a very, very swift end to this contest, if you can call it a contest really, the way things have worked out. Jacob Duffy caught Besto, bowled Hill for 1 from his 3 deliveries. And an absolute rout, Frank.
Yeah, absolutely, no two ways about it. Massive, well, 504 runs the margin of victory, 24 points to Yorkshire, 3 points to Worcestershire. Adam Finch left unbeaten on 13, Worcestershire 105 all out. There were no extras, and the innings lasted just 37.1 overs, and that on what was actually a pretty good pitch. I think it's fair to say it offered a bit of nip throughout, but it wasn't a minefield. There were a couple, 2 or 3 on this last day that bounced quite sharply and were really difficult to play, but generally speaking it wasn't that bad a pitch. It was a good pitch in fact, and you have to say that when Yorkshire got so many runs on it. Magnificent performance by the Yorkshire side, absolutely magnificent performance, and they are receiving rapturous applause from the crowd that are here, and they deserve it. Magnificent effort by them. Yorkshire win by 504 runs, and Worcestershire with a lot to think about after 2 pretty disappointing performances at the start of the season.
Yeah, so what do you say the points were again? 24 obviously for Yorkshire, 3 for Worcestershire. That will lift the Tykes off the foot of the table, no doubt about that. And of course they move on to Chester Street, to the Riverside on Friday, and we'll be up there for a trip to Durham, who, whether or not they'll be worried after this, not sure, but because they've got some quality players themselves, but they'll certainly have a look at the scorecard and think, okay, that could be in for a bit of a competitive contest. Worcestershire
will be on the way down to Chelmsford, where they play Essex. A scene of an excellent win for them last year, when they came from behind in that one, really. But superb win, went a long way towards securing their status in Division 1, but there's no hiding from the fact that they've started this season in disappointing fashion. They've been outplayed twice, hung on brilliantly for a draw at Taunton last week, but well and truly hammered here at Headingley.
Yep, and obviously from Yorkshire's point of view, lots of encouragement in this performance. There was encouragement and plenty of it last week, barring that first innings aberration. 121 all out, effectively cost them the contest. There was criticism of Johnny Bairstow from some of our correspondents last week for batting first when he won the toss. Well, he didn't win the toss this time. He was put in, don't forget, of course, by Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira, and 456 all out, Yorkshire with the maximum batting points. Then that really sort of almost innings of two halves, if you like, with 90 on the board for Worcestershire first up before the last that first wicket, 162 all out. Again, to cries of why are you doing that, Yorkshire batted again and put the game beyond all doubt with that 609 run lead after making 315 for 4 declared second time around, and then have, well, surprisingly, I still think you'd have to say, rolled Worcestershire in, he said, looking back through the scorecard, which isn't on the fingertips, 37.1 overs in their second innings for 105. Job done. They'll be taking a lot of confidence up to Durham with them at the end of the week. We'll see whether or not New Zealander Ben Sears, or New Zealand international I should say, Ben Sears, is able to turn out in that one. He has touched down, and Yorkshire have also landed back in Division 1. From Frank and Bumble and Shawsey and Jane, thanks for your company, folks, and we'll see you soon. Bye from Headingley.